Good evening and welcome. You're looking live at Times Square in New York City, the crossroads of America, and our home tonight as America decides. Welcome to our CBS News election headquarters. I'm Norah O'Donnell, and it is almost 7 o'clock in the east, 4 o'clock in the west, and polls are about to close in 6 states, giving us the first results in an election night that may still not be over by the morning or the week, and ending a presidential campaign that is both historic and unprecedented. As we come on the air tonight, the coronavirus pandemic has infected more than 9 million nationwide, stolen more than 230,000 American lives, and cost more than 22 million jobs. In the process, it has not only reshaped the reasons why Americans say they voted, it has changed how we cast our ballots, with more than 101 million people voting before Election Day, and millions more waiting in lines today, some for hours. We'll talk about all of that with our powerhouse CBS News political team tonight, and we'll use some new technology, including our America Decides map, to show you which states the candidates have won and which way the others are leaning. But with polls now closing, we're ready to characterize some of the states. Polls in 6 states just closed, and CBS News can characterize Georgia as a toss-up. Joe Biden hopes to flip that reliably red Republican state. President Trump is likely to win Indiana. Kentucky and South Carolina are leaning toward Trump. Joe Biden is likely to win Vermont, and Virginia is leaning toward Biden. Neither candidate has any electoral votes at this early hour, but just remember, the race, of course, is 70, and it's just getting underway tonight. We mentioned we're bringing you the incredible resources of CBS News. Our correspondents are with the candidates and fanned out across the country live in all the battleground states. And joining me here in our CBS News election headquarters, Gayle King, John Dickerson, Margaret Brennan, and Ed O'Keefe. Wow, you guys ready for this night?
Let's go.
I mean, we're already getting so much interesting information. We're going to share it with everybody. But, John, we just have to talk about this campaign because so much of our lives have changed dramatically in the last year. This has been unlike any election we've ever covered.
Yes, and a year unlike any we've ever covered. And we don't know what the country's decision is. That's what we get to learn tonight. We are tonight putting together an enormous jigsaw puzzle, but we don't have the box that has the picture on it. We're going to be developing that picture as we look at these pieces. Who voted, where they voted, how they voted, what they thought. And what we're looking for is the voter's voice. After all the punditry and speeches, they get to speak. At an unsettled time in America, we get to hear their hopes and their dreams.
Yes, building that puzzle, as John has set it up for us. And Gayle,
that's a good way to put it, too, John.
Yeah.
It is very much a puzzle.
The turnout has just been incredible, Gayle.
Yeah. And that's what I think. I want to focus on that for just a second. What we do know, we don't know the end result yet, but we do know this. People are tired. They just want this to be over, which is spelled O-V-A-H in this case. But let's take a look at the people who have voted so far. The youth turnout has been very big. You know, it started really after the Parkland shooting. You remember the March for Our Lives, those kids. We used to call them the Parkland kids that mobilized people in the streets. Youth vote turned out. Hispanic voters turned out. They were very upset about the immigration policies of the Trump administration. He also has support in the Hispanic community, too. But they had big problems with his immigration policies and Hurricane Maria. People still remember that. And then we have to take a look at the black vote. Black voters turned out in record numbers, galvanized in part by the Black Lives Matter movement, racial injustice, social injustice. People have sort of had it up to here, and they're speaking out in numbers that they haven't spoken before. But this right now is trending to be the most diverse electorate ever. There are going to be so many firsts tonight, Norah.
I think that's a great point. The most diverse electorate ever. And we will break down through the night how they voted, why they voted. That's what all those exit polls are all about. And Margaret, I mean, that really is how this election gets decided, state by state. It's the Electoral College.
It is. It's a 50-state race. And one commonality is this national crisis we're all in the middle of right now. And I think it's worth reminding people it's getting worse, not better. If you look at the 13 battleground states, the infection rate has jumped 52% in the past 2 weeks. So people are experiencing this in a very real way. And if
somebody should tell President Trump, though, Margaret, because he says that it's getting better, that, you know, we've rounded the curve. I don't think he's gotten the memo that it's not getting better.
Well, one place we're seeing people get the memo certainly are among women. college-educated white women in particular, suburban women. We're looking across all demographics, but you have seen a hardening among college-educated white women in their opposition to the president, specifically on issues of leadership and how he has handled this pandemic. If you widen the lens and put it in big perspective here, the U.S. has 4% of the world's population. We have 20% of the infections. We have 19% of the deaths. Those are facts. Politics can't spin that. But at a certain point, we want to see tonight,
yes,
do President Trump's supporters empathize with him and say no one could have done any better?
You make such a good point about women because they will be a majority of the electorate, as they have been. Ed, you've been covering the Biden campaign. There are still paths for a victory for him tonight that they're looking at.
There sure are. I just got off the phone before we started with a senior aide who said we feel we're on the right track because they have so many options tonight. They could win Florida and Pennsylvania and start to put this away early in the night. They could do well with smaller southeastern states like Georgia and North Carolina. The fact that Georgia's a toss-up at this hour, encouraging to them. They anticipate doing well in Arizona and possibly winning that state for Democrats for the first time in generations. But I think one of the big things to watch tonight, as we put together the puzzle, 51 pieces there, all 51 states and districts count a little differently. Some are going to count faster than others. Others are going to take several days. We're all going to learn how that process works out. We've had a load test of incredible proportions over the last 4 years. Our entire government tested in all sorts of ways. Tonight's another one, and we'll see how
and that's why we keep saying, Ed, that just because it takes a long time to get the number doesn't mean it's not working.
Correct. Patience.
You have to remind people that, yeah.
That's an excellent point. And today and throughout the early voting, we have been interviewing voters across the country about why they cast their ballots. We call all of that information our exit polls. And all night, Major Garrett will break down those for us. And with everything, Major, the pandemic is one of the top issues.
Exactly. The pandemic is one of the top issues, and it influenced, Nora and team, how exit polls were conducted, not just on Election Day today were those polls conducted. They were also conducted when people stood in line to vote early in person, and they were also conducted by phone with those who cast their ballots by mail. So it's a comprehensive look at the electorate, and it does go to that underlying question of why people did what they did. We'll get to the what happened later on tonight, but we can begin to describe what was on the voters' minds, and I want to give you two glimpses of the exit polls that get to some of that right now. What for Biden voters was one of the most important issues for them as they looked at the election this year. Control coronavirus came in at 79%, rebuild the economy 17%. For Trump voters, it was exactly the opposite. Rebuild the economy, you can see 70, containing the coronavirus 19. Okay, here's another part of this election that's very important. The character of the candidates as they presented themselves to the American public. What was important about Joe Biden's character to his voters? You can see that. Judgment, unite, cares about me, strong leader. Let's look at President Trump's supporters. Strong leader, way at the top, cares about me, good judgment, unite the country, 9%. So, as he closed his message, the president, did he focus on uniting the country? No, he focused on strong economy. What did Joe Biden focus on in the closing days? Deal with the virus, unite the country, and you can see, reflected in those exit polls, that's why the voters for both sides were where they were.
I mean, it's fascinating. That really is the divide. People who think that he did a good job on the economy want to stay with President Trump. People who think the coronavirus, the #1 issue, may be leaning towards Joe Biden tonight.
On the other hand, you have Joe Biden saying the soul of the country is at stake here tonight. Be very curious to see if that resonated with the voters.
And to your earlier conversation about what did the president get the memo on the coronavirus or not, his supporters believe rebuilding the economy is by far more important than controlling the coronavirus. And that's a divide, and that's why it exists.
How is
that's
that
why
important if you're not here to spend the money, though, Major?
But it's all about their emphasis and reinforcing that emphasis. That's what politicians do. They reinforce the message their supporters most care about the most.
And that fault line exists in a long-time debate in American politics, which is, do I get to make my own decisions about my life, or does the government tell me what to do? So the economy is almost in some ways secondary on the mask debate and the coronavirus debate. It's a debate over who tells me what to do with my lives, with my life, and that is one of the oldest debates in American politics. It's at the center of this
I think the way it's been characterized by conservatives and Trump supporters, it's a question of liberate. Right? That was the phrase that is used in Michigan against the Democratic governor there.
And what Joe Biden tried to say in the last couple of weeks is, you can be freer if you take some public health cautions. You can rebuild the economy. You can go back to school if you take some of the precautions. The president has been much less willing to go down that road.
And I think what's interesting on this is you hear it message on the campaign trail in terms of tax rates and the like. The thing that you can't put a number on, you can say there are still 11 million people who are out of work out of the 22 million you named at the top of this program. But how do you put a price on educating your kid at the kitchen table because they can't walk into a classroom? How do you put a price on the confidence you don't have to go to the store and shop? How do you put a price on all of that? And that is where those two issues are so interconnected. And I think it's so interesting to see them separated in public perception.
Fascinating, and stand by, because while we want to look at the national map, because as we keep talking about, this is an electoral college, a race to that 270. Let's go now to our elections director, Anthony Salvanto, who is at our map that we call the What Happens If map.
What happens if, Nora? I want to start everybody with the big picture, the national map, as it was in 2016. I want to show you the states that President Trump is defending tonight. Now, in 2016, as everybody remembers, he famously swung a number of reliably blue Democratic states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. But this year, coming in the pre-election polling, all of those states were either toss-ups or leaning blue. So I'm going to hypothetically take those out of his column for the moment. There's a second story going on here, and that is across the Sun Belt. Coming into tonight, Arizona was a toss-up. Georgia became a toss-up. Florida always is a battleground. Even North Carolina. So that subtracts from the president's 2016 map. Now, what does he have to do tonight? Well, for starters, he's got to take them back. He's got to replicate that 2016 swing, go back through Arizona, hold on to Florida. We'll be watching Georgia. We'll be watching North Carolina, which will be closing very shortly. And then to get back up over 270, maybe a Pennsylvania. That's certainly in his sights to continue flipping reliably, or what used to be reliably, Democratic states. For Joe Biden, his path also, I think, heavily dependent on the upper Midwest. He's going to try to pull back Wisconsin into the Democratic column, pull back Michigan from 2016, maybe Pennsylvania. That could get him back over. Or Joe Biden could also try to stake a claim to some of those fast-growing Sun Belt states. If he gets Georgia, North Carolina, or even Florida, maybe a more comfortable margin of victory. That's the way to watch tonight. Up through the upper Midwest and through the Sun Belt, lots of battleground.
Anthony, I want to return back to Georgia. That is a state that has closed at this hour. Let's put that board back up and tell us what you know about the state of Georgia. That is a ruby red state. And boy, Joe Biden, that campaign spent a lot of time trying to flip it blue.
They did. It is a toss-up at the moment, Nora. So what we see out of Georgia at the moment is we're waiting for votes to come in. We're waiting for votes to come in. So you don't see any votes here yet. But as they come in, I'll tell you what we're going to watch very carefully, and that is going to be the Atlanta suburbs, the area around Atlanta, because all of those counties, fast-growing metropolitan area, this is a place that has been trending towards the Democrats for the last couple of cycles. If Joe Biden is going to win Georgia, he is going to have to run up the score in metro Atlanta.
All right, and thank you, Anthony. Each of us here has a lot of data from the exit polls that we can look at and go inside there, and John's particularly good at working the computer.
Well, you know, after so much just hokum out in the world, we now have voters doing things we can count and come to real conclusions.
And get a sense of what they really want for this
country. You get a little jumpy because you get to see what people actually think. And one of the interesting things that you and Margaret were talking about is white women with a college degree. That's a really important part of the electorate. They live in those suburbs. In Georgia, Biden leads President Trump by 1 point. Okay, in 2016, President Trump, then candidate Trump, won that group by 29 points.
Whoa.
So right now, according to the exit polls, that's a swing of 30 points. Now, these exit things change over the course of the night, but as of right now, Joe Biden leads by 1 point, and that was a group that Donald Trump won by 30.
And he really courted those women, though, saying, you know, women, please like me. I'm saving your neighborhoods. The question is, saving your neighborhoods from what, number one? Number two, and I'm going to help your husbands, too. To see, what year is this?
That was President Trump you're talking about.
Yes.
One of the things that Anthony was following in his polls from the minute President Trump was elected is some of those women in the suburbs were turned off by President Trump starting almost within his presidency. And the president was always trying to get them back, get them to take a second look. We certainly saw it with his convention. And we'll watch tonight whether he was able to, That's one of the key groups to look at, not just to see who's winning, but by how much.
It's so interesting because we know that women make a lot of the household decisions on the economy.
Yes.
The data's clear. They decide what cars to buy.
Yes.
They decide where to send their kids to school. They even usually buy their spouse's socks in many cases. And so in this case, when women switch back and forth, it's because they're feeling it at home. Their kids may not be able to go to school. People are getting sick, their own parents that they have to take care of. So it's one of those key demographics we're going to be watching.
And women are paying the higher price, too, during this pandemic.
Women have lost 4 times as many jobs as men in the month of September. I mean, this has been a female-led recession, the first in our country's history. So to your point, it's not just about their husbands' jobs.
Yes.
Their jobs have been lost.
And the other big storyline that we are covering tonight is control of the United States Senate. So many competitive Senate races this year. Let's bring in CBS's chief congressional correspondent, Nancy Cortez. Hi there, Nancy. Good evening.
Hey, Nora. And of course, control of the Senate so important because whoever wins the White House, they're not going to be able to enact much of their agenda if they don't also control the Senate. So let's take a look at how we go into the night. This is an actual 3D rendering of the Senate floor. Republicans on the right in red. This is exactly where they sit. Democrats on the left in blue. And we go into the night with Republicans holding a slim majority, 53 to 47. But we've already got tonight some very interesting developments, Nora. Take a look. So on the right of your screen, you see how many more red seats there are than the blue. There are 23 Republican seats up for grabs tonight, just 12 Democrats. And interestingly, look at some of these Republican-held seats. South Carolina particularly. This is a ruby red state. Lindsey Graham won this state by 17 points 6 years ago, and yet right now it is a toss-up race. He is facing a tough challenge from 44-year-old Harrison, who raised more money than any other Senate candidate this cycle. President Trump, the race is leaning towards him in South Carolina, but Lindsey Graham, our polls have showed, is actually less popular in the state than he is. Another interesting development, Georgia. You've been talking about Georgia. A formerly Republican state, looks like a toss-up tonight. The same holds true in this Senate race, one of 2 that we're watching tonight in this state. David Perdue is facing a tough challenge from a man half his age, Jon Ossoff, who gave him such a run for his money in the last debate that Perdue ended up canceling the final debate and decided to campaign with President Trump instead.
And just one is enough, one and done.
And just to button that up, those 2 Georgia races are one reason we may not know control of the United States Senate tonight.
Exactly, because if nobody gets to 50% in either of those races, Georgia law says it goes to a runoff, and that runoff does not take place until January 5th. So as one Republican operative put it to me, we might all be spending our holidays in Buckhead.
Which is a nice place. Which is
Nancy, you could always take that midnight train to Georgia. I heard that could be a good song.
And Nancy, thank you. Love the technology. So interesting. Really makes the story very clear. We want to find out what the campaigns are thinking at this hour. So let's go to CBS's Weijia Zhang. She's at the White House where the president is watching the returns with his close advisors. Good evening, Weijia. What are you hearing?
Well, Nora, we just checked in with senior campaign advisors a short time ago, and they say they are feeling good about the turnout today and that the president is in a good mood as he watches returns from the residents here. He only made one stop today, and that was to visit his campaign headquarters in Virginia, just outside of D.C. He did not want to hold any events today because he knows it is so critical for his supporters to turn out and actually vote before the polls close. In fact, that's the entire strategy here. We've heard it over and over. The campaign doesn't view this as a jigsaw puzzle. They say this is more like a simple math problem. And when they look at the states that they're really targeting, they feel that they'll be able to crunch the numbers and get to that magic number. Of course, it's going to be a long night to see if that actually happens. And it is interesting to see where they mentioned. They talked about Michigan. They talked about Pennsylvania. They talked about Wisconsin. Sometimes it's more telling what they don't talk about. They did not mention these really critical fights in Georgia, in Iowa, in Minnesota. And of course, those states could help make or break their case. So they'll start crunching the numbers and we will bring you the very latest. But I can tell you it is going to be a very long night here. The president is hosting a party of about 400 people. But Nora, we don't know if he'll actually show up yet. It all depends on his mood.
All right, Weijia Zhang, thank you. Well, tonight, Joe Biden and his family are in Wilmington, Delaware, and that's where we find CBS's Nicole Killian, who covers the Biden campaign. And Nicole, we know that the Biden campaign had said, look, they felt confident because they had banked an early vote with all those absentee and mail-in ballots. What are you hearing they're saying about whether the Republicans were able to turn out their vote today?
Oh, well, look, the Biden campaign feels like it is very well positioned going into tonight. And here is why. Their main goal is to protect the states that Democrats won back in 2016, win back the states Democrats lost, and try to expand the map. And so that's why their focus has been on trying to rebuild that blue wall in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, and expand the map to places like Arizona, potentially, and Georgia. We do know earlier today, the former vice president was in Pennsylvania at his childhood home in Scranton. He is back in Wilmington tonight, where he is watching the returns with his family. He is expected to address supporters here at this drive-in rally, which has kind of been a signature style of his event during the pandemic. But his campaign says his message tonight will be one of unity. Nora?
All right, Nicole Killian, thank you. And I was talking to some of the Biden campaign, and they're feeling confident at this hour. But I remember in 2016, so did Hillary Clinton's campaign.
Yeah.
And while Hillary Clinton did outperform in some places, Biden had that very strong, passionate group of supporters that also turned out on Election Day, and that's why ultimately he won the election.
And by the way, that would be the normal unpredictability of elections. We are in a highly enthusiastic election where so many people have voted early. We are also in the middle of a pandemic, and emotions in the country are running high. So if there is a time to be cautious about the election outcome, this is a good election to be cautious about.
One of the things that encourages the Biden team, and one thing that we will continue to see throughout the night, is this mix of cutting into the president's advantage with white voters, driving up black vote, Hispanic voters across the country. If they can eat into the president's margin among white voters, women with college degrees, for example, that is the mix that potentially.
What I keep hearing, though, Nora, is they're confident, but they're not cocky. And I got an email that said cautious in capital letters, exclamation points. Cautiously optimistic, because as we all know, the night is still very young. And we keep hearing about a possible red wave that could come the day of with Trump voters who turned out to vote today.
There are still many people at the polls voting right now in many states across the country. The other big story, of course, is a nation on edge. CBS's Errol Barnett is at Black Lives Matter Plaza in the nation's capital. And Errol, what are you seeing?
It's interesting, Nora. The story of the nation's capital right now is one of two moods. Just take a look and listen around me. Right now, things are relatively peaceful. There's a celebratory atmosphere as a left-leaning progressive group called Shut Down DC is holding what they call de-escalation events, dance and music they plan to hold throughout the night as the returns come in. But remember, this was a real flashpoint over the summer after the killing of George Floyd, where protesters here were met with tear gas when President Trump made an effort to have a photo up at St. John's Episcopal Church. Remember, a memory, an image in the minds of many voters from this summer. The hope is there's no repeat of violence and things remain peaceful, but there is anxiety here, Nora.
All right, Errol Barnett checking in there at Black Lives Matter Plaza. Thank you, Errol. And, you know, we can't go through this night without talking about what has happened this year and the great anxiety and stress that this country feels about the way forward.
You know how you know there's a lot of stress, guys, when you go through any city, USA of America, and you see plywood. When have you ever seen plywood? Just think about that for a second. After an election day, I mean, I'm coming into work today. You know what's boarded up? The Pottery Barn, Bed Bath & Beyond. The building that we're in right now, there are barricades. We had to go through a barricade to get in this building. The Empire State Building. It shouldn't be that way. The National Guard is on standby. You know, Election Day should be something that's very celebratory. You go, you cast your vote. I waited 2 hours. It was worth doing that. And you walk out feeling very proud and very privileged that you got to do that. And today, no matter who you talk to, black, white, young, old, people said, I feel stressed, I feel anxious, and Nora, they said, I feel afraid. I feel afraid of however this turns out, you're going to have Another half of the country that's going to be ticked off.
Right, and I do not have a psychology degree, but what they say when
I do.
feelings, yeah, you do, that's right.
I actually
and
do.
Gail always said that if she wasn't a journalist, she would be a psychologist. But as you know, when you're
Because I like
feeling,
listening to people's problems, but
yes,
continue.
But if you have anxiety and stress, what can you take control of? People thought their vote.
Yes.
And that's why
Yes.
so many people headed to the
Exactly
polls
right.
today. They felt it was the one thing they could control to make their voice heard. And that's what we're going to be talking about all tonight. We are just a few minutes away from the polls closing in 3 more states, including the battlegrounds of North Carolina and Ohio. So much to talk about. We'll check back in on Georgia, too. But right now, your CBS station will get you up to speed on your local races. We'll be right back with the latest results. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides. Welcome back to CBS News election headquarters in Times Square. We're coming up on 7:30 in the East in what is shaping up to be a nail-biter of a presidential election. In just a few seconds, the polls will close in Ohio and most of North Carolina. Those are 2 of our notable 9 states that are key to this election, as well as West Virginia. President Obama won North Carolina, remember, in 2008 by just a sliver. But since then, it has voted with the Republicans. Well, tonight, the Biden campaign hoping that the Tar Heel states changing demographics will give them a win in the South. And with 4.5 million people voting early in North Carolina, we are expecting about 80% of the vote to be released soon, just right after the poll closing, so we can talk about what we're learning there. All right, it is just about 7:30 in the East, and we're about to get those results in several of the states. Stand by. They're coming in just this second. And CBS News can characterize that North Carolina and Ohio are toss-ups. No clear leader in either of those battleground states at this hour. West Virginia, however, is leaning toward President Trump. There we have it. Polls have now closed in 9 states across America. Neither candidate has any electoral votes in that race to 270 because it is still very early in the counting. There's some stuff to talk about with Florida, and I want to let everybody know we are going to talk about that with Florida just a second because I want to stand by. But just because North Carolina has just closed, Anthony Salvanto wants to dive into North Carolina for us because it's really interesting. Anthony?
Nora, when we look at North Carolina tonight, there is one big number, as it will be in many states, and it's going to be this, the expected vote, 5.9 million. Now, they haven't been counted yet, but we're watching this because perhaps as much as 80% of it has been cast early. And what I can tell you from our exit polls today and the exit polls we did among voters who were casting ballots early, Joe Biden has a significant lead among the early ballots cast. But today, Republicans have been voting in larger numbers. So the question is going to be, can Republicans catch up, make up that lead that the Democrats and Joe Biden built up in the early vote as this heads for what could be record turnout, Nora? And then when we talk about North Carolina, so much of the focus is going to be in the Raleigh-Durham area here, where we're going to look and we're going to have a lot of, if Joe Biden is doing well, him running up the score, trying to hit very large vote margins in urban areas, in suburban areas that have been trending towards the Democrats over recent cycles. And if that can offset what we expect from President Trump in and across rural areas where his base is strongest.
Right, Anthony, thank you. You know, North Carolina, that's a state that Republicans haven't had to worry about for a long time. And the Biden-Harris campaign really making a big play for that state.
One of the reasons we're going to have numbers from North Carolina is they've been counting them for a while. So this early vote, 4.5 million voters voted early in North Carolina. That's a great deal more than, it's about 50% more than voted early in 2016. And they've been counting them so that when they release them, they've already been tabulated over the last many days. That's why we're going to get that big glug of votes when they report.
And that state so important, Gail. There were reports today of voter suppression.
Yes, one of our producers talked to somebody from the NAACP, the chapter in Charlotte, said that she had received several calls from voters who said, we're being told that we don't have to vote until November 4th. Is that true? Well, of course, absolutely it's not true, but they were very concerned, so they are investigating there. Talked to a community organizer there who had also heard those kind of stories. He had gone to 8 different counties, and was taking along PPE and giving people gas money if they needed to go. He said they're thinking we'll count the ballots tonight and hopefully count our blessings in the morning. We will see. That's assuming if it goes that way they want it to.
The state got a lot of attention from both campaigns. The president was there frequently in the past week. Biden sent his wife, Dr. Jill Biden, there just today to try to rally last-minute support. One of the things will be interesting to watch, Cumberland County, Fayetteville area. One of the things Joe Biden talked a lot about since the summer is that report that the president had called members of the military losers and suckers. Yes. That can resonate in a place like Cumberland County. 50,000 members of the military. That kind of conversation, while it was everywhere, really can resonate in key parts of a state, and that's one place to watch.
And Nora, just to come back to one of the themes that we have highlighted, white women with college degrees. If you look at that breakdown of the data that CBS is crunching, they are swinging Biden's way substantially. He has an 11-point edge with them. This is a demographic that Trump took by 8 points in 2016. So the trend is there. We don't obviously have a call, but this is a trend.
So that's true in Georgia and now North Carolina?
Yes, so there's a 19-point swing towards Biden in North Carolina and a 22-point swing in Georgia. I had it a little high, so it's 22 in Georgia and 19 in North Carolina. So that's one of the things to watch tonight.
I think that's one of the storylines developing tonight, the power of women and this election, just as, of course, it's the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment. Will women be the deciding factors in this election about who is the next president of the United States? I want to just check in quickly with CBS's Chris Van Cleve. He is in Raleigh, North Carolina, where some polling places are actually staying open later than originally planned. Chris?
That's correct, Nora. While the polls closed for most of North Carolina at 7:30, there are 10 polling places that were given additional time, up to 45 extra minutes, because of either technical glitches or human error that delayed voting today. Now, that's not unusual. This happens in every election. But per North Carolina policy, they don't release any results until every single poll has closed. So we won't get any of that data that Anthony was talking about until sometime after 8:15. We know that more than 4.5 million people voted early, so it's going to be a lot of information about how people voted. The Board of Elections here believes that they'll be able to count 97% or more of the total votes cast sometime tonight. Nora?
All right, Chris Van Cleve, thank you. Want to give everybody stay tuned. We've got some new information coming in from Florida. We're going to get to that in just a second. It's really interesting. Let's check in first, though, with Major Garrett on what made people vote the way they did today in North Carolina. Major?
So picking up on the conversation just at the table about suburban women, I'm going to give you that demographic group in two battleground states. Let's start in North Carolina. I'm going to start telling you this story with looking at what happened with suburban women in 2016. Donald Trump carried them 54 to 44. What is going on with suburban women in North Carolina in 2020? Donald Trump 55, Joe Biden 44. Almost exactly the same ratio. But let's go to Ohio, another battleground state, and it's a completely different story, though it's the same demographic group. 2016, Trump carries it 52 to 43 over Hillary Clinton. What is going on in this election? Joe Biden, 53, Donald Trump, 47. So in North Carolina, things are almost exactly the same as they were in 2016, but in Ohio, there is a sizable shift, at least among suburban women, away from Trump and toward Joe Biden.
You know, I've heard some of these women say, Major, yeah, we're a little disturbed by he's unpresidential and maybe his manners aren't so good, but he's very good on the economy. And I think other people say, but there's more to this country than just the economy.
Right, and what you're seeing here is one thing I think the exit polls will remind us. You can have the same demographic group, but in different states come to different conclusions. Right. In North Carolina, they're basically where they were 4 years ago. For them, nothing really changed, at least in terms of their preference. But in Ohio, at least, it appears that it has.
John? You were going to say
well, no, it's okay.
I know what you're going, because I teased it, and I said we would go there, and so we're going to go there.
All right. We're going to go there.
Okay. And
Let's go there.
Talk about Florida.
We're going to you.
I love how
I know you so well, I can read your mind.
So, you know, in Florida, we're getting lots and lots of vote in, and it's quite interesting. Why are we getting lots of vote in? There's been a lot of early vote. Yeah. So we're getting these puzzle pieces. These are for real puzzle pieces. So Miami-Dade, which is the largest county, 84% of the vote is in. Joe Biden is only up by 9 points. Hillary Clinton won that by 29 points. In this race, you've got to win and do well in your areas. That number is not a great number for Joe Biden.
And look at the overall number here, how it keeps going back and forth. 40.0 to 49.1 just a few minutes ago. The president had a slight lead. it could be that kind of night in Florida again. And remember, even if the Biden campaign doesn't do as well in South Florida, they have been working to run up the numbers in Central Florida, places like Orlando and Tampa. And I know there's been a lot of concern placed on the villages, for example, an area of the state with senior citizens.
All of that is coming up. All of that is coming up. We've got it for you coming up. The newest information is coming in from South Florida. We'll talk to 2 campaign insiders, too, about how they're feeling about the state of the race. So many votes coming in, so exciting. CBS News 2020, America Decides. We will be right back. Welcome back to CBS News Election Night coverage, and take a look at the race in Florida. 29 electoral votes at stake there. And of course, the votes are coming in quickly. An incredible story developing there. Want to bring in Valerie Jarrett and Reince Priebus. Jarrett was a senior advisor to former President Barack Obama, and Reince Priebus was President Trump's first chief of staff. Welcome to both of you. I want to hear what you're hearing from the campaign. Reince, you were the former head of the Republican National Committee. What's the inside scoop?
Well, thanks, Nora. I'm like you all. I'm looking at my charts and my history and
Valerie,
my
I should have done ladies first anyway, since the audio is not working. So forgive me for not doing ladies first. I know you've been in touch with the Biden campaign, and we're seeing this data there. You were with Obama in North Carolina, the only Democrat to win that state, narrowly, of course, in 2008, stunning the political world. Now we're seeing white women with college degree swinging away from Trump and to Biden.
Well, that's right, Nora. Good evening, everyone. What an exciting night. That's no surprise to me. I think that Vice President Biden's message towards women in general, and certainly suburban women in particular, is one that's resonating. He's concerned about what they're concerned about, the COVID-19. What are we going to do to contain it? How are we going to make sure we can put people back to work? Can our children go to school safely? What are we going to do to bring our country together and kind of get rid of this toxicity? And what I've heard this evening is he's at home with his family having a great time, as Gail said earlier, cautiously optimistic, but really proud of the campaign he ran. And I know all eyes are on Florida, and it is a must-win for President Trump, but I think that Vice President Biden also takes a lot of pride in the fact that he has expanded the map, that we're talking about states like Georgia and Florida, and it shows that that message of his is resonating broadly across our country, which will enable him to better lead our country. So it's still an early night, but he's feeling pretty good. And I will say, just add that being out there with all of his grandchildren yesterday and a couple of them back again today, you could see how much fun he was having, returning to Scranton and now back home in Delaware.
Valerie Jarrett, thank you. Want to bring back in Reince Priebus. And Reince, I had mentioned that, of course, you were the head of the Republican National Committee before you were White House Chief of Staff. I know you're deep into the numbers. What's going on in these states? In North Carolina, we're seeing that white college-educated women swinging away from Trump and toward Joe Biden. Is that a concern for the Republicans tonight?
Well, look, it's always going to be a concern, and thank you for having me. I think if you look down at Florida a little bit, I think things are looking not bad for President Trump. And you look at Miami-Dade, President Trump right now is at about 45.3%. In 2016, he was at 38%. Hillary Clinton was at 61%. Joe Biden right now is at 54%. If you look at Sumter County, that's where the villages are at. In 2016, Trump was at 67. Right now, he's at 67. 2016, Hillary was at 32. And right now, Biden's at 32. So if you look at Florida, and remember, the panhandle doesn't come in until the central time zone. So what the game plan here is to get to even or a little better if you can on the eastern time zone. And then when you get to the panhandle, you get to central time zone, that's all Trump country. So Florida right now is looking like it might be in pretty good shape for Trump. We'll see. And I think it's a little too early in North Carolina and elsewhere. But so far, this looks like potentially a replay of 2016.
Well, on that note, though, and both Republicans and Democrats I spoke with today said that Florida does look like a toss-up. We know that that's a strong state for President Trump. But let's take a look at what's happening in Georgia. the state of Georgia. That's also a must-win for President Trump there. And we see the vote tally in Georgia that closed about 45 minutes ago. We can pull up that board. And then certainly what's happening in North Carolina as well. Can Trump win without the state of Georgia?
Well, I think it might be difficult. Obviously, you'd have to go up and take Wisconsin and Michigan, and you'd have to win Pennsylvania. I mean, there's a lot of ways to get there, Nora, but obviously that's not a place we'd want to be. We don't want to lose Georgia, and obviously we're hopeful that things will go well in Georgia, but, you know, we're going to have to wait and see. It's still pretty early. Looks like President Trump is down a couple percentage points with not much coming in yet, so it's still pretty early. I thought that the early vote in Georgia turned out pretty well for the president. The Democrats were gangbusters on early vote. In the beginning of early vote and absentee ballot voting, the Republicans caught up by the time Election Day came today to almost an even draw. Okay. So I think if you put all that together and the Republicans come out on Election Day, I'm not panicking over Georgia right now, I can tell you that.
The night is young. Reince Priebus, Valerie Jarrett, and thank you so much. We'll continue to check back in with you. A lot still ahead. We're going to take a short break. Be sure to download the CBS News app to track all your local races on your phone or your tablet. CBS News 2020, America Decides. We'll be right back. CBS News projects Indiana for President Trump, and CBS News projects Vermont for Joe Biden. Welcome back to CBS News election headquarters in Times Square. It's important to talk about the backdrop of this election with a global pandemic that has killed more than 230,000 Americans and disproportionately impacted people of color. During the summer, George Floyd's death propelled the Black Lives Matter movement that led to real soul-searching about continued racial inequities in America. Major Garrett has more on what voters have to say matters most to them. Major.
All right, we're going to focus right now, Nora and team, on Georgia and black voters there. And did anything change from 2016? So let me take you through 2020 exit polls, black voters in Georgia. Joe Biden, 88, Donald Trump, 10%. How does that compare with 2016? You will see it is almost exactly the same as it was in 2016, 89-9. Here's another question that goes to what was it like to experience voting in this cycle in Georgia for white voters and black voters? I'll let you work through the numbers yourself. But what you can see is a majority of black voters in Georgia, 54% believe it was somewhat easy or difficult to vote in Georgia. 89% of white voters either said it was very easy or somewhat easy. So one of the things that I think is true about this election, and Gail, I know you like to do this sometimes, yay America, we've figured out how to vote in a pandemic. And it's not been perfect. There have been long lines in suburban Georgia at times, but in general, people have paid attention. Election officials have amplified all the ways to do it. We found PPE. We found the resources to have more machines. In general, this election has gone off well. And the things we were worried about today, disinformation, social media giving false flags, or violence, none of it, based on what we've seen so far, has happened. It's a good news story.
It is.
It's one of the most defended elections and closely watched.
On the cybersecurity level as well, absolutely.
Front. And there is much more information being shared on that front with the public than ever before, which is pretty extraordinary.
And just the fact, Major, that we're even having the conversation. You know, you talked about the black voters in Georgia. They had two very high-profile shootings of unarmed black men. Ahmaud Arbery, who was jogging in the neighborhood, attacked by a father and son, and then Rayshard Brooks, who was running from police at the Wendy's store. I mean, that propelled a lot of people who had never voted before to get out and vote for the very first time.
Right. And the split is exactly the same as it was in 2016. Yeah. So that idea that the Trump campaign had, at least in Georgia, of maybe pulling 20, maybe 10, 15% of the black vote didn't materialize.
It's interesting. Georgia, of course, as we've mentioned, this ruby red state. And yet, because of that growth in the suburbs around Atlanta, Democrats decided, and egged on really by Stacey Abrams, said, you know what, you got to give Georgia a shot, Joe Biden. Spend some time there. You could really switch this state over, because she got more votes than any Democrat ever in the state of Georgia in 2018. She grew the share of the African-American electorate there. And then that, along with Joe Biden, they said, well, let's spend some money there. Maybe we could flip that state.
And if it does go blue, you have to give a big salute to Stacey Abrams, who said, I want to get this right. She worked very hard to she brought a lot of attention to voter suppression and was able to register close to 1 million voters in the state of Georgia alone. She's worked very hard in that state.
The fact that the map has toss-ups in North Carolina and Georgia, you look at Virginia there, which is leaning blue, sees the evolution of the map. And one of the things we'll talk about tonight is which of the two candidates is moving along with the changes in America. And the fact that North Carolina is in the conversation and Georgia is a part of the changing America. The more diverse America, the more highly educated America, and that's one of the early storylines tonight.
And in the future, many presidential candidates or presidential campaigns are fought in the South, as opposed to the Midwest.
And we are just a few minutes away from the polls closing in 16 more states, including two big ones, Florida and Pennsylvania. Now your local CBS station will get you up to speed on your local races. We're going to be right back with the latest results. And again, what's happening in Florida, so fascinating. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides. You're looking live at Times Square in New York City, and as America decides, welcome again to our CBS News election night headquarters here at the crossroads of the country. I'm Norah O'Donnell, and it's almost 8 o'clock in the east, 5 o'clock in the west, and this is a big hour. The polls are about to be closed in half of the states across America, and that includes two that we are laser focused on this hour, Florida and Pennsylvania. They are part of what we're calling our notable 9 tonight, those states that could decide the election and determine who becomes president of the United States. All roads to the White House go through Florida, especially for President Trump. It is his newly adopted home state. Florida, you remember, infamous for that 2000 election, but it could offer an early look tonight about who occupies the White House in 2021. And we have some projections at this hour. CBS News can characterize that Florida is a toss-up. Pennsylvania also a toss-up at this hour. Let's get to the rest of the states that have closed at this hour. CBS News can project that President Trump has won the state of Oklahoma. Joe Biden is the winner in the District of Columbia, his home state of Delaware, and Massachusetts. CBS News can now categorize these races as well. Alabama, Mississippi, Missouri, and Tennessee, all leaning toward Trump. Maryland, New Jersey, Connecticut, Illinois, Rhode Island, New Hampshire, and Maine are all leaning toward Biden. Remember, this is a race to 270 electoral votes, and at this early hour, CBS News estimates that Joe Biden has 20, President Trump 18, still early in the night. Let's talk about these two states that we're looking at, Ed. Pennsylvania and Florida, each campaign sees them differently.
Absolutely. The Biden team calls Pennsylvania the cornerstone of their path to 270, one that solidifies their ability to win this contest. They have other ways to do it without Pennsylvania, but believe that is the best shot. Florida, if Biden is able to pull it off, and that is questionable as we see data continuing to come in, would be the capstone, the one that completely makes it impossible for the president to win. So that's why you've seen so much attention by the former vice president focused on Pennsylvania, especially since the weekend.
And as we've seen both of the candidates in Pennsylvania so often, but just a reminder, Pennsylvania is one of those states, including those in the upper Midwest, that said, wait, we're not going to count those absentee ballots until today. And so it could be a state, according to their own Secretary of State, we may not have the full results until later this week.
Right. That's right. So Pennsylvania has the slow counting system for what comes in early. But unlike Georgia, Florida, and North Carolina, which have a lot of early votes, they don't have a lot of early votes. It's a lot of in-day voting in Pennsylvania. So it's going to be a long time in Pennsylvania. But just because we're all obsessed with Florida, because it's the route to the president has to win Florida. Yeah. We're going to be getting votes that Ryan Priebus was talking about in that western panhandle part of Florida where the president's very strong.
And speaking about Florida, that state that you point out that President Trump has to win, Major Garrett has some new information from the exit polls. Major?
That's right, Nora and team. And the reason we do exit polls this way is we don't report state-specific exit polls until the polls have closed. That's why we've been holding back. I know you've been energetic over there. Where's the Florida data, Major? I've got it for you now. 2 demographic groups to come. Seniors and Latinos. Let's start with seniors, meaning voters over the age 65. Here's what it was in 2016. Donald Trump carried that, as you can see, by 17 points. What is going on in this election with voters over age 65? Trump 52, Biden 47. That is a 17-point margin in 2016, shrinking to a 5-point margin in 2020 among those voters. Now let's look at Latinos. Again, I'll reset the clock to 2016. Latino voters, Hillary Clinton 62, Donald Trump 35. What does the Latino vote look like now? Joe Biden 53, Donald Trump 45. So Donald Trump is performing a little bit better with Latino voters. The composition of the electorate in this election, 2020, for Latino voters, about the same as it was in 2016, but it is larger among those age 65 and older. How much larger? Good question. 31% this time, 26% in 2016.
And so that means what about those older Latinos?
No, so older voters and Latinos. Right. So Latinos about the same size composition, 18% in both years, 18, 19%, 2016, 2020. But the senior vote is larger, 31% this time versus 26% in 2016. And Joe Biden is doing better than Hillary Clinton did with that particular demographic.
And the economy, one of the messages resonating with seniors in Florida.
The economy, but also the virus.
Yeah,
how safe am I?
Isn't COVID resonating?
How safe am I? How safe is my family? How safe are the people of my age group, maybe that don't live in Florida, but are somewhere else?
Major, I can't go see my grandchildren, the seniors are saying.
Precisely.
Yeah, it's been a problem.
So that's a dynamic to keep an eye on in Florida.
If Joe Biden wants to win the White House, he's got to pull off some of those Sun Belt states that we have been talking about where the Latino vote is strong. We want to bring in CBS News contributor Maria Elena Salinas. She's widely recognized as the voice of Hispanic America, and we're lucky to have her analysis. Maria?
Thank you very much, Nora. You know, why is the president doing better with Latinos in Florida? Well, a lot is due to Cuban-American voters who are coming out in support of Trump, as Major just said. The president's law and order and anti-socialism messages appear to be resonating with Cuban voters and also from voters from countries like Venezuela, Nicaragua, among others. Now, Biden is doing better with Puerto Ricans. That is the second largest Latino voting bloc in the state. CBS News exit polls show that they're supporting Biden by nearly 40 percentage points. Tens of thousands of Puerto Ricans, as we know, moved to Florida after Hurricane Maria, and many of them were just unhappy with the federal government's response. What we have to watch in Florida is the I-4 corridor that includes Tampa and Orlando. There's a large number of Boricuas there. But, you know, we also need to watch the Latino vote all over the country tonight. This year, 32 million Latinos are eligible to vote. We'll be watching the Latino vote, the Latino youth vote in particular. I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. A Latino turns voting age every 30 seconds in this country. That means that about 800,000 to 1 million Latinos are added to the voter pool each year, while 2 million baby boomers die. So we're going to keep a close eye to these battleground states that may be tipped by this demographic, by Latinos.
Maria.
One is Florida, of course. The other one is Texas, Arizona, and Nevada, where Latinos make up more than 20% of the electorate. Let's see if Joe Biden was successful in getting them out to vote.
Maria, stand by. I think Ed has a question for you.
Maria Elena, great to be with you tonight. You know, we've heard the president for almost 4 years talk about how Joe Biden and Democrats would enact socialist policies in this country. To a lot of Americans, that kind of goes over their head. But remind us why that resonates so much in South Florida and why it could be affecting Biden's chances tonight.
Well, you know, that has been a message throughout with Cuban Americans. It has resonated with Cuban Americans. But this time the message was much stronger. There was a lot of disinformation in radio stations in Miami, in Spanish language media there. And they really scared people into socialism, and especially now Venezuelans. Venezuelans are only 2% of the vote, the Latino vote. However, they are coming out in larger numbers. So it really is the turnout that is being effective. You also have Central Americans. You also have Colombians. So that's why it's resonating so much. Another reason, besides the anti-socialism message, is the violence. A lot of people fear the violence. So law and order is also a huge issue for them.
All right, Maria Elena, as we continue to track the Latino vote, thank you. CBS News can project that President Trump has won the state of Kentucky. Another call as he puts some more electoral votes on the board. Not a surprise there. And we'll check in with what's going on in that Senate race in Kentucky, a big one in a moment, because, of course, the Senate Majority Leader also on the ballot. All right. Coming up, we'll check in with Manuel Bojorquez. He's in Florida. Latest on the vote there. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides. Polls now closed in half the country, and we are getting some interesting results coming in from those battleground states, those states that are must-win for President Trump if he hopes to win re-election. Let's go now to our elections director and survey guru, Anthony Salvanto. Hi, Anthony.
This is about as tight as it gets in Florida right now. At the decision desk, we are tracking a neck-and-neck race in Florida. But I want to zoom in on one county in particular, and that's Miami-Dade. Now, in Florida, Democrats rely on Miami-Dade to run up a large margin, to win by a great deal. So you see it right now, Biden at 53.9%. Okay, looks like he's winning. But if I show you the history of Miami-Dade, back in 2016, Hillary Clinton, even though she lost the state, did better in Miami-Dade. So Biden seems to be running behind that at the moment. However, I want to show you the number of votes that we expect in Miami-Dade. And here we see that 86% is in, and the expected vote is actually, we think, going to surpass 2016 turnout. So the question we're asking is, can Joe Biden win the state, at least with Miami, with a larger slice? Does he need a larger slice of a larger pie down in Miami? Or if turnout is large, can he win with a smaller slice of a larger pie of votes down there? That's one of the things that we're keeping an eye on, among others, here in Florida, which is neck and neck, Nora.
Well, you know which county I'm going to ask about next, yes. Don't you?
Let me guess. We're going to the Villages.
We're going to the Villages.
We're talking Sumter County. Okay, and we're talking about Donald Trump having a lead. Now, the Villages is here, but what we're really talking about is the senior vote in Florida, because there's been so important, and in our pre-election polling, as well as in the exit polls, you started to see Joe Biden getting into Donald Trump's margins with seniors, which is obviously a critical voting bloc. Now, in Sumter County right now, you do see the president with the lead. If I show you the history, Joe Biden up, just a tick, a couple of points better than Hillary Clinton did. So pretty much even right there. And that's one of the key things we'll be keeping an eye on tonight, Nora.
Yes.
It's Florida's friendliest active retirement community, Nora. The reason Sumter is interesting is they all vote early. So that's why we have these numbers. We know how that county came through. And Donald Trump holding seniors as well as he did in 2016 is a big deal for him.
Yeah. John, everybody calls it so friendly, but my vivid memory of the Villages is a guy in the golf cart yelling white power as he's driving by with the flags waving, and then the president tweeting it.
Right.
Later, after he was chastised, he took it down. But the fact is, somebody said it, and then it was retweeted by the president of the United States.
Right.
So, I don't think of them necessarily as friendly. I know that,
that's their jingle.
I know that. I know. You're not saying it. I know that that's their jingle. I get it. But that's my recollection.
Yeah, sure. I think it's worth reminding people why. Florida is so important to the president's path to re-election.
Yes.
And while we are talking about the margins narrowing, therefore being slightly less favorable than 4 years ago, it is a pretty narrow one. He still is ahead with seniors and Latinos, though it has narrowed. So I think it's just something to continue to watch. It's why it's a toss-up. But as you were saying, it may be a leading indicator for the direction.
Set the table for the rest of the night.
Exactly.
Yes.
Florida ranking 3rd in the country right now for new COVID cases. An outbreak there, a big concern. They, of course, are open in Florida. And it will be interesting to continue to follow that race there. That is a must-win for President Trump, those 29 electoral votes. Coming up, we're going to check in on the processing of those ballots in Pennsylvania. A lot of news coming out of there. We'll have an update for you. Be sure to download the CBS News app to track all your local races on your phone or your tablet. And keep watching us, because we've got a lot more news ahead. CBS News 2020 America Decides. We will be right back. Take a look at this. Pennsylvania could be the battleground of battlegrounds in this election. An enormous turnout. Lines in the states today, even people taking a chair while they wait. You can see right now we are characterizing the Keystone State as a toss-up. CBS's Jerika Duncan is in Philadelphia tonight. And Jerika, I know you were talking to voters all day long.
Yes, we were. A lot of varying opinions out there, but an exciting day nonetheless. We are just getting word of a fraction of some of those mail-in ballots that have just come in and have been counted. But you've got more than 150 election officials, city workers on special assignment behind me right here at the Pennsylvania Convention Center inside, counting those ballots as we speak, committed to being there 24/7 tonight. We're going to go to some video to show you of what's happening inside. You can see that picture right there of people, again, hard at work, counting those ballots. Now, this is the first time here in Pennsylvania that voters have been able to vote early through that mail-in process, leading to that historic early voter turnout. The city of Philadelphia has more than 400,000 mail-in votes, of course, the largest city here in the state of Pennsylvania. About 65% of those mail-in ballots that have come in from Democrats. Of course, President Trump hoping that his supporters really came out today in the polls. The Secretary of the state, Kathy Boockvar, telling me that, again, a historic 2.5 million people with those mail-in ballots. First time that that's happened here for a presidential election in Pennsylvania. We'll, of course, continue to stay on top of the results as they start to come in here in Pennsylvania.
Incredible reporting and turnout there. Jerika Duncan, thank you so much. We want to check in with CBS News election law expert David Becker. And David, thanks so much for joining us. You heard, of course, the number of mail-in ballots there to count in Pennsylvania. Based on what you know, are we going to know in the next couple of days the final tally?
I think we will know in the next couple of days. I think it's remarkable, actually. They couldn't start processing those ballots until this morning, and we've already got 75,000 in from Philadelphia and about 80,000 in from Allegheny County. So they're doing just great work to get these things processed as quickly as possible. We'll see Election Day results as well. It might take a couple of days, but they're working hard. I think we're going to see a lot of them in the next 24 to 36 hours coming in.
And so to map out for everyone, what are the states that only were able to begin counting those absentee or mail-in ballots today? Pennsylvania, right, and then some in the upper Midwest?
Yes, Wisconsin also is just started processing today, and many places in Michigan just started today, and those places that could start earlier only started yesterday in Michigan. That being said, I think we might see some Michigan results getting pretty complete by well into the evening, but we should be seeing results. Election officials are doing an amazing job right now to process as many ballots as they can.
David Becker, we will continue to touch base with you as the president had indicated he would be sending his lawyers in. That's why we've got this great lawyer, David Becker, with us to break it down throughout the evening. Thank you, David. Want to now update you on the other big storyline of the night, and that is for control of the United States Senate. Our chief congressional correspondent, Nancy Cordes, has an update on those key Senate races. Nancy?
And we do have some big news at this hour, Nora. One of the big hopes for Democrats every 6 years is that they can pick off the Senate's Republican leader, Mitch McConnell. Well, no such luck. Once again, in Kentucky, CBS News is projecting that Mitch McConnell has won re-election handily, dashing some Democratic hopes once again. I was just talking to a top McConnell aide, who was, of course, delighted by the news, but said he's not super optimistic about maintaining control of the Senate itself. And we're starting to see some indications of why that might be. Take a look at Maine. This is a state that Susan Collins, a veteran Republican, won by 37 points in her last election. And yet, it's a toss-up right now. She is running neck and neck with Sarah Gideon, the Democrat. This is a race that Democrats targeted a couple of years ago because they just felt that Collins had strayed from that moderate image. She was siding too much with President Trump. And then North Carolina.
Oh, yeah, I want to hear about that.
North Carolina. He's one of the most vulnerable Republicans tonight. Another seat that Democrats are targeting, Tom Tillis, a first-term Republican senator. And this is a state where you had a rare double October surprise. Tom Tillis contracting coronavirus at that White House Rose Garden super spreader event. The same day, Cal Cunningham, his Democratic challenger, acknowledging that he had a
kerfluffle with a sexting
slight
scandal.
kerfluffle.
Yeah.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
He had been sending amorous texts to an individual who was not his
That's
spouse.
a very diplomatic way to characterize amorous text.
So go over. So North Carolina, Maine, what are the other big targets for the Democrats?
North Carolina, Maine, South Carolina, Georgia, all toss-ups at this hour, all Republican-held seats. That's one of the pathways to a Democratic majority if they can win those seats. But I've got to point out one thing that could make things a little more difficult for Democrats. Not a big surprise, heartbreaking nonetheless. Take a look at Alabama. At this hour, that race is leaning Republican. This is the seat that is held by Doug Jones. He won sort of in a fluke a couple of years ago in a state that is so red that President Trump won it by 28 points. He was up against a very flawed Republican opponent back then, Roy Moore. But tonight, he appears to be trailing the very popular, well-known former Auburn football coach Tommy Tuberville.
All right.
And we got to go to break.
More to come.
Nancy Cordes, thank you. And we have projection President Trump has won Tennessee. And we're going to take a quick break so your CBS station can get you up to speed on your local races. We'll be right back. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides. Welcome back to CBS News Election Headquarters. Polls are closed in half of the states across America. Joining them in just a few moments, Arkansas. And we want to check back in on Georgia, North Carolina, and Ohio. They are part of our notable 9 states that will help decide this election. All 3 voted for President Donald Trump in 2016. And right now, CBS News characterizes them all as toss-ups at this hour. So much to talk about with these key battleground states coming in. And also, we're seeing some new exit polls, national exit polls that we can tell you about. The suburban vote. Was President Trump able to hold on to them? Independents, just a tease here, can't tell you, but there's been a big swing. I have to wait 10 more seconds before I can tell you what it is. And also the senior vote. So many interesting developments tonight that tell us just how this race is going tonight. I'll pause for just a second as it's now 8:30 in the East, and CBS News can project that President Trump is likely to win Arkansas in the race to 270 electoral votes. President Trump has 37. Joe Biden has 20. I was telling you about all those interesting things we want to tell you about. Well, Elections Director Anthony Salvanto is at the Election Data Center. And Anthony, let's dig into Georgia because some really interesting developments there.
Right. Not a lot of vote counted in Georgia yet. You see the map here, the counties in red going towards the president, the counties in blue going towards Joe Biden. But what I'm going to show you folks is the overlay of what our CBS News models have for this state at the moment when we combine the exit poll interviews that we've been doing for the last few weeks with the early vote as well as today. So I turn that on, and the estimate leans towards Joe Biden. And that's how we look at things here at the decision desk. That's what makes this race a toss-up. When the trends keep going the way they are, it might go towards Biden, but the counted vote right now for Donald Trump. Now, the other thing I want to show you is I'm going to zoom in here on Metro Atlanta, which is one part that we're going to focus on all night. Cobb County, right now, 63% for Biden. I'm going to show you the history of that. Hillary Clinton only got 48%. Look at that. Joe Biden besting those numbers. I'm going to show you Fulton County, where the Democrats will need to win by a big margin. Not much of it in yet, but 78% for Joe Biden, 10 points better than Hillary Clinton did. So he is on a trend line to outperform Hillary Clinton. Will it be enough to hold up and beat Donald Trump? That we are a long way from seeing, because I will show you, Nora, only 22% of the vote.
Okay, Anthony, stand by just a second. I know John wants to make a point about Georgia.
Well, Cobb, Anthony, first of all, to your point, this was a county that George W. Bush won by more than 20 points. And it's the perfect illustration of that changing landscape of a state of Georgia. It used to be a ruby red county. Now it's blue. But there's 31% of the vote in Cobb. And is that because we're at a difference here between early vote and day of vote?
Yes. It is, because what the story all night as these votes come in is going to be trying to parse which is which. At this moment, we are not sure. And so what's going to happen is the Republicans, we believe, have done well. Donald Trump has done better on that election day vote, but it's that early vote, John, where Joe Biden, we think, has run up the score.
That's a very important point that's being made because it could still change without the night as more of the votes come in. Let me ask you, Anthony, about the state of Ohio. That has closed. A very important, no Republican has won the presidency without the state of Ohio.
Indeed. So let's zoom in there. Now here, we do have votes starting to come in, 42% of it, in fact. Key things to watch in Ohio. First of all, Cleveland metro area, up in here, okay? At the moment, let's zoom in for a second on Cuyahoga. Here's another place where Democrats have to do well. Right now, Joe Biden at 74.8. I'm going to show you the past history, 66% for Clinton. So if you're Joe Biden, you're liking that percentage. That's where you start. But then we're going to look at the counties around Cleveland, whether it be Summit County. How's he doing there? Better than Hillary Clinton. Portage, well, nothing in there yet, so we'll keep watching as well. So one of the things I want to watch tonight, Metro Cleveland, can Joe Biden outperform Hillary Clinton? That'll tell you whether or not he's got a shot in Ohio.
What is so fascinating is all you have to do is follow the candidate's schedule, because Joe Biden made a surprise visit to that very place just yesterday after spending so little time in the state of Ohio. His folks must have known what was going on and said, let's send him there.
What he knew was that Sherrod Brown, the senator, who had thought about running for president himself, who has been very concerned about winning back his state, called Biden and said, come to Cleveland. And it may end up working today. They even sent Kamala Harris's husband, Doug Emhoff, today to Columbus, thinking that they could potentially drive up the vote there.
It's also interesting, too, to note that Mike Bloomberg added last-minute money to Ohio. You know, he gave the $100 million. After he dropped out of the race, he said, I will do whatever I can to support whoever the Democratic nominee is. It was Joe Biden. He's given $100 million in Florida. That money's been well spent. At the very last minute, he added money to Ohio, too. But that have made a difference in advertising.
What I think is also interesting here in Ohio is you look at that breakdown, and Trump is still doing very well among white voters without a college degree. This is interesting because one of the unique attributes Joe Biden sold for himself was that he could relate to working class America and bring them back to the Democratic Party. For those who voted for Barack Obama, tried out Trump, that he could bring them back to Democrats. So we'll have to see where the night takes us. But to see in Ohio, President Trump is still doing very well among white voters without that degree, that education gap.
Which is actually a very large share of the electorate. People would be surprised to know it was in 2016. Right. We'll be looking at, we're going to go inside the numbers in Ohio about why people voted the way they did. That's why we turned to Major Garrett. He's got the info.
That's right, Nora. And for Ohio and all exit polls, what I like to say is, yes, it's numbers, it's percentages, but it's really the story of the election. It's a story that you tell state by state. So I'm going to start slow. You might think it's a little on the boring side, but I guarantee you, stick with me. I'll have a grabber for you at the end. All right, let's look at the composition of the Ohio vote. 2016 Clinton voters, how did they break? Okay, 94 Biden, 5 for Trump. How'd the Trump voters go from 2016 go this time? 94-6. You're all saying boring. Come on, Major, where's the grabber? I'm showing it to you now. These are voters who showed up this time who did not vote in 2016. They're breaking 64-34 for Joe Biden, and they are making up 13% of the electorate in Ohio. I've got another little nugget for you. White college women, Donald Trump in Ohio won them by 17 points. In 2020, according to the exit poll data, Joe Biden is winning them by 20. That is a 37-point switch.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Yeah. I told you there would
Say that again.
I told you.
Explain that, because that just seems like a huge data point at this hour. Say it again.
So, white college women in Ohio, making up 16% of the 2020 electorate, are breaking for Joe Biden 60-40. This demographic went for Donald Trump in 2016 by 17 points, 56-39. So that is a shift in Ohio that could be very important as this night unfolds.
Okay, do we know why? This is one thing we always said, okay, we're going to see certain different people vote different ways. Why is there that shift away from Trump?
Probably because there is an emphasis in the minds of these voters on coronavirus as opposed to rebuilding the economy. There is this dichotomy, choose one or the other. Of course, some voters say, I can choose both, but I want to prioritize one over another. We'll dig more deeply into that.
Did it have anything to do with President Trump's rhetoric? The bullying of people, the comments about Fauci, that was part of his closing argument. The president chose to make that part of his campaign.
I can't give you specific numbers on Ohio for this demographic group, but I can tell you in conversations with Republicans and Democrats about focus groups during the latter parts of this campaign, one thing emerged they'd never seen before. Voters saying, I agree with the president's policies, I have benefited from them, but there are parts of his personality I just can't take, and elevating character and persona over policy, which is something that pollsters have told me in focus groups they've never seen in the way they saw in this election cycle.
Yeah, and remember, Biden was talking about these issues before the pandemic began, before that really caused people to really think about his leadership skills.
We've got some news coming up in just a second about the independent vote as well nationally, which is really striking. But we've also got some breaking news right now, so we want to check in with CBS's Mark Strassman. He is in Georgia, where they're having a big problem counting some of the votes. Mark?
Nora, this is an election return watch party here on the edge of Atlanta. These are mostly excited Democrats because when's the last time Georgia thought of itself as a battleground state? After a record early returns and essentially a day of problem-free voting, there is now a hitch in the tabulation of votes. I'm standing in Fulton County. Fulton County includes a chunk of Atlanta. Downtown Atlanta is State Farm Arena, where the Atlanta Hawks play. They are tabulating the absentee ballots of Fulton County, Georgia's most populous county. A water pipe has broken inside the arena. They had counted 86,000 absentee ballots. We don't know how many more they have yet to tabulate, but all the tabulation of those ballots has now stopped. We're told by election officials they may not finish tabulating those votes for a day or two. So depending how close the rest of the state is, we may not know the result of this critical battleground state for another day or two. That is because, again, a water pipe has broken in State Farm Arena. State Farm Arena is where they were counting the absentee ballots of Georgia's most populous county, and now that tabulation has stopped. Whoa. Big development here.
But Mark, do you know how many ballots we're talking about? What that means?
We don't know. We've asked that question, Gail, and we haven't got an answer for that yet. We know that there were 86,000, but apparently it's a very labor-intensive process, and what they are telling us is that it's going to take a day or two, which suggests to me that they have a lot to go.
Yeah. The irony is that across the country, so many of these major league sports teams open up their arenas to allow people to vote and to do exactly what Mark has said. Tabulate them in a big open space so they can be done quickly, but nobody accounted for the plumbing, I guess.
I was going to say, I'm no plumber, but it may be because it hasn't been used lately. It's not up and ready for the big turnout today.
And just to put this in perspective, Fulton County is a very, very Democratic county. Hillary Clinton won it by 40 points. So if there is a delay, it's going to be Joe Biden's votes that are sitting up in the air while they dry things out.
But John Dickerson, I love your knowledge of history. Have you ever heard of votes being delayed because a pipe burst?
No.
You wrote the book.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure there's an intersection between plumbing and history.
I know, but it's so funny because here we were thinking about foreign interference. Right. This was going to take down a vote, and now it's just
voter intimidation.
That wasn't on the model of
it wasn't
interference,
and it's just
for the evening. And it'll complicate in some ways the way we can extrapolate from the data for the rest of the South. Right. So that could have some impact on our figuring things out at the table.
Right, but we're going to keep everything in perspective. It is in one county. It's a big state, the state of Georgia. It is an important county, nevertheless.
Yeah,
but
it's the biggest county in the state. But.
I know, an important one. We're going to keep everything in perspective. All right, CBS News want to bring you a projection at this point because West Virginia goes to President Trump, a reliably Republican state. And coming up, how are the candidates feeling as the votes come in? We're going to check in with our correspondents, along with more poll closings, projections, and the state of this race overall. We'll do the what happens if board, as we call it, to see the pathways to the presidency. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides. Welcome back to CBS News Election Headquarters. Take a look at this. Independents make up nearly a third of the electorate, and they are breaking hard for Joe Biden. A 17-point advantage for the former vice president of the United States. You say, well, why is that important? Well, actually, Trump won independents by 4 points in the 2016 election. That's quite a swing.
Yeah, but we weren't
independents
dealing
like
with the
the South.
pandemic back then, and the independents say that containing the virus is much more important to them than rebuilding the economy.
And that is
So I
really
get
critical
that.
as we talk
Yes.
about how this year has changed us, not only how we vote by voting for mail, but why we vote. It looked like independents finding coronavirus the reason they're tracking towards Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the more we find that voters were concerned about the coronavirus, the more it likely is to the advantage of Biden. The more it was about the economy, it would be about the president, because that's essentially the way the two of them were discussing things the last several weeks. And I mean, this is another tea leaf that suggests it could be a very good night for the former vice president.
And what's interesting is that among seniors, which is that demographic we talked about, being upset they can't see their grandkids, yet in Pennsylvania and in Florida, the trend is that seniors are breaking for Trump, or at least the edge is in his favor at this moment. So it comes back to that economic well-being, however they defined it, if it's Social Security or Medicare or the economy itself.
So let me ask this question then. Let's big picture. If independents are leaving Donald Trump in such large margins for Joe Biden, if those white college-educated women are swinging, as we're seeing even some of these, not only nationally, but in these battleground states, does that mean that Joe Biden could win the presidency, that he's closer to winning the presidency? Not enough.
I don't know. I'm looking at, I mean, if you look at something like, you know, we're looking at these pieces. I mean, and I'm looking
Oh, we
at
got to get back to the puzzle. Let's get back to the puzzle.
But if you're looking at some of these, you got to look at turnout. So I mean, President Trump is doing very well in Florida, right? I mean, I'm still struck by the fact that Joe Biden is only winning Miami-Dade, which is the big central part of where he's got to get his vote. He's only winning it by 9 points. Hillary Clinton won it by 29 points. I guess my point is that the numbers that are coming in are really good for the president in Florida.
Right.
So they're good for the president in Florida. They're looking like the day of vote is getting better for him in Georgia. So, you know, it's when the actual votes get counted that things are looking better for the president than the exit polls.
And we should tell everybody, too, it is 8:45 in the East. 9 o'clock, we have some key poll closings coming up. Michigan, Minnesota, Texas, Wisconsin, that whole upper Midwest area that is critical. That is the reason why President Trump was able to win those, break through that blue wall, the Democratic blue wall, and steal essentially the election away from the Democrats who just took that upper Midwest for granted 4 years ago. And I don't mean to say steal in any sort of way, but saying the Democrats just thought, oh, that was ours. You know, the blue wall, it's traditionally been ours. And he was able to win the presidency through those efforts. So that's coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. And that's going to tell us a lot, too.
That's a great point, Nora, because the one storyline of this evening could have been those southern North Carolina, Georgia states. But the other storyline is the Midwest, and we haven't even, so it's first chapter, second chapter. We're not even into the second chapter yet, which has those tantalizing, interesting things that are happening in Ohio.
Thank you for keeping me up to date on the chapters. Just
Sure.
in the first chapter,
Well, you know.
second chapter straight ahead, still ahead, more poll closings, projections, and of course that state of the race. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides. And welcome back. And most of the battleground states that have closed at this hour are still too close to call at this hour. So I want to bring in Major Garrett so we can take a look at each candidate's best path to win the presidency with 270 electoral votes.
Right, and we'll work through lots of different scenarios here, Nora. They're not our scenarios. They're the ones the campaigns are working on and doing the math on in this very moment. They're running the numbers, checking to see what is available, what's not available, what has changed. So what is this map we're showing you right now? This is 2016. This is where President Trump ended at the end of that election. So let's go through the early states and put them in the toss-up category and watch what happens to the 306. We take North Carolina, we put that in the toss-up. Georgia, put that in the toss-up. Florida, put that in the toss-up. Okay, already you can see why the campaigns are so zeroed in on what is the fate of those places. The president's campaign feels very, very confident about Florida, absolutely confident. So let's put that in the Trump category. Georgia, as we just heard from Mark Strassman, we may not know until tomorrow, so let's keep that there. What about North Carolina? Put that back in the Trump category. He's at 290.
Should you put Pennsylvania?
So Pennsylvania, let's talk about Pennsylvania. A lot of focus on Pennsylvania. We'll probably not know the results from Pennsylvania until tomorrow. So for tonight's purposes, let's put that in the toss-up category. Our next focus, Nora, will be Arizona, because that counts fast and will close at 10 o'clock. let's put that in the toss-up category or in the Biden category. That moves things helpfully for Biden, but he still can't get anywhere unless he does something important in the upper Midwest. Let's say Wisconsin, let's say Michigan, where the polls have been favoring him. Well, that gets him to 269, but he still needs something else. Pennsylvania, Georgia, some other breakthrough to get over 270. Again, these are not our scenarios. They're the ones the campaigns are calculating and running the numbers on relentlessly as the night progresses.
What happens, essentially, if you give Georgia back to the president?
Give Georgia back to the president, 249. Give him Pennsylvania. If he pulls that through, he's at 269, 269. We're going to hold off on that, Nora, because that's with our Arizona going to Biden, 269, 269. Then we start talking about Maine's 2nd congressional district, Nebraska's 2nd congressional district. We're going to save that for another segment, I guarantee you.
That's right. It's really important to point out these different pathways to victory. Thank you, Major Garrett. We appreciate it. And we are just a few minutes away from the polls closing in another 14 states. We're going to take a quick break so your CBS station can get you up to speed on your local races. When we come back, we will give you a projection for every state that is about to close, including 5 battlegrounds. That's all coming up right then. We're also going to bring you an update. What's happening in Florida? What's happening in Georgia? What's happening in North Carolina? And an update, too, on Pennsylvania. We'll be right back. You're watching CBS News 2020. America Decides. Welcome back to Times Square in New York and our CBS News election headquarters. I'm Nora O'Donnell, along with our powerhouse political team. It's almost 9 o'clock in the East, 6 o'clock in the West, and polls are closing in several battleground states, including Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona. Polls are also closing in Minnesota, a state that the Trump campaign is hoping to turn red, but that found itself at the center of the debate about racial injustice when George Floyd was killed there this summer. Texas is also closing. It's a state the Democrats are dreaming of turning blue again, even as the Republican leaders of that state repeatedly challenged attempts to expand voting there ahead of the pandemic. Counting is underway in more than 40 states, and results pouring in here at our election center, and we're just starting to get that picture. Just how tight the race is, all the battleground states closing at this hour have faced stunning increases in coronavirus infections and are all struggling with job losses. So also we'll see how those issues are affecting the vote tonight. At this hour, CBS News is able to project that Minnesota is leaning toward Joe Biden. That is significant.
As a state that the Trump campaign had hoped to flip.
And Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Texas, all toss-ups at this hour.
When was that?
As for the other 9 states where polls have just closed, CBS News is able to project that Joe Biden has won New York State. And CBS News is prepared to categorize New Mexico as likely for Biden. And President Trump is likely to win Kansas, Louisiana, Nebraska, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Wyoming. New York, a winner there for Joe Biden. There is a look at the whole map. Let's check in with our elections director, Anthony Salvanto. Anthony.
Hey there, let me show you a couple of states we're watching here, the toss-ups that everybody is trying to figure out here at the decision desk. First, North Carolina, still a toss-up. Joe Biden up in the counted vote. And if I turn on what we're running for our decision models, that is where the trend lines are headed, that stays at a Joe Biden lead. Now, one of the things that would keep you from projecting this is if I show you The remaining vote, President Trump only needs, in our computations, 55% of what's outstanding to catch up and tie Joe Biden. So that's not enough. That's not a wide enough lead yet for Joe Biden. And 74% of the vote is in, so you've got about a quarter still left. So a lot more to come there in North Carolina. The other thing I want to show you is Texas. Now they're starting to count. They've been counting for a while. Right now, it is very, very close, 49-9 to 48-8 for Joe Biden. Democrats really ran up a lead in the early vote, but we see Republicans catching up in the Election Day vote. It's the same story that's been going on. I'll do the same thing. I'm going to show you our decision desk models. The president actually takes an edge. When we add in what we expect to get from all of the rural counties around Texas, which are reliably, heavily Republican, that bodes well for the president.
But Anthony, put it right back to what is the current vote tally at this hour, not the sort of projection. It's incredible, Ed, to see how close the Lone Star is. I grew up in Texas.
And the Texas you grew up in is not the Texas of today, and that is why it is a toss-up now. And when was the last time Texas was a toss-up? 1976, I believe, was the last time a Democrat won it, and Jimmy Carter did it. And here we are tonight having a serious, potentially, conversation about a Democrat winning the state, or at least keeping it close. Remember, Democrats will say, even if they don't win the state of Texas tonight, they're going to win congressional seats, and they're going to win a lot of local races, and they're going to turn that state purple, meaning that come 2024 at least, we may be talking
But the fact that it's so close says something, doesn't it, John? I mean, who would think that Texas would even be in this conversation?
Well, and the turnout has been astronomical in Texas. More people voted early than voted the entire time in 2016. And looking at some of these counties, Collin County, there's 130,000 more voters in just that one county than there were last time. So there's something going on in Texas for sure. And also we should mention the State House in Texas, that hangs in the balance as well.
I mean, this is a state that Trump won by almost 10 points in 2016. The fact that we see it so close tonight, but Joe Biden never visited the state. This is largely, Beto O'Rourke and what he tried to do in 2018. This is the changing demographics of the state, right?
The executive director of the state party tells me that when you add up all the money spent by local and statewide candidates in that state, Democrats have collectively spent about $100 million to turn out the vote in the state of Texas tonight. Wow. The Biden campaign only threw in $6.5 million worth of television advertising, which is nothing in a state that big. But that is how they believe they could potentially at least make it competitive and remind the country that the state's one that's going to have to be looked at more seriously.
I don't think, Nora, you guys should underestimate the power of Beyonce, Queen Bee. we have to at least.
But that's a lesson for every day of the week, right?
Now, she's from Houston.
And she just endorsed him the other day, very, very subtly.
Endorsed Joe Biden?
Yes, Joe Biden, yeah. It wasn't Donald Trump. She definitely endorsed Joe Biden, but I know what you were saying. Biden and Harris, and she did a very subtle hat tip. I mean, everybody goes, yeah, sure. But I wonder when you have somebody like that who very rarely gets involved in politics, if that makes a difference.
Well, there's a big mix of things going on there. You have celebrity endorsements like that. You have the dynamics that won Democrats congressional seats across the country in the suburbs of big cities across the country. It happened in Texas 2 years ago. They're building on that. You have Latino support for Biden because of their opposition to the president. And you have an influx of millions over the last several years from across the country who moved to the state for its medical industry, the technology industry, transforming it. And that's, again, we're seeing this happen in Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, Texas tonight. The country is changing, and its presidential politics.
It also has the highest total number of COVID cases in the United States right now, particularly along that border area, El Paso. You were talking about Beto O'Rourke, his home territory there. It is just really getting devastated by infections right now. I mean, if, and it's a big if Biden were to flip Texas and he took the 2016 states that Clinton won back then, I mean, that's it. That's a game.
Right. I had spoken with some Biden advisors early in the night who didn't want to characterize this state. They still believe this is a dream. They really don't think that at the end of the night that they would be able to flip Texas. It's just such a Republican state. But the turnout is quite remarkable, given that, in fact, the Republican governor, Abbott, made it difficult, very difficult for people to vote in that state. Let's bring in CBS's Omar Villafranca. He joins us now from Richardson, Texas. That is a suburb of Dallas. And Omar, I know you were out with the voters today. Long lines as well today.
They were, but they were moving along. And keep in mind, you had more than 9 million people vote early. Just under 17 million registered voters here in Texas. 9 million of them voted early. 5.6 million Latino voters. An interesting note, since 2016, 1.8 million new voters in the state of Texas. Now, I heard you guys talking about Harris County. Harris, Dallas, Travis, Bexar. Those traditionally go blue. But keep in mind, 254 counties here in Texas. El Paso over there is in the mountain time zone, so they're just closing the polls right now. But people are watching the suburbs. I hear you guys talking about suburban women. Suburbs, what are they doing out there? Well, I'm here in Collin County. Now, keep in mind, Mitt Romney won Collin County by 32 points. When the president ran in 2016, he won by 16 points. But in the midterm election, heated race between Ted Cruz and Beto O'Rourke, Cruz only won by 6 points. That raised a few eyebrows. So now people are watching to see what's going to happen and if Texas will become a battleground state. Maybe in 2024, if that's the case. Ed, get ready for barbecue.
It is every political reporter's dream come true to have to cover politics in Lone Star.
And of course, we know that Texas is really the mother lode of electoral votes, 38 electoral votes.
And just to update you on Collin County, which is in my head, President Trump won it. Candidate Trump won it by 17 points. He's only winning it by 2 points right now, with 95% of the vote in Collin County.
Those are those shrinking margins as Biden has been able to cut into the lead with those independents, with those college-educated white women. That is the shrinking of the margin that Trump had in the previous election.
And Nora, just to pick up on a point you made about how tough it has been made to vote in Texas, it's one of the few states where you need an excuse to vote absentee. Being afraid of getting COVID was not enough.
Yes, that's right. And he limited the number of ballot boxes per county to one ballot box per county. Harris County covers all of the Houston area. So for 5 million people, there was one drop-off ballot box. Janet Shamlian did an incredible story on the CBS Evening News about that people were driving 30 and 40 miles. That Harris County is bigger than the state of Rhode Island. So people were driving that far just to drop off their ballot. It's a reminder, though, this election, we talked about how much matters. We've seen people say, my vote is one of the most important things I can do. I can control that, and I want my voice to be heard.
And that's one of the messages of tonight. Whatever happens, the people have turned out and have worked very hard to vote in a way they haven't maybe in any of our lifetimes.
One of the things we should point out at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 in the West, the fact that so many states remain white right now, that is not, normal year, non-pandemic year, you'd see a few more of those states up on the board. They're toss-ups, that's right. They haven't been called. That's partly because we're looking at a more competitive horse race between the president and the former vice president, but also because the pandemic is making it harder to count ballots in a lot of these states, or at least it's slowing the process a bit. But the fact that several of those states along the East Coast and now in the Midwest, the fact that they can't be called yet is a reminder of that.
Yeah, we talk about the changing America. We want to bring in CBS News contributor Maria Elena Salinas because, Maria Elena, Texas, it's got a huge Latino population.
That's right, Nora. Almost 1 in 3 voters in Texas is Latino, 5.6 million in all. But turnout in this group has usually been very low. Only 40% of Latinos voted in Texas in 2016. But that's not the case this year. There's 2 million Latinos that voted early in Texas, driven mostly by young and first-time voters. That's a 25% increase from 2016. And that's just the early voting. 60% of them are supporting Biden. So, what's bringing them out? Well, President Trump is a lightning rod for many in Texas. They're particularly turned off by the president's anti-immigrant rhetoric and his policies like family separations and limits on legal immigration. There's also that mass shooting targeted Mexicans at the Walmart in El Paso where 23 people were killed. And then there's the coronavirus, like Margaret mentioned, which is decimating border cities like El Paso and Rio Grande Valley. El Paso is in a state of emergency right now with morgues running out of space. So as far as Texas, Latinos who support the president, the biggest issues for them are law and order and the economy. So if Texas does turn blue, if it does, let's see if the Latino vote has something to do with that.
All right, Maria Elena Salinas, thank you. And CBS News projects at this hour that President Trump has won the state of Arkansas. Also, CBS News projects Joe Biden has won the state of New Jersey. Coming up, Major Garrett has new details on those independent voters and a big change from 2016. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides. CBS News projects Connecticut goes to Joe Biden, and the former vice president has also won the state of Maryland. The other big story we're covering tonight is control of the United States Senate, and Nancy Cordes has an update on some of those key races. I'm dying to hear.
Nora, you've been talking about the puzzle pieces all night. Starting to see the first couple of puzzle pieces that could lead to a Democratic majority in the Senate start to fall into place. So take a look at our 3D rendering of the Senate floor. Once again, a reminder, Republicans have 53 seats going into the night, Democrats 47. And now let's take a look at what's happening at this hour. Take a look at the right-hand side of your screen. That's the Republican side, and you're starting to see the first couple blips of blue, starting in Arizona, where we are characterizing that race as leaning Democrat. Mark Kelly, the Democratic rock star recruit of this cycle, former astronaut, husband of Gabby Giffords, currently has an edge over Martha McSally. She's the incumbent Republican. She was appointed to that seat a couple of years ago after John McCain passed away. She has really been struggling. And then next door, Colorado, Cory Gardner, also struggling. He's also a Republican incumbent. Democrats pulled their money out of that state a couple of weeks ago because they felt so good about it. Well, tonight, the former Colorado governor, John Hickenlooper, is doing well, and we characterize that race as leaning towards Democrats. The math here is not hard. Yeah. If Democrats pick up 4 or 5 seats on this Republican side of the ledger, they win control of the Senate. And here's another piece of good news for them, Nora. They were a little worried about Michigan, about Senator Gary Peters, one of the few seats that Democrats were worried about in the Senate. Well, at this hour, we characterize that race as leaning towards the Democrats. So it looks like he may hold on to that seat. And another little interesting piece of housekeeping at this hour, Wyoming, that was not a battleground race, but it does look like Cynthia Lummis is going to be the first woman who's going to the Senate from Wyoming after about 100 years of women having the right to vote. Interestingly enough, there are still 17 states that have not sent a woman to the U.S. Senate.
Can we go back to Martha McSally for a second?
Of course.
She seemed to try to distance herself from President Trump. Did that help or hurt her?
You know, she has a challenge that so many Republicans have in Trump's Washington, which is really that you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Yeah. Conservative voters are never going to think you're Trumpy enough. They'll always be suspicious that you are a member of the Washington establishment. And then moderate and independent voters get turned off because they think you hug yourself too closely to the president. She just campaigned with the president in Arizona this week. He let her come on the stage for all of about 50 seconds.
I think didn't he yell at her to quickly.
Yes, quickly, yes.
And, you know, as one Republican strategist put it to me today, being a Republican in Washington is having all of the liabilities of President Trump with none of the upsides. And that is exactly what you're seeing tonight in the Senate.
Just one note about those races in Arizona and Colorado. Looks like Democrats will probably pick them up, and they will do it despite the fact that the two Democratic candidates have very strong, unapologetic views on gun control. That is an issue that has essentially faded from the debate in those states and across the country. And it shows you now Democrats are able to win statewide in states out west that have stronger gun culture. Mark Kelly, the husband of Gabby Giffords, the former congresswoman. John Hickenlooper enacted tough gun laws after school shootings in that state. That's a sign of, again, another example of the changing nature of politics in the country.
I do want to point out we have a couple more calls at this hour. Tom Cotton is projected to win the state of Arkansas. And in New Jersey, Cory Booker projected to win re-election.
Got it. And I understand, too, that in Texas, the race for the 13th congressional district, that Ronnie Jackson, the former White House physician,
the doctor,
has won in that race. That was the man who famously said that President Trump could live to over 200, could live another 200 years. He has won a House seat.
He had the nickname Candyman because he was allegedly handing out prescription drugs quite aggressively.
He is now a member of Congress. All right, CBS News is going to project at this hour that President Trump has won the state of South Dakota, a state that is suffering greatly with coronavirus right now. And we're going to take a look now at the national map across this country as we look at all the states that are starting, that have closed, and that can tell us where we are across America. Those pink and red states, Republican, the light blue, and blue for the Democrats. And those white states that are outlined, those are the battleground states that are still too close to call. All right, a lot ahead. We're going to take a short break. Be sure to download the CBS News app to track all your local races on your phone or tablet. CBS News 2020, America Decides. We'll be right back. All right, let's turn to Weijia Jiang at the White House, where President Trump is watching returns. Weijia?
Nora, senior campaign advisors tell us that no matter what happens tonight, no matter how it is looking for President Trump, he will make remarks from the East Room, where there are about 400 guests invited for a party, because they want him to maintain control of the narrative, even if he's losing, especially with regard to Pennsylvania, as he and his legal team prepares to mount a legal fight over those mail-in ballots that could decide the race. And so we will be waiting to see what he says, but no matter what, we are told he will address the public. Nora?
All right, Weijia Jiang there at the White House, as we are going to hear from both the candidates tonight. Now, that's confirmed that we would hear from Biden as well, and now the President of the United States.
But earlier this afternoon, when he stopped by to see campaign workers, he said he wasn't sure, that winning is easy, losing, he said, is hard, especially for him. He wasn't sure what he was going to do. So that is
a
news.
Development there. Thank you, Gail. And we're going to take a quick break so your CBS station can get you up to speed on your local races. We'll be right back. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides. CBS News projects Joe Biden has won the state of Colorado. And welcome back to CBS News election headquarters in Times Square. We're coming up on 9:30 in the east, 6:30 in the west. Much riding on many of those battleground states, that notable 9 we had been talking about. I want to bring you up to date on what's happening, because there's been some developments in several of the key states, including Florida, which is a must-win for President Trump. Our own Sarah Cook reporting at this hour that the Trump campaign is feeling increasingly confident that President Trump will be able to secure and win the Sunshine State, which is now, he has his own residency there now, as he has a place at Mar-a-Lago, the club there. I want to bring in Anthony Salvanto with new details about the Sunshine State. Anthony.
Okay, so Florida, right now, I want to show you what remains to be counted. 93% in. So what does the trailing candidate, as we always compute, need 83% to catch up, okay? That does not bode well for Joe Biden indeed, Nora. I want to go back again to this Miami-Dade County number. 53% for Joe Biden. I was looking at this before. 63% for Hillary Clinton. But I will tell you that here at the decision desk, we look for patterns over and over again. What's going on? This is one of the few counties in Florida where Joe Biden is not at least matching Hillary Clinton's percent number. So that is unusual, at least in the context of what's going on tonight. Hillsborough, which is Tampa, Hillary Clinton got 51, Joe Biden 52. That's another example. Orlando, here we see Joe Biden at 61, Hillary Clinton at 60.4. So very similar everywhere except for Miami-Dade. But if that holds up, well, that's going to be one of the things that might cost Joe Biden the state.
All right, let's talk about North Carolina, another state where the Biden campaign had made a run in what is a traditionally Republican state, where Barack Obama had won in 2008 by a very slim margin. Where does it stand now?
Yeah, so the first thing you always want to look at is, here's your raw vote, Joe Biden with a narrow lead. Here's what's counted so far, 80% of the vote. But the thing that's really interesting here is that so far we are breaking out the Election Day vote and the early vote. And I can tell you that the Election Day vote is running 69 to 30 for the president. Wow. And the early vote was going 53 to 46 for Joe Biden. So it's really that split that defines this as much as any geography. And then the question remains, what portion of this outstanding vote is either early or Election Day?
Can I just pause you?
I can probably tell you who will win.
Can I pause you right there? Yeah. Because on our conversations with people close to the Biden campaign, they had said, well, we've built up such a lead with all these early and absentee ballots. Donald Trump would have to win 60% of the vote on today, and it looks like that they are, that the
Yes.
Trump campaign is.
That's exactly right. You know, when you say that, he'd have to win 60%. It feels like a big number. But if the remaining electorate is overwhelmingly Republican, as it was, and Republicans turn out, it helps him close the gap.
Can we look at New Hanover County in North Carolina and what that's doing there?
Whoops, I just telestrated on that.
Because we're looking at some of these swing counties.
Yeah, swing counties, yes. But what we're really looking at here is a couple of key areas. And I just want to take a moment and look around the Charlotte area, because this is really what we're focusing on here at the decision desk. Because Charlotte, okay, we know that that's going to go blue. We know that that's going to be a Republican county. But it's Union County where Donald Trump, we think, is going to run up a big number. It's Gaston County, where I believe he held a rally recently. He's also got a large number. It's these exurbs and these suburbs around the central cities where Donald Trump really needs to make up the ground, and so far it looks like he is. Also, you go further out from the Raleigh-Durham area. You go out into the further suburbs, and there we're still waiting for a lot of vote. So it's really those exurban areas. They are oftentimes Republican, and that is a central part of his game plan.
What is the outstanding vote that needs to be counted in Durham? I'm trying to...
in
North Carolina.
All of North Carolina.
In North Carolina, overall, we're looking at 1.1 million votes.
Yeah, but where do they come from, Anthony, in terms of...
Well, that's the thing. There are a few places where the counties haven't quite finished. So let me take, for example, a couple of blue counties, right? Raleigh, which is a big one. The outstanding vote there, well, 117,000 ballots. That could accrue to Joe Biden. So that's part of the model when I overlay that. Having said that, though, we look at some of those larger counties that are more Republican, and you're going to see a lot of outstanding vote, 131,000 votes in a place like Union County, and that could accrue to the president. It's one reason why we couldn't call the race right now.
Okay. And I think
go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I think, do you have something more in North Carolina, or should I flip over to Ohio?
No, well, it's just the battle of the big counties. It's whereas the story in Florida is the president reaching into the Democratic stronghold in Miami-Dade. It looks like here what's happening in North Carolina is everybody's just maximizing their vote. The president looks like he may be maximizing it a little bit more than Joe Biden's maximizing his vote.
Let's take a look at Ohio, another important state at this hour. And I understand, look, we just have just over half of the vote in, but according to our exit polls, and help me out here as I pull this up, Joe Biden was actually doing well with some non-college educated white men in the state of Ohio, I believe. No, I'm sorry, I did not. I had the state wrong. Forgive me, but go ahead.
Michigan.
Sorry, Michigan he's doing. We'll talk about Michigan.
Anthony, Ohio, stay in Ohio.
Yeah, sure.
Head towards Cincinnati, if you would, because the Biden team is telling me they seem to be performing better in the Cincinnati area and its suburbs than Hillary Clinton did 4 years ago. Is that what you're seeing?
So start in Hamilton, okay, and that's better than Hillary Clinton, okay, so that's part of it, all right. But you go out to Butler County, that's a suburb, trends Republican, okay. There's Biden, there's Hillary Clinton.
So he's doing a little better.
10 points better. So the answer to that, the short answer to that is yes. Is it enough? We'll see. Because the other part of the state that I would point you to is up north around Cleveland. And it's these areas up around Cleveland. I'm going to show you a kaleidoscope of red and blue, the way that is trending right now.
You know,
Joe Biden doing okay, but maybe not.
I love politics, but this is getting a little in the weeds, so maybe broaden us back out, John.
Well, the only thing I would say is that in all these counties, in Hamilton, Cuyahoga, there's only 50-some-odd% in, right? And does that take us back to our early vote versus day of vote storyline from the evening?
It does indeed. It does indeed. So like Cuyahoga, for example, 52% in, still over 300,000 votes left to count. And that's really the way you do the math right now. What's remaining, and what does a trailing candidate need to catch up?
And for Trump in Ohio, the narrative seems to be from the data that it's the white, non-college educated men who are sticking with him and really being led by his appeal on the economy, the perception that he is stronger for them in that Rust Belt state. It may be a perception, given that many of the trade deals he promised over the past 4 years were only partially delivered on, right? He got the new North American free trade deal, but anything outstanding with China, he hasn't delivered on. But it's the promise, and it's something Joe Biden had hoped to eat away at.
We've got some exit polls coming up from the states of Ohio and Michigan that's going to tell us how many of these voters are breaking Coming up, we'll update the state of the race. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides. And welcome back to CBS News. Election headquarters. And most of the polls are closed across the country. Let's check in now with Major Garrett. He has new information on Michigan voters and a change in voting from 2016. Major.
Welcome back to Major's Exit Poll Emporium, is what I like to think of it as, a place where there's demographic morsels you can savor all night long. So let's go to Michigan. So I want to tell you a story and show you some demographic groups that are suggesting positive trend lines, at least at this hour, for former Vice President Joe Biden, because it's about white voters without college degrees. Let's start there. Donald Trump carrying that demographic group 57 to 42. What's interesting about this, gang, is the former Vice President Joe Biden has cut the president's lead in this demographic group from 2016 by half. All right, here's the story part I want to get into in Michigan. You can look at the title, White Voters, Non-College Degrees, Percentage over Time Voting Democratic. You can see a progression downward from 2008 to 2016, but slightly reversed in 2020. So Joe Biden did appeal to more of those, up to 42%. Now, another part of the demographic pie in Michigan, union households. How is the former vice president doing there? 61 to 37 advantage over President Trump. Again, a story about these union households in Michigan. What has it been? 67% in 2008. Again, a little bit of a decline down through 2016, bouncing back up in 2020. What can we deduce from this? That at least in Michigan, based on this exit poll data, Joe Biden did appeal to white voters with non-college degrees more than Hillary Clinton did, and to union households more than Hillary Clinton did in 2016. Not only appealing to them, but bringing them back to the Democratic side of the ledger after 3 consecutive cycles of decline.
Well, he had receipts. I mean, he was able to talk about what the Obama administration did to save the auto industry to some extent.
I think this is an important point to remind everybody about what was the blue wall, the traditional blue wall that President Trump shattered in 2016. He won the presidency with 3 states and 77,000 votes. And so if the Democrats can recapture those states, even some of them up in the Midwest, that puts Joe Biden in a different position.
Precisely. And one of the things that happened in 2016 is those 3 states Hillary Clinton was aware of, but did not aggressively defend. Right. The Biden campaign identified them, went there, and worked hard. So it's harder for President Trump to hold those states because there's now a contest. There really wasn't a contest in 2016. There was a suggested one, but the Trump campaign went in, worked hard, and narrowly won. There's now a fight in all 3 of these upper Midwest states.
And Donald Trump won the 16 votes in Michigan by only 16 electoral votes, by only 11,000 votes. So the shrinkage of the margins that Major's been talking about is all you need if it's a race like the race you had in 2016.
We have some interesting projections at this hour, some expected, and then one in the Senate. So let me bring you up to date on those. CBS News projects that President Trump has won the state of Alabama and that President Trump has won the state of North Dakota. All right, now the update on the race for control of the United States Senate. CBS News projects that the former Governor John Hickenlooper has won the state of Colorado. That is the first pickup for Democrats. Nancy Cordes.
That's right, and that is big news because this is Democrats, the first chink in the armor of the Republican majority. John Hickenlooper was too moderate for a Democratic primary electorate. He flamed out pretty early on in the presidential race, but then Democrats were able to recruit him to run for the Senate. Take a look. He's besting Cory Gardner quite easily. Cory Gardner was probably the most endangered Republican senator going into the night, and he's the first to go down after 1 term in the U.S. Senate. I want to show you something else interesting. North Carolina. Take a look at how close this race is, Nora, with about 79% of the votes counted. This is a 1-point race between the Democrat Cal Cunningham and the Republican Tom Tillis. This was the most expensive Senate race in U.S. history. $300 million spent on this race. I was talking to a friend who lives in North Carolina this morning. She said she can't turn on her TV without seeing an ad about Cal Cunningham's affair.
But didn't he have a huge lead, Cal Cunningham?
He did. He did, but Republicans started spending big in the closing weeks of this race. They felt that he was more vulnerable after that controversy arose, and so they started pouring tens of millions of dollars into the race.
And while we talk about North Carolina, can you bring us up South Carolina so we get an update on that? North Carolina, it looks like a state where Republicans really managed to turn out their vote on Election Day, and now South Carolina, another expensive race.
South Carolina, still a toss-up at this hour, Nora, and I just have to emphasize how unusual that is. Lindsey Graham is an institution in South Carolina, a three-term senator, incredibly well-known in that state, but he faced a really strong challenge from Jamie Harrison. He's just 44 years old. He's a lawyer. He's the former chair of the state Democratic Party, and he had the entire apparatus of Jim Clyburn, the legendary congressman, behind him in the state, working to get out African-American voters in particular, who now make up 30% of the electorate in that state.
Fascinating. We are in that part of the hour where we're waiting to learn how many of these battleground states go. At this point, CBS News still categorizing many of those as too close to call.
You know, I want to go back just one tiny point in Arizona, which we have leaning. If Kelly wins in Arizona and becomes a Democratic senator from Arizona, it'll be the first time they have two Democratic senators from Arizona in 70 years. And now you have Colorado with two Democratic senators. These are states. Colorado used to be a battleground state. Now it's done. It's likely to go to Joe Biden, and now has two Democratic senators.
And that is really striking because no one even thought that Kyrsten Sinema could win her Senate race 2 years ago against Martha McSally. She did, and that was probably the first sign of trouble for McSally.
All right, a lot still ahead. We're going to take a short break. Be sure to download the CBSN app to track all your local races on your phone or tablet. CBS News 2020, America Decides. We will be right back. So many of these battleground races too close to call at this hour. So let's go back to this map, essentially where Trump was in 2016.
Right. So right now we have Florida as a toss-up, we have Georgia as a toss-up, and we have North Carolina as a toss-up. But I will tell you this, Nora. The Trump campaign has been telling me for a week, Florida is going to be one, and the trend lines are decidedly in the president's favor. So let's put that in his column. Georgia, we may not know about for a day, but they also feel very good about that. North Carolina, the same way. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, the Trump campaign is right about all of that. And it holds all this part of the Sun Belt. Then you look at the upper Midwest, and we've seen in the exit poll data some potentially worrying signs. Let's take Wisconsin off the board, Michigan off the board. Still, the president's got a 10 electoral vote margin. He's still okay. Pennsylvania then becomes enormously important. And as we know, Nora, Pennsylvania, because of legal reasons, I emphasize legal reasons, may not have their vote counted until Thursday, maybe Wednesday, Thursday, maybe Friday. So Pennsylvania looms incredibly large. This upper band of the upper Midwest may prove later on in the night to be the most important, dramatic aspect of this election.
Can I raise one other scenario? Because we see that Mark, no, leave it the way it is. I like that. It's Mark Kelly. Doing really well in Arizona. The Democrats feeling confident. Let's put that into the blue column.
The blue column for Joe Biden. That gets to 269. Again, it means Pennsylvania is very important. And even if he has Michigan and Wisconsin and Arizona, he still needs something else. And if this wall for President Trump holds in Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina, then Pennsylvania becomes the central focus of tonight, the next day, and the next day.
And it makes it all the more important for Biden, if he wants to be president of the United States, to make sure that he wins these upper Midwest states that Hillary Clinton was not able to hold on to.
Exactly. And one of the great questions of this election that Republicans have been asking themselves, can the president win what he won last time with less and lose what he lost by more and still get reelected? Meaning your margin is smaller, but you still eke out a victory, even though the places you lost by greater margins. That may be playing out, except here. Upper Midwest may be the part of the night that we have to focus on. And again, with Pennsylvania, it may be a Wednesday and Thursday story as well.
And just for fun, what if North Carolina went Democratic?
What if North Carolina went Democratic? Then that definitely changes the map.
And then he wouldn't need Pennsylvania.
Even with Pennsylvania as a toss-up, and we're waiting on it, North Carolina looms incredibly large.
Really important as we continue to update that. Maybe we can pull up the North Carolina board at this hour to see exactly where North Carolina is. All indications are the Democrats had a large early vote lead. The Republicans have done well in turning out their supporters on Election Day. That's why it's too close to call for us here at CBS News.
Exactly right. Republicans said that would happen, and guess what? Indications are, hour by hour, they were more right than wrong. All
right, there's the board right there. Wow. It's close.
And fun.
It's close and fun as we continue to watch this. The other just general trend lines we're seeing across the country since you've got the exit polls, independents, right?
Right. Independents, again, in the upper Midwest, breaking toward Biden. That is a worrisome sign for the president. So I would say up here, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and even Ohio, there is some potentially worrying signs there. The president needs to hold all of that. We may get to Iowa eventually if that becomes competitive, but I would say Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, possibly Ohio loom very large, with independents, women with in suburban areas, women with college degrees as well, and men.
And last one, college-educated white women. They went for Trump in some of these key states, North Carolina,
Beginning
Georgia.
to peel away a little bit.
Beginning to peel away. All right.
Exactly.
Major Garrett.
Lots of trends.
Lots of trends. Thank you as we dive into those numbers. All right, we're going to continue to check in with our correspondents live across this country for the very latest. We've got more exit poll data coming straight ahead. Polls are about to close in 4 states, including Iowa and Nevada. We're going to take a quick break so your CBS station can get you up to speed on your local races. We'll have more also with Reince Priebus and Valerie Jarrett. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides. Welcome back to CBS News election headquarters in New York. It's coming up at 10 o'clock in the East, 7 in the West. And in a matter of seconds, the polls will close in 4 more states, including Iowa. That is one of our notable 9, the states that could decide this election. Iowa has been reliably Republican. Biden came in 4th there in the primary, but the Biden campaign believes that the state of Iowa is in play. It is still too soon to tell which way the battleground states will break tonight, and control of the United States Senate still up for grabs. An exciting finish for an unprecedented election. More than 101 million Americans having cast their ballots today. So many big issues at stake: the economy and coronavirus. And at this hour, CBS News can report that Iowa joins a long list of toss-up states. That's the, yeah. I know. We wish we could tell you more. Utah is likely for President Trump. Montana is leaning toward the president. Nevada is leaning toward Biden. This is a race for 270 electoral votes. Right now, Joe Biden leads President Trump 89 to 72. And we now have a race update at this hour. Look as the map is starting to get filled in. Right now, CBS News is going to characterize Florida as leaning toward President Trump. Anthony Salvanto is going to explain why we're characterizing it that way.
Okay, so the really Florida in some ways starts and ends right now in Miami-Dade. And the issue here is, for Joe Biden, that at 53% in this very large county where Democrats always need to do well, he's winning, but he's not winning by enough. If I compare that to what Hillary Clinton got in 2016, even as she lost the state, she got a lot more votes. So he's underperformed there. But what's really interesting is that it's one of the only counties where he has underperformed tonight. If you go county by county elsewhere and compare, let's say, Broward, right? Clinton 66, Biden 64. Okay, that's pretty comparable. Palm Beach 56, Clinton 56. So you see that pattern. Here at the desk, we look for those patterns, and that Miami-Dade is one outlier. But having said that, there's an awful lot of votes there. And so at this point, I would say Donald Trump certainly has an edge. You see the total vote there, and I'm going to do one more thing. I'm going to overlay our modeled estimate, which is what could happen if these trend lines continued. okay? And Donald Trump might still hold on. That's a modeled estimate that I'm giving you right now. So all of that points to a pretty good sign for Donald Trump in Florida right now.
All right. And his panhandle counties are coming in a little stronger. Like Escambia, Anthony, is coming in a little better for Trump than it did last time.
Yep.
So if Joe Biden is not doing well where his vote needs to come in, Donald Trump is doing a little bit better where his vote needs to come in.
Right. So see there, you get 56. I'll go back to 2016, 58. So that's about tracking right there. But it's also, I've got to add this. You can go apples to apples from county to county in those comparisons, but you also want to look at the total vote, because there's going to be more votes cast in Florida tonight than there were in 2016, and I think a big part of that is going to be the Republican turnout, which has really surged on Election Day. And one of the things we're going back and forth on here is how much of what's outstanding is Election Day and how much of it is early.
That's right. And real quick, just want to show everybody North Carolina right now, because it is razor thin in the Tar Heel state. Oh, look at that.
Yep. Very, very close. Okay, very, very, very close. And the other thing I'll do here is I'm going to overlay the model. And what I mean is we're going to take the trend lines, how Joe Biden has done compared to past Democrats, how the president has done compared to himself. I'm going to overlay that, and it just goes narrowly just a little bit more towards Joe Biden. So I'm not ready to give him a lead status yet, but it certainly is headed that way, even if by the slimmest of margins.
All right, Anthony Salvanto, thank you. Want to bring in Valerie Jarrett and Reince Priebus. They join us now. Jarrett was senior advisor to former President Barack Obama, and Reince Priebus was President Trump's chief of staff. And Valerie, let me start with you. We see Florida now leaning toward Trump. What are you hearing from the Biden campaign?
Well, it's tight, most definitely. But I think their confidence comes from states such as Michigan and Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. North Carolina would be a bonus. And so it's early, but as you said, Florida's pretty tight. And so I think that they're really banking on the states up in the upper north quarter.
Yeah. Interesting. There are still many more pathways for Biden to win the presidency early yet in the night. And Reince is former chairman of the RNC. I know you have a handle on all the numbers, too. So Trump will need more than Florida, however, to win the presidency. What are you hearing about those other upper Midwest states that the Biden campaign feels confident about?
You bet. Well, things do look good in Florida, and I've got to tell you, I mean, at this point, we're 400,000 votes ahead, still counting in the panhandle. So I think the Trump campaign, the feeling, they're starting to grin just a little bit, not a full on, but I mean, think about this. We've got Florida in the right direction. The president has Georgia in the right direction. North Carolina's too close to call, but as votes are being counted, North Carolina is moving in the right direction. They started with early vote. In Wisconsin, Trump is ahead. The president's ahead in Michigan. However, you bring up a good point. What ballots are you counting? I've been told that counties in Wisconsin are counting whatever votes they'd like to first. I've also heard that in Milwaukee, they're counting Election Day ballots first and early votes second. So there's some confusion in Wisconsin as far as what's going first and what's going second. In Ohio, the guidance from the state is that they're counting early votes first, which is why you saw Vice President Biden get up ahead of the president, and now slowly but surely that's bleeding back to the president. Look, the polls called President Trump pretty much dead and buried in almost every one of these states. Not all of them, Ohio for sure, but certainly it's moving into a direction that is much more favorable for the president than what was anticipated, and I think that trend is likely to continue. We'll see. There's a couple traps along the way. We'll see how it goes.
Valerie, do you want to add anything to that?
Well, look, I think Reince is right. It is early, and we will see. And it does matter whether or not you're counting the early vote. But I do think we should pause and say what a tremendous outpouring we had of early vote all around the country in the middle of a COVID-19 where people were worried about putting themselves in harm's way. And so the fact that we do have so many people who showed up to vote, I think speaks volumes about our country and the interest in this election.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Nora, one of the interesting things here is that one of the interesting things here is that what you're also seeing, at least early on here, okay, I understand we've got a big country, got a long way to go, but early on, what you're seeing is that this enormous high voter turnout is not hurting Trump, it's helping President Trump. So far, that's the case. The wisdom used to be that this huge higher voter turnout would help Democrats. So far, that's not the case tonight.
I want to just pull back up the board on Wisconsin because I know that you're from Kenosha, Reince, and just show that. And I know you were just there in the state, I believe, last night with the president. These early votes coming in now are the day of votes. Wisconsin is a huge mail-in state, and they are slow to count those there. So that could explain the disparity in that vote. Would you concede that, Reince?
Sure, I would definitely concede that we just don't know in Wisconsin, in Michigan, the order by which these ballots are going to be counted. There was no specific state guidance given in Wisconsin and Michigan as to how the ballots would be counted or which order they would be counted. Some states, it's clear how they're coming in because there's guidance from the state. In those two states, it's just not the case.
All right, Reince Priebus, Valerie Jarrett, thank you for those updates from both sides. We appreciate it.
Nora, I think that Valerie raises a very interesting point about the turnout. I mean, the American people are speaking up, regardless of how you're feeling about either candidate. They're speaking up because you really are looking at a case of two Americas. And I think that's what's troubling or encouraging, depending on where you're coming from. And I think, John, when you think of the two Americans, what are we looking at here?
Well, on some issues, like let's say the most important issue to most people, which is coronavirus, or at least the polls that showed that coming into Election Day, you see people who see it as a public health issue, and then you see others who believe it's a part of personal liberty, that they shouldn't have their personal liberty infringed on by the state, and that as a result of that infringement, the economy has gone into the tank. And so it's not just a question of economy versus health. It gets at these very, very, very basic elements of personal freedom that President Trump put his finger on in 2016 and has a connection with his voters that goes right to that, and that is at the heart of American.
But I was also thinking about the two different types of men. I mean, these are two different types of men that put on two very different campaigns, and America is responding, seeing, it seems, on both sides.
And that's why everybody is tuning in. They want to know how those voters are going to, who's going to turn out and ultimately win this presidency tonight, because it is about a contest of values. It is a contest of character. It is a contest about the direction that we want to head in this country. And that's why people are still watching and nervous at home, waiting for us. And that's why we're giving you every single detail we have as we can.
When we talk about,
You've heard people say that democracy's on the ballot. Democracy.
Well, and democracy is working really, really well, by the way. We've got lots of people voting. We're this far into the night without having to break into some. I mean, democracy has won really well in this process. But we were talking about if you look at where President Trump is strong with basically blue-collar voters, people who think their future is better in his hands. He's going to fight for them. He's not going to sign up for these bad trade deals. Then you see white college women who are leaving the president and going to Joe Biden. They think their future of their kids and is going to be worse under President Trump, and they find him offensive. So those are the two Americas when you think about not how one group splits between the two, but how each candidate has power in different groups.
Nora, I just wanted to flag for you, because Florida is such an important state, that Homeland Security, which has been doing regular briefings, is acknowledging an internet outage in Osceola County, Florida, but said it has been resolved because they're actually driving the results from there to another location. So if some of that data is pokey and coming in, perhaps that's a factor. But their Secretary of State had said that there was a lot of cyber activity that has been detected, but Homeland Security saying their defense has worked.
The big story tonight is, of course, the huge unprecedented turnout and, of course, the slow counting in some places like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. And I want to bring in and check in with our CBS News election law expert, David Becker. David, you heard what Reince Priebus was saying about the vote counts in the upper Midwest. Clarify, if you could, what we know.
So what's happening is when someone goes in on Election Day to vote in the polling places in states, those go right into scanners, and they're ready to report out very shortly after the polls close. But specifically in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, all of the early and absentee ballots, they were stacking up, and they could only start being processed today. And by processing, that means they're reviewing the outside of the envelope. Once they've validated the ballot, they remove the ballot from the envelope, and only then can it go into a scanner. So there's going to be a natural delay in reporting a lot of those early and absentee ballots in those 3 states, whereas we're going to get the Election Day votes earlier in all 3 states.
David, I have a question about our whole system and ballot counting and how we vote. This just seems insane to me that we're sitting here 3 hours later, 4 hours later, and we can't get we can't get a count. Do you ever envision a day where there's a uniform count in this country?
Well, it certainly would be nice. We do have to remember that we're trying to count 150 million or so ballots in just a few hours, and that's really hard to do in a process that's being run by millions of volunteers. But, you know, the advantage that states like Florida, for instance, have, and North Carolina, is that the laws in those states allow those ballots to be processed, the early and mail ballots to be processed prior to Election Day. So they were ready to go. We're going to get results, nearly complete results from those states tonight, whereas Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, they didn't have laws that were as flexible and amenable for election officials to process these earlier.
All right, David Becker, thank you. And as he points out, done by volunteers, maybe 150 million votes. Democracy takes time. It does not mean that the process is rigged or that there's something or fraud going on. It just takes time to do that. Also, an update for you right now. CBS News can now characterize Texas as leaning toward President Trump. There's a lot more to come, including projections and the state of the race. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides. Welcome back. I know you want to know what I want to know, which is what's happening in those battleground states. So let's go now to Anthony Salvanto first. The state of North Carolina. This was a state that Republicans shouldn't have to worry about. There was just one time Barack Obama won it in 2008 by just a narrow margin, but it is a battleground state tonight, and look at those numbers.
Razor tight in the counted vote. You actually see the numbers updating as they come in live here at the decision desk. The story here, okay, 88% of expected vote counted. That's still 706,000 ballots left. But the thing is, we always look at what does the trailing candidate need to catch the other one. Well, anytime you see this hovering around 50%, that's easy to do, right? Especially in a close race. So there's no way you can project that race. And then let me show you this in Georgia down here, which is also very tight. And here's why. The raw counted vote, you see the president up. But the model estimates that Joe Biden could take the lead. And the reason that it does that, I'll very clearly show you what happens here. I'm going to go to DeKalb County. It's a very large county. And look at this. Only 2,000 votes in, only 1,000 votes in. For the president, if I show you this, only 1% of the vote has been counted. So we know it's a Democratic county. The model can incorporate that, but we need to see the votes actually counted to see if that adds up. And that's why the race.
Just a few seconds. Can you show us Arizona? Because there's new numbers coming in the state of Arizona.
There are indeed. The place to watch in Arizona is Maricopa County. So far, Joe Biden with a lead. He would need to lead it in order to win it.
All right. And if you were watching 60 Minutes on Sunday, you know that John Dickerson was just there and had quite a story. And so when we come back, he's going to fill us in on what's changing in Arizona, why that's a state that the Democrats think that they could flip blue. We're going to take a short break. Be sure to download the CBS News app to track all your local races on your phone or your tablet. CBS News 2020, America Decides. We'll be right back. And welcome back. The votes just coming in to Arizona, a state that the Democrats hope to flip. And that would be a change from the 2016 map, rather, if Joe Biden could pull off a win there. So much changing in that state. We want to bring in CBS's Jamie Yuccas because she joins us from the battleground state of Arizona. Jamie?
That's Nora. There were 2.3 million early votes that were cast here in Arizona. That was a record this year for 2020. Now, this is a state that does mail-in voting very, very well. They've done it since the 90s, so they're well used to this type of thing. And so is the Secretary of State when they go to look at those early ballots. They've been counting them for the last 2 weeks. About an hour ago, they put them through all the machines, got them secured and over to the state where it looks like Joe Biden is leading 54% to 44%. Now, the interesting thing here is that Maricopa County carries about 60% of the state vote. So the presidential candidate who wins Arizona has to win Maricopa County. That includes places like Phoenix, where I'm at here in Chandler, Arizona, and Scottsdale. An interesting point I want to show you right now is that this is a Republican watch party here in Chandler, Arizona. None of these chairs have been full throughout the night tonight. Many people saying that, well, people were still voting in line. We think there are about 1 million more people who went to vote today. We've seen were about 400 people at the close of polling that were waiting in line at many different precincts around the Phoenix area to try to get their votes in. But it doesn't look like it would be enough to tip Maricopa County back to President Trump at this point in time, but we'll have to see. Now, there are two different shifts that have happened here in Maricopa County. One is the suburban woman voter that you guys have been talking about in studio tonight, and also young voters who have moved from more liberal places like California, as well as that Latino vote. 31% of the population in Arizona is Latino.
Thank you, Jamie.
Nora.
And we're going to take a quick break so your local CBS station can get you up to speed on your local races. We'll be right back. "2020, America decides." This is your night, and welcome back to CBS News Election Headquarters in Times Square. We're watching the returns come in from 44 states where the polls have closed across America. Let's take a look at the states we've been calling the notable 9 all night that may decide this election. Right now, Florida is the only of those notable 9 that we have leaning toward President Trump. All the others, North Carolina, Georgia, Ohio, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Iowa, those are all toss-ups. All right, let's check on the race to 270 electoral votes. And in that, Joe Biden leads 89 to 72. You might feel like it's late at home, 10:30 p.m. on the East Coast, but it is early on election night. Lots more votes to be counted because there is such an unprecedented vote out there. So the count just coming in.
And you know it's early because of those notable 9, only Florida is the one that has any tinge of color to it. In all those states the president's defending, they're all toss-ups still, even though a lot of votes have come in.
Right. And you guys know part of the fun of election night is watching the states tick off so you can watch the red turn to blue or blue turn to red, and you're pulling for your candidate. And to hear it still early as we sit here at 10:30. When does it become late, Nora? Midnight, 1 a.m.,
I'm no longer on the morning schedule.
Yes, I know. I know.
But you're usually asleep by now.
In 2016, it was, what, 2:45
Yes,
in
we
the
were
morning?
here till 2:30.
That's
I remember
right.
That. I remember that
do
well.
remember there were some hamburgers involved late in the middle of the night. But let me, as we were all together then. John, let's talk about Arizona, because that's a state where some of the vote is coming in. And I know you did that piece for 60 Minutes because it is unique in so many ways.
Well, it is, and it's changing. And that's what makes Arizona interesting. It's one of these states where Democrats hope, it's at the edge of their hopes. Of course, Georgia and North Carolina are too, but 300 new people a day move into Maricopa County. It's the #1 county in the country in size. When Donald Trump won it, it was the biggest county he won in 2016. So that's why Jamie was focusing on Maricopa County. But the important thing to remember about Arizona is while it looks like Joe Biden's got a lead, they count a lot of votes early. There are votes on Election Day. And as we've seen on the East Coast, the president's doing better on Election Day than in the mail-in vote. So if anybody wants to get their hopes up about Arizona moving from being a red Republican state to blue, you've got a lot of waiting to do.
Hey, John, how about that endorsement from Cindy Biden?
Cindy McCain.
Cindy McCain, yes. Yes, it's still Dr. Joe Biden. See, it is late.
Yeah.
I've been up since 3:24, Nora. This is late. But let's rewind. Let's go back to Cindy McCain's endorsement of Joe Biden, longtime family friend,
right?
But certainly on the other side of the aisle. Do you think that made a difference? She said, I hope that women will take a look and step over the line as I did.
We'll see. I mean, there are two parts of the Cindy McCain endorsement that are interesting. One is she said suburban women look at Donald Trump and they don't feel secure. Remember, the president was saying, I'll keep you safe.
Yes.
Don't worry about my personality. She said it's his personality that makes people feel unsafe.
Yes.
That's one of the conversations going on tonight as we talk about white, college-educated women and them turning to Joe Biden and away from President Trump. The second thing is there's a change in the Republican Party in Arizona. They see their future with Donald Trump. Jeff Flake was bounced out of the party, essentially.
And endorsed Biden.
And Cindy McCain said, I didn't leave the Republican Party, it left me. Of course, the Republican Party says, well, which of our policies do you disagree with? If you just disagree with Donald Trump, well, that's a personality thing, but we still promote the same things. That's the debate going on inside Arizona.
Nora, stand by. Yes, we have. Thank you,
another.
Margaret. Yes, CBS News has a projection at this hour, and that Joe Biden is the winner in the state of New Hampshire. Donald Trump had made a couple visits to try and win over voters there, but this is a state that is going to be in Joe Biden's column tonight, and those 4 electoral votes. And there is the national map at this hour. It is early yet, and not a lot of those electoral votes on the board just yet because of those notable 9 that we talked about, those states that are in white, outlined in black. Those will decide this election tonight. Florida, we have now leaning Trump. It could still flip back, but at this point we have it leaning Trump. Want to bring in our chief congressional correspondent, Nancy Cordes, because the other big story, battle for control of the United States Senate.
Yes, Nora, and we do have some news to report. The first and probably the only Republican pickup in the Senate for the night. CBS News is now projecting that Doug Jones will lose his Senate seat in the very red state of Alabama. He's going to be losing to Tommy Tuberville, who's a former Auburn football coach endorsed by the president, who campaigned for him. But Jones could get a consolation prize if Vice President Biden wins the presidency, because he's been discussed as a possible cabinet pick. Another big piece of news to report in the Lone Star State, Democratic hopes dashed there as well, because John Cornyn, we can project, will be the winner, and he will pick up a 4th term. Democrats had high hopes for the former military helicopter pilot MJ Hagar, but we're now projecting that John Cornyn is going to keep his seat. You'll recall that he sensed that he might need to create a little distance between himself and the president. He saw the president's poor poll numbers, and so he did an interview a couple of weeks ago where he said that his relationship with Mr. Trump was kind of like when you get married and you think you're going to be able to change your husband, but after 4 years or so, you realize you're not going to.
Yes, I know that. I know that tune. But
Wait, do you think that President Trump will remember this?
I'm sure he seems to always remember when a member of Congress says something negative about him. But in this case, clearly John Cornyn was looking at the polls. They were neck and neck for Joe Biden and Donald Trump in Texas. And he thought, I need to show I am not in lockstep with Donald Trump, even though he has, for the most part, been over the past 4 years.
Stand by. We have an important race update right now. CBS News is now characterizing Arizona as leaning toward Biden. Now, this is a lean. It can change. But we want to check in with Anthony Salvanto, because this is a state that Donald Trump won in 2016. It is something that Joe Biden had wanted to add to the Democratic column as a safety against some of the other states. Explain what we're seeing, Anthony.
Part of a larger story across the Sun Belt, where a lot of these states that the president won pretty comfortably in 2016 are now in play. Okay, so Arizona at the moment in our models, this is why it's a lean, not a projection, in our models has Biden up. And a lot of that comes from, John, as you well know, Maricopa County. Now, this is where a majority of the votes are going to be cast in the state. And at the moment, you see Joe Biden with a lead. Well, if you get a lead in a place where the majority of the votes are going to be cast, that helps out. And then the other thing I'll show you, as we're always watching tonight, is what's been counted and what's outstanding. Yes, still 400,000 votes to go, but You know, what we want to see here is, can Donald Trump make up the margin? At this point on the trend lines, it could be difficult for him. So that's why I want to just lean it for the moment. But that's where we are in Arizona, all about Maricopa County. We'll watch it going forward.
And why we are characterizing this state as lean Biden also has to do with what we're hearing from the exit polls in some of those voters. So I want to check in with Major Garrett about why people voted the way they did.
Exactly, Nora. There are two pieces of demographic data from Arizona that I think reveal why Anthony just moved this to a lean Biden. And again, this is exit poll data collected not just day of, but for those who voted early in person and who voted by mail and were then called by the exit poll surveyors. So let's go first to 65 and older in Arizona. Joe Biden leading President Trump 52 to 47. Donald Trump won this demographic group in Arizona by 13 points in 2016. So that is an 18-point swing in favor of the former vice president. Let's look at women in Arizona, our second board. Joe Biden, 53 to 44 over President Trump. Hillary Clinton won women in Arizona by 4 percentage points in the exit polls of 2016. So for women, he's doing better. That is to say, the former vice president. And among seniors, he's doing better. But I want to tell the table this, and I don't know if you're picking this up from your Democratic sources. I would describe this as a rare glimmer of good news. I'm hearing from more and more Democrats, they are feeling concerned about the way this map is moving and that the president's assurance that his voters would show up on Election Day is proving true, not just in Florida, but other places. And they are increasingly concerned about the trend lines they're seeing in day of turnout.
And there are still Republican voters in line in Maricopa County, according to some of our producers out there. But one other good glimmer of hope for Biden in Arizona overall, he's leading among independents, 52 to 39%, another example of him potentially drawing them over. But you're right, at this point, Biden campaign much more looking at that blue wall as they try to restore it, believing that their fortunes may rest up.
The early idea that Florida, Georgia, North Carolina would fall early is becoming less and less something that the Biden campaign is not only banking on, but even some sort of squinting look at the data and saying, well, it's maybe still possible. They are beginning to rule that out more and more as I hear from people and having to shift their focus entirely to Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin.
But you remember, Major, one of the most moving stories during the convention was the young woman from Arizona who talked about her father, who died of COVID, who I think she said...
He was a Trump supporter.
He was a big Trump supporter and said his only problem, his only pre-existing condition was trusting Donald Trump, and she says, turned her pain into purpose.
And one other thing I've picked up in the last half hour, even though trending in Arizona toward Biden, there is some concern in Biden world about Nevada. And that was one thing the Trump campaign said would offset Arizona if they got wobbly there. So I just want to put that on the table.
And there has been concern about Nevada among Democrats for quite some time. That's a very difficult state given the economic condition of it. It relies on tourism. It's been struggling. And its politics rely on people actually having a job and being members of the unions out there in the hospitality industry, and they've struggled to be able to mobilize people. So it is a big possibility that Nevada could be closer than expected.
All right, so we're at that point of the night where people are saying, should I brew myself a pot of coffee?
Yes.
Yes.
Join us.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Answer yes.
Do it.
And could you bring some pizza?
Lots
I'm ready
more
to eat
ahead.
the table.
And at this hour, CBS News projects that President Trump has won Utah. That is a reliably Republican state there. There is a lot more still ahead. More poll closings, projections, and the state of the race. You're watching CBS News 2020. America decides. CBS News projects President Trump has won the state of Louisiana. Also want to update you and show you again the state of Arizona, which CBS News at this hour, there's the vote tally in Louisiana. And then Arizona, CBS News is characterizing this as lean Biden at this hour. So what does that mean? We want to help put this all in context. And so Major Garrett is here with us on the what happens if board. Because really, Arizona was a red state in 2016.
Yes, so let's remember, everyone set where we start. 306, that's where Donald Trump was at the end of 2016. We assume he's going to win Florida. Every projection suggests that. Georgia, we don't know, but it's leaning that way. North Carolina, very, very slight, but trending. So let's just assume for the sake of argument for this moment right now, all those stay in the Trump column. Let's move Arizona over here. Okay, that takes down to 295 still. plenty of room. Pennsylvania, we're not going to know tonight in all likelihood, so let's put that in the toss-up category. The president's still fine. And as I just mentioned, let's say Republicans flip Nevada and put that in the Trump category and take it out. Well, then he's got a little bit more room. So again, as we discussed earlier, increasingly, Nora, the focus tonight is going to be on Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. But I have just been talking to someone with the Biden campaign, and they are somewhat concerned about day of turnout in Wisconsin and Michigan, wondering if they're going to be able to win those states in the way that this map now tells them they have to win to be competitive enough to get over 270. So that's a storyline worth keeping in mind for the rest of the night.
Explain that, because in speaking to senior advisors to the Biden campaign earlier tonight, they told me they were feeling really good, not only about Arizona, but also these upper Midwest states. They said because they had banked so much in the early vote, they knew how many people had turned in their ballots ahead of time or had voted early if it was possible in that state. The Trump folks always said, you know what? Our people like to show up on Election Day, and they will. The Biden people said, well, they would have to win by 60%. Are they doing that? Do we know?
There is concern. They're not in any way, shape, or form, Nora, and I don't want to give anyone the impression that the Biden campaign is throwing in any towels, but they are looking at day of turnout, and they're seeing trend lines that are somewhat worrisome. And this is all about campaign modeling and what you assume. And there was an assumption in the Biden campaign that Trump voters would not come out and come in at 66, 67, 68% margins over that day of turnout for Joe Biden.
Right.
That hasn't happened yet, but there are some worrisome indications.
Okay, let's just, since it's what happens if, let's just put those back in the, put them in, make them blue.
Okay, make them
that
blue,
upper Midwest,
right.
Make them blue. And then you see it all comes down essentially to Pennsylvania. And that's one of the things we're going to be talking about tonight, because as you pointed out, they didn't start counting Pennsylvania until today.
Right.
The Secretary of State had said it could take days to actually find out the tally.
And here's one thing I want the audience to understand about Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. All three of the Democratic governors in those states wanted to be able to process ballots that were mailed in ahead of time, but the Republican legislatures did not allow that to happen. So the reason that these ballots are going to be counted later is because there could not be an agreement between a Democratic governor and a Republican legislature in those three states. That's something we need to have on the record.
The closer it gets, the more it ends up just relying on one or two states. I think the more likelihood there's going to be a lot of legal challenges from both sides.
There very well could be.
All right, we've still got a lot ahead. We're going to take a short break, and be sure to download the CBSN app to track all your local races on your phone or your tablet. CBS News 2020, America Decides. We'll be right back. CBS News now projects Joe Biden has won the state of Illinois. But at this hour, of those notable 9 battleground states that we have been watching all night, almost all of them are still toss-ups at this hour. We have Florida leaning towards Trump, and we have Arizona leaning towards Biden, but the rest of them, we want to learn more. So let's bring in our elections director, Anthony Salvanto, at the Election Data Center. Anthony?
Take you back again to North Carolina, which we've been watching so close all night. Look at that. Very, very, very tight margin there. I'm going to go county by county here in North Carolina, starting with these very Democratic areas. I'm going to look at Raleigh County, 64% for Joe Biden, 57% for Hillary Clinton. So he's improved on her margins there. 87% in. There's still some more vote to come. So if that keeps accruing to Joe Biden's advantage, he could add to his statewide vote totals there. Okay. Then I'm also going to look outside at Durham. Again, 80% for Joe Biden. He's got to do well there. A little bit of an edge over Hillary Clinton's margins. So he's keeping pace or doing better in the Democratic counties where he needs to. So a couple of other places we'll be watching, but overall, I want to show you statewide, we're looking at 91% in, not many ballots left to count, okay? In the case of Durham anyway, 91% in, And we're going to look as we go statewide throughout this. I'm going to show you one final time the model estimate, which is where we kind of fill in the gaps with the trend lines where they are. So 48.8 for Biden, and then I'm going to overlay that. It could go to 50.2 for Biden if the Democratic trends continue. That is a big if.
Anthony, North Carolina will accept ballots up until the 12th.
Yeah.
They're postmarked
That's
by
right.
today.
Look,
so there's outstanding.
Yeah, so this is so tight when you look at the total outstanding vote right now, 5.7 million, so that will be a much higher turnout than they saw in 2016. 410 we think are outstanding. How many of those are in the mail, still to be counted? That part is unknown and could be determinative.
You know, as you point out about that, of all these tight races, North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Iowa, they're all toss-ups, but guess what? They all accept ballots after today. This is according to one of our campaign embeds, Cara Corte. So as you point out, that's why if this gets tight and tight, there's going to be a lot of legal challenges.
Yeah. There may be, and it could go on longer and longer. We're also seeing from one of our embeds a note saying that in Philadelphia, the city of Philadelphia, they're going to stop counting mail-in ballots until tomorrow. This was part of their plan, but it's interesting because it's not just those 7 counties that we had anticipated. It's also a very large city with very large.
But that's an important point you're making, Nora, about the ballots. Number one, they have to be postmarked, and the president has made it very clear he doesn't think it's fair that anyone should accept ballots after November 3rd. He doesn't think it should run that way, and he's made it very clear.
Does that include military people? Because most military people, and there are hundreds of thousands who are serving overseas, whose ballots won't be counted on election night. So that would disenfranchise many members of the United States military.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right, and we are going to have updates about this. We should note to everyone that we've never called a presidential, been able to certify a presidential election before midnight. That just doesn't happen. We usually have late nights. That doesn't mean anything's wrong. Polls are about to close on the West Coast. We're going to take a quick break so your local CBS stations can get you up to speed. Welcome back to CBS News Election Night Headquarters. It's coming up on 11 o'clock in the east, 8 o'clock in the west. The polls are closing in 4 western states, including California. And here's the state of the race right now. CBS News projects President Trump has won these states: Indiana, Oklahoma, Kentucky, Tennessee, West Virginia, Arkansas, North Dakota, South Dakota, Alabama, South Carolina, and Utah. Joe Biden has won Vermont, Delaware, Massachusetts, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Maryland, Colorado, New Hampshire, Illinois, plus Washington, D.C. Most of the notable 9 states that could decide the election still toss-ups, but Florida leaning toward President Trump. We expected a tight race, and we're just getting started. And at this hour, CBS News can project that Joe Biden has won California and its 55 electoral votes. Also the home state of Senator Kamala Harris, his running mate. Biden is also likely to win Oregon and Washington state. President Trump is likely to win Idaho. The electoral vote stands at Biden 168, President Trump 86. You need 270 to win the presidency. Well, the map finally has filled in, except for some of those notable 9 states that we said in the beginning it would be all down to that. For folks at home who have opened up a caffeinated beverage or
an alcoholic one.
We're looking at those states, and the reason they are so close at this hour is because so many people turned out, and we're waiting for some of the vote count to come in.
Right, and one of the storylines of the evening has been that the Democrats voted early and in great and big numbers, and then the president's voters came out on Election Day and voted in great big numbers. And the vote is quite close in North Carolina, and then in Georgia, it's also taken them a little while to get the votes in, and there's some Gwinnett County has only got 17% of the vote in, which is not very much. So that's also part of a little bit of a slowness there.
What cities are Gwinnett County, John? When you say
it's suburban Atlanta.
It's suburban Atlanta.
Okay. Just outside Atlanta. It's the.
I didn't know where it was. Where was it?
It's
suburban
the idea
Atlanta.
that that's where a lot of the population growth is right
Yeah.
around Atlanta. Let's take a wider aperture here. And Ed, I know you were talking to both campaigns, as I am as well, in between these breaks, emailing, and some people are wondering, well, if Biden can't win Florida, if it's getting close in North Carolina and Georgia, has this closed his path to the presidency? What are you hearing?
No, not necessarily. If you talk to Biden campaign aides right now, they remain hopeful that they can flip Arizona. Would be the first time that Democrats have won it since 1992. They also believe that they will ultimately prevail in Michigan and Wisconsin. But those are two of those big states with a lot of absentee ballots. They're going to take a little while to vote because of the pandemic and the fact that voting was kind of lopsided this year. A lot of it came early. If they don't get Florida, if they don't get Pennsylvania, there is still a path, they believe, but it involves a combination of Arizona and restoring the big blue wall in the upper Midwest. And right now in North Carolina, the Biden campaign says it all comes down to Wake County, North Carolina. There's just a small percentage left in one of that state's bigger counties. They're not quite sure whose vote it is to be had, but if it goes their way, they may just eke out a win in North Carolina. So, look, this is the scenario that we knew could happen, that we'd be waiting for a while for big states to turn in their ballots. And for now, a lot of it rests on these remaining 7 of the 9 that we're tracking that aren't leaning in either direction.
So let's take a look then at the map, because Major Garrett is over there. If the Biden campaign is telling us they feel very good about Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, map that out for us.
So again, I always start this map in these scenarios with where the president ended in 2016, 306 electoral votes. We've got Arizona, a lean Biden, so let's put that in the category. We're going to assume for right now in this scenario, again, this is what the Trump campaign tells us and what is so far the numbers have played out. Let's say Florida, Georgia, North Carolina hold for the president, even though they might hold narrowly. So you take Arizona, that gets Joe Biden to 243. You put Wisconsin there, you put Michigan there, you put Pennsylvania there. That's more than enough. But you would need all 3 and Arizona. You take Pennsylvania out, it's 269. It's not nearly enough. So you have to have all 3 of those if you can't crack through in North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. And the one thing I will say about Florida, the Trump campaign said to me yesterday, if we win Florida by more than 2%, that means our modeling will be solid there, and we believe that modeling will be solid in Georgia, North Carolina, and everywhere else. Well, they're on pace to do even better than that. And every election at the presidential level is about knowing your model, knowing your voters, and knowing what they're going to do. And at this hour, at least in these early states, Georgia, North Carolina, and Florida, the Trump modeling is holding up.
And isn't it entirely possible, Major, that Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, the path to a Biden presidency, remain white or not called tonight because they're counting the vote so slowly?
Meaning not called, meaning they could be off the board in terms of allocations. That doesn't mean anyone is where they need to be. The president would go to 249, Joe Biden would be at 243, and it would be a waiting game.
And Margaret, you were reporting something about the city of Philadelphia, which is usually a Democratic stronghold, and the counting of ballots there.
Yes, and our David Becker, who we were consulting with earlier, has been speaking to officials that they expect a midnight update, but they have decided to hold off on counting mail-in ballots until tomorrow morning. So additional ballots there will be on hold. This is part of a plan. However, it's notable because it is such a substantial population center, and it is one of these states more broadly that we are waiting on. Nora, it's also interesting that the Trump campaign is sending out fundraising emails, according to our Nicole Skenga, saying they're not going to call the race. So they're setting the table to their supporters that somehow the reason we're not announcing decisions as to how the states are leaning has something to do with some sort of conspiracy there. And it's not. It's because of what you are describing with the pokiness, as John puts it, of the tallying due to
But did they give any
ballots.
reason why they're going to start counting ballots on such a critical night while everyone's waiting?
According to what we are hearing here from our embeds and from Becker, that it's part of the plan. We will know more, hopefully, between midnight and 1 a.m. as to
My
what's
guess
going
is it's
on.
probably a labor issue.
Well,
I mean,
not
you have
only
people
that,
been working all day.
Not only that, remember, they're allowing voters up to 3 days to turn in their ballots, so there's no real hard deadline if you've got 3 more days to go.
Or if I can interject something real quick, I want to talk about North Carolina for just a second because it's very close. Let me put that in the toss-up category, and here's why. If it's really, really close in North Carolina, the legislature decided that if your ballot was postmarked by Election Day, it could arrive and be legally counted 9 days after. The Supreme Court said that's fine, and they permitted that 9-day window to continue because the Supreme Court said that's a legislative decision and they are going to defer to that. So if North Carolina is razor thin for 9 days, if your ballot is postmarked by Election Day, it can still be legally counted. I don't want to suggest we're going to have to wait 9 days in North Carolina, but that is the law, and the U.S. Supreme Court let it stand.
Okay, we've called New Hampshire, I believe, already for Biden.
Yeah, I'm talking about North Carolina.
No, I know, but on your map, I don't think it's fully blue.
Oh, well, yes, that's right.
Okay.
There you go.
All right, we are going to check in with our election laws expert, David Becker, in just a second, but want to get a report from Michigan and Detroit where, I'm sorry, well, there's David Becker right there, so let me talk to you while we have it. Just to be clear, no state ever reports final results on election night, and no state is legally expected to, correct?
That's it. That's exactly right. There's all of the results we're getting tonight are unofficial. All of them are partial. That's because in many states, they're still allowing some ballots to come in. In almost every state, for instance, military ballots are still coming in. And they're still going to reconcile and make sure and validate all of the counts from every precinct. That's going to happen in the weeks ahead. But for instance, in Pennsylvania, it is exactly a labor issue. They only started processing them today. We do expect another update between midnight and 1 a.m. There might be somewhere between 20 and 40,000 ballots that are absentee ballots that are reported out from Philadelphia at that point. And then we're going to get some more into tomorrow as they just count them as fast as they can.
Yeah, the president essentially saying that all votes have to be counted on Election Day. That has never been true. It just takes time to count all of the ballots, including those that come from overseas. If you could, though, David, lay out this scenario, because we know now that all the votes won't be counted in Pennsylvania. What about the upper Midwest? If this race comes down to the upper Midwest in Pennsylvania?
Well, we're still going to have to wait. I mean, Michigan is still counting ballots. Wisconsin is still counting ballots. A lot of the major areas, particularly Milwaukee in Wisconsin, Wayne County in Michigan, there are lots of outstanding ballots still to count there. That's going to happen through the night and perhaps into tomorrow again as the election workers process as many as they can. And they've only been able to start in most places today. And in some cases in Michigan only, they were able to start yesterday. So they've got a lot of ballots still to count.
What are some of the potential legal challenges that President Trump and his team could mount?
Well, I mean, they could try to stop the count, but I think that'd be a frivolous lawsuit. This is a process that's been tried and true throughout our entire history. We allow these things to happen. They are processing more mail and absentee ballots than they've ever seen, millions in all 3 of those states. These are not states that have traditionally seen a lot of mail balloting in the past. So we've got to let that process play out. My expectation is that the election officials and the courts will allow that process to play out. And then if the margin is razor thin, as we might see in some places, then we get into the really meaty litigation that might govern whether or not Vice President Biden or President Trump has won those states.
John Dickerson has a question for you.
David, I have speaking of meaty litigation, Major was just talking about North Carolina and the idea that you can mail in your ballot and it can be counted if it's postmarked many days after Election Day. Is it useful to think about the universe of possible ballots that might be in the mail as the difference between the number of ballots that were requested and then the number of ballots that have been returned, in which case in North Carolina, that's about 200,000 for Democrats. Is that the universe we're talking about here potentially for Democrats who are behind in North Carolina right now?
Right, that's the potential universe. I don't expect that all of them have been returned. There's always going to be some people who request a mail ballot and don't return it. But it's likely, since they had to specifically request them, and a lot of those people would, and they might have gotten in today and are still not been reported out, or might be coming in the days ahead. And especially whenever we get to a razor-thin margin of hundreds of votes or just a few thousand, then it's really important to let the state law kind of take precedence here and let the ballots be counted and let the professionals do that.
All right, David Becker, thank you. We're going to continue to touch base with you as we wait for the vote count in some of those states. Also want to bring in CBS's Janet Shamlian. She joins us now from Detroit, and she's been speaking with voters all day. And Janet, what are you hearing?
Nora, good evening. First, let me set the scene for you. We are at Ford Field in Detroit. This is a vote collection center, and it's very busy right now. 16 electoral votes at stake, as we know. This state had the slimmest margin of victory for President Trump in 2016, less than 11,000 votes. Now, we just heard an update from the Secretary of State, and what she is telling us is that her prediction, her original prediction that all votes would be counted by November 6th, is now not outdated, that they will now have all votes counted within the next 24 hours. And we're also learning some critical piece of information that 92% of the absentee ballots requested have been returned. Now, that breaks well for Biden because it's believed that the majority of mail-in ballots were Democratic voters. The Republicans were counting on turnout today here in Michigan, and we're hearing that there were lines, but not the long lines that some had predicted. So what happens now is, as I said, the votes are coming in here. We're expecting to hear sometime tonight or tomorrow, but it will not be a Thursday or Friday event. Everybody is watching Macomb County here. That's a blue-collar county here in the Detroit area, and it is a bellwether, really. It went for Obama in 2012, for Trump in 2016, and then it voted for the Democratic governor, Gretchen Whitmer, in 2018. So we'll have to see what Macomb County does. The other county to watch is Kent County, and that is in West Michigan, a conservative community. Both parties going after the African-American vote here. Senator Kamala Harris was here today. Her last two stops of the 2020 campaign were here in the Detroit area.
I just want to underline that point real quickly, that reporting that you had. The Secretary of State is telling you what about when they expect the full vote to be counted?
So they originally predicted Thursday or Friday to have everything counted. Now they are saying that they've had so few problems, they expect to have all ballots counted day of and absentee ballots in the next 24 hours. Tomorrow at this time or earlier.
Janet Shamlian, really interesting. We should remember, Michigan is the state that Trump won by the slimmest of all margins, just 10,000 votes. It is the same state that President Obama and former Vice President Joe Biden made their first joint appearance together in order to drive up the vote there, particularly in Detroit. So interesting to hear that new deadline to have when the votes will be counted by.
When she started the sentence, I thought she was going to say the delay is longer, not shorter. Yeah. So that's really good news.
Based on conversations I'm having with Democrats across the country, based on a lot of the data we're beginning to see, I think we are entering that phase where this is going to continue into a few days now, because you have the big states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, outstanding. The balance of who wins this is dependent on those ones. And if we already know that it's going to be several days for the count, we may be sitting here now looking at election days and not necessarily just one election night.
In terms of the trend in Michigan, from our CBS data here and our Jen DePinto, Biden has been making inroads there with those white voters lacking a college degree, eating into that Trump coalition from 2016. So interesting to note that.
A very good point. We have a race update right now. CBS's news is now characterizing Ohio as leaning toward President Trump. This is a state he won by a large margin 4 years ago. CBS News can also now project that President Trump has won Mississippi. And President Trump has won Missouri. And President Trump has won the state of Kansas. Let's bring in Elections Director Anthony Salvanto at our data center. And Anthony, we're all wondering, tell us about those states that are so close that could decide the presidency.
Okay, well, first off, let me show you Ohio, which we have decided is lean Trump. This is his raw vote count, 53-45. If I model it, which is to say I overlay which way the trends are going, that lead holds up, 52.8 over Joe Biden. This, of course, was on the wish list for the Biden campaign. It always was, at best, maybe a tie. So there, it looks like Joe Biden has fallen short in a lot of the counties in and around Cleveland, short of what his margins would have needed to be. Let me also take you then to Wisconsin. Now, we're very, very early in the vote count here. Just to make that point, this is the expected vote at 3.6 million. 43% of it has been counted so far. So we have a really long way to go. In fact, if I just tap on Milwaukee here, okay, this is a place Democrats need to do very well. I'm going to light up how many have been counted. You still see hundreds of thousands of outstanding votes. So to your point about maybe this taking a really long time, we can model this. We can say, okay, these are Democratic areas that haven't yet reported, and therefore, based on the exit polls, this is a tight race, but we're still waiting to see vote count from a lot of counties like that, Nora.
Really, really interesting. So this is, John is calling this the chapter 2 of the night, which is the Arizona and upper Midwest. Sorry to if I'm not mischaracterizing. Can we go back to chapter 1?
Yeah.
Chapter 1 is North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. Let's just find out what's happening right now in Georgia.
Okay.
We'll go back to.
So Georgia, the story is, we started out the night talking about Atlanta Metro. And we told that story not just because it's important to Georgia, but because it was telling the larger story of changing metropolitan areas in the South. Phoenix is another one. Well, when we look at DeKalb, okay, very little of that vote is actually in, only 24%. So the vote models right now are incorporating that as possibly a Democratic county, but we don't see the votes there yet. Might be a while. Let's look at another one. I'm going to take you in here, and we'll go to Fulton County. Okay, this is starting to come in a little bit, but only about half. 282,000 ballots still outstanding. So we've got a long way to go maybe in Georgia, too.
Okay, we're going to continue to look into what's happening in those states. More information straight ahead as the votes are counted. We'll back in with our correspondents live all across America. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides. Time now to find out what the campaigns are thinking. Let's turn to Weijia Zhang at the White House, where President Trump is watching returns. Weijia, what are you hearing?
Nora, the crowd here at the White House has not seen the president yet, but they are anticipating a visit anytime because we are told the mood is celebratory and getting more excited, especially because they are already claiming Florida as a victory. And we know that that was such an important state for them. And it wasn't just the in-person voting that they are talking about. Even before today, they were optimistic because they said Democrats left too many votes on the table, not only in Florida, but other states with regard to early voting and vote by mail, but especially in Florida. And so they say this isn't just a story there, but it also tells the story of other states in the Sun Belt that are so critical for this campaign. They're also pushing back already on Arizona, pointing out that, yes, so far it looks like Biden could take the state, but they are still confident that the president will catch up because they say, as it has been across the entire country, in rural areas where Trump supporters came out today, they will make up that deficit. And so they are looking at this map. They are very happy, and they say they're doing better than even expected. And so that's why they think the president will visit anytime. Nora?
All right, visit. When you say the crowd, you mean the crowd of supporters gathered in the East Room, right, of the White House. Inside there, that crowd gathered. Let's go now to Joe Biden's headquarters. Nicole Killian standing by there in Wilmington, Delaware. And Nicole, are they getting nervous?
Oh, well, look, Nora, you can see that there are some cars behind me, and this is something that the campaign is doing a little differently this cycle because of the pandemic. So these drive-in style events have become pretty standard and a signature part of the campaign. We did have a chance to talk to some supporters who have started together, and they did tell us that they are a little nervous. They feel the race is a little tighter than they want it to be right now. At the same time, they say that they are confident, and that's more or less the signals that we are getting from the campaign and Democratic officials. I talked to one specifically about North Carolina who said this is about what they expected, so they just continue to watch the numbers very closely, Nora.
All right, Nicole Killian reporting there from the Biden campaign as Biden officials are saying there is still a path to victory for them in the upper Midwest, including in Pennsylvania, and they're feeling strong about the state of Arizona. Some CBS stations will be leaving us for local election returns. For the rest of you, our coverage continues. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides. Oh, always good to touch base with Stephen Colbert. And we
you
need
can
some
tell
levity.
You guys are friends, John Dickerson.
We need some levity in the midst of kind of
Yes,
what is this moment where we're waiting. You know, we're really waiting to get some of the final vote count, not only in Arizona, Nevada, but then waiting to hear what is the case in those upper Midwest states that now the Biden campaign believes and is telling reporters that they feel confident that that is their path to the presidency.
And, you know, Nora, I think it's worth reminding people, we hear so often about the different approaches to the campaign, and this is the most expensive campaign ever, the money that was poured into it. For Republicans, for this day of voter, they spent $250 million over 2 years going and trying to get their supporters going door to door, most recently to get them to come out today to vote. They've invested in what they love to call the ground game. And in the middle of the pandemic, when you weren't supposed to really be interacting with people, they kept that pace up. And it's something that I know the RNC is very proud of and saying would pay off today. That's why we keep talking about that turnout day of versus the mail-in.
But you know what, guys, it reminds me of if you're on a flight and the flight is bumpy, and you look to the flight attendant to see, does he or she look nervous? And if they don't look nervous, and you go, okay, then I'm going to relax. So when I hear the Biden people say, if you're a Biden supporter, you're thinking, okay, I'm going to relax. If you're a Trump supporter, because they're both saying they're confident, but you look at the flight attendant to see how he or she is doing, and right now they're still saying that they're very optimistic and feel good.
But then there's some people who are just nervous flyers like you are. Every time I fly with Gail, she's holding my hand.
I know. I get in Nora's lap. She has to pat me like a puppy. It's that dipsy doodle. I'm a very nervous flyer.
But to continue the metaphor a little further, at some point gravity is more powerful than the placid looks of the flight attendant. And so we may come into a situation here where the campaigns might feel like things are looking great, but they may not be looking so great.
The reality might be tell another story.
And hang on, CBS News has a projection that Joe Biden has won the state of Oregon, and President Trump has won Nebraska. Now, while some of these, and Florida is leaning, yep, there we go, and Nebraska. And while those are expected, what they do by calling them, or I should say in projecting them, they put more numbers on the board on the path to 270. Let's go now to Major Garrett.
So more exit poll data. We're going to talk to you about independence. Was over there, now I'm back over here. Two jobs tonight. I'm loving them both. So, independent voters in 3 states, upper Midwest, Michigan, Minnesota, and Wisconsin. Let's start in Michigan. Joe Biden, according to the exit poll data, again, gathered today through early in-person voting and those surveyed by phone who voted absentee. Biden 56, Trump 40. Let's go to Minnesota. Independent voters again. Biden 55, Trump 40. Wisconsin, you're going to see the continuation of this trend. Biden 58, Trump 38. That's a little bit bigger margin in Wisconsin. Interesting thing about the independents in all 3 of these states, Trump won the independents in all 3 of those states in 2016. And in 2 of the 3 states, Minnesota and Michigan, the independents said the most important issue for them was containing coronavirus.
So is that part of the reason you think the Biden campaign still feels confident they can win with these upper Midwest states because they're doing well among independents?
That was certainly one of the factors that they thought would be most helpful, or at least partially helpful, to them winning those states, transitioning independents from Trump in 2016 to Biden in 2020.
All right.
That's why they're still serving peanuts.
On the plane.
Yes,
on the plane.
Right.
All right, we're going to get back to the
plane thing. Okay.
We're going to get back to the puzzle in a minute too. All right.
Planes and puzzles.
There's a lot more news ahead, including projections, and we'll update the state of the race. You're watching CBS News 2020. America Decides. And welcome back to CBS News. Election headquarters, a state of the race update at this hour. Look, there are 6 battleground states that are still in white. That means they are too close to call at this hour. We can dive into them individually to show you the latest vote count. But first, in Arizona, the Senate race likely for Mark Kelly. Now, the presidential race, North Carolina. A tight race there with 95% of the vote in. Keep going through all of those battleground states. Michigan, with less than half of the vote in at this hour. That is mostly the election day voting. We don't have the mail-in tally yet, which is why you see that disparity. Another state that we're watching at this hour, we'll put that up. And as a number of these states are just too close to call, we want to bring in Valerie Jarrett and Reince Priebus. Jarrett was senior advisor to former President Barack Obama, and Reince Priebus was President Trump's chief of staff. Welcome back to both of you. And I know, Reince, you were former head of the Republican National Committee. And what are you hearing about those upper Midwest states?
Well, I'm hearing a couple things, Nora. Number one, obviously, people are watching Arizona. Obviously, some concern there, especially with some other networks calling that, I think, a little prematurely. So grateful for CBS and holding its fire and making sure everything's done properly. But
you're not
if that
criticizing
were true,
the
of course,
Fox News
then...
channel, are you, Reince Priebus? Are you criticizing
No.
Fox? Never. They have called Arizona.
Oh, maybe a little bit, okay?
Reince, I can say we're going to use your words as our promo. Grateful to CBS for staying with it and not acting prematurely. That sounds like a good promo to me, Reince Priebus, and we thank you.
You got it. What's complicated here is that in Wisconsin and Michigan, there is no rule as to how these ballots are being counted. There is no guidance. And what's happening is a rolling counting going on in these states. And so a lot of these things just don't make a lot of sense right now. But certainly if you're the president, you love being ahead. And I think people are cautiously optimistic. I think emphasis cautious. If Arizona issue is true, then obviously on the Trump campaign, it comes down to must win in either Michigan or Pennsylvania. I can tell you, I think the Trump campaign feels really good, obviously, about Florida, North Carolina, Georgia, Ohio. I think those are, in any other presidential year, those states, maybe not North Carolina, but certainly Florida, Georgia, Ohio would be called for Trump. And I understand that everyone's trying to be careful now, but I think they're feeling pretty good about that.
All right, let's just point out that in Wisconsin and Michigan, that they are following the rules in terms of counting the ballots. The Secretary of State is involved. It just takes a little bit more time because there was such a large mail-in and absentee vote. Valerie Jarrett, I know you've been speaking also to the Biden campaign at this hour. And what are you hearing about how they view the race so late into the evening?
Well, I think they're still feeling very good about Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. We're not prepared to say Georgia might not turn around. There's still a fair number of votes that haven't been counted there. Arizona's looking good. I was kind of enjoying a little dust-up between Reince and Fox News disputing the outcome of Arizona, which benefits, obviously, Vice President Biden. But I think the point I want to make at this late hour is we have to be patient. We have to give the officials the time to count every ballot. Everybody would love this to be over with, of course, but we want to make sure that the American people have a fair say in this. And so let's not try to rush it. Let's take our time and wait for the ballots to be counted.
Valerie, that's such a good point. We keep emphasizing that, just to say that just because it's taking a long time doesn't mean it's not working. Just because it's late doesn't mean it's not legitimate. So the more we emphasize that, I think the better.
And let me just point other thing out, that military votes are accepted until November 6th, no matter where a voter is registered. It is a nationwide rule passed by Congress to make sure that our military voters are not disenfranchised. That has been approved by both parties in the past and still stands today, so that their vote counts as well.
Reince, it's Ed O'Keefe. You're pointing out Arizona and believing it's premature. Part of that is because you believe, Republicans believe, there could be about 1 million ballots outstanding, the mail-in ballots. Correct? Is that part of it?
Yeah, I mean, a big question. Where are the 1 million ballots? Where are those ballots? And
so
he's
talking. So just to clarify, 3.4 million were requested. About 2.4 million and change have been returned. So Republicans are wondering, where are those other million?
And also, Ed, I mean, if you look at the fact that if you got 25% outstanding, you know, part of this is understanding how many votes are outstanding, where they're coming from, where those 1 million ballots are. You know, I think you can at least admit that, I think we all can, that the Trump campaign has overperformed expectations, because I don't think the expectations were accurate, but they've overperformed because they're really good in the Republican National Committee, the Trump campaign. They've become very good at this data project of identifying voters, knowing where the ballots are, and knowing what they need to get. And they've been hitting the mark all through the country. Arizona is the one place now where we have a discrepancy.
All right, Reince Priebus and Valerie Jarrett, thank you so much. A lot still ahead. We're going to take a short break. Be sure to download the CBSN app to track all your local races on your phone or tablet. CBS News 2020. America decides, and we will be right back. All right, we have a race update. CBS News is now characterizing Arizona as likely for Joe Biden, flipping a traditionally Republican state, a state that last went for a Democrat in 1996 for Bill Clinton. The other big story of the night, control of the U.S. Senate, and Nancy Cordes has an update on some of those Senate races. Nancy.
Nora, we're still waiting for results in the presidential race, but we've got lots of results to tell you about in Senate races. So take a look. We're going to go first to Nebraska, where Ben Sasse, we project, will be the winner. So he will go back to the U.S. Senate. Remember, Sasse just last week had some choice words about the president of the United States, complained about him on a whole bunch of fronts.
It's going to be a dicey relationship, Nancy.
No question.
Yeah.
The president will remember that. In Tennessee, Lamar Alexander's old seat, he is retiring, longtime Republican senator. That is now going to be filled by another Republican, the former ambassador to Japan. And then over in Massachusetts, Ed Markey, we project, will win re-election. He had a very tough primary against Congressman Joe Kennedy, but he sails to re-election in Massachusetts. I want to go back now to North Carolina, because you've been talking about how close it is, Nora, in the presidential race. Same holds true for the Senate race. Tom Tillis is now ahead by about 1.5 points with 95% of the votes tallied and counted in that race. So Democratic hopes may be fading in North Carolina, but they're feeling very good about Colorado, which we have already projected for the Democrats, and then, of course, Arizona, which we've now moved to likely Democrat for a pickup for Mark Kelly, who's the former astronaut
It looks
there.
like I was just trying to lean in and see what it is the actual vote spread between Tom Tillis and Cal Cunningham.
Right.
With 5% of the votes still out, that's still, or 6% looks like it's still out.
Yep.
You know, we'll see. We'll continue to watch.
And that's about the margin by which President Trump won the state in 2016. So his margins are holding steady.
All right. Thank you, Nancy Cordes, with those updates. Some CBS stations will be leaving us for local election returns. For the rest of you, our coverage continues. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides. Welcome back to CBS News. You're looking at Times Square here in New York as we watch the returns come in here at our CBS News election headquarters as we approach almost midnight on the East Coast. What has become a long night, it's looking like it's going to be an even longer morning or perhaps week. With returns coming in right now, this race is coming down to several key states in the Rust Belt, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, where there are not enough votes at this hour to characterize those states. Among the battleground states at this hour, CBS News is characterizing Florida as leaning toward President Trump, along with the state of Ohio. Arizona is leaning toward Joe Biden. Pennsylvania is still a toss-up, and so is North Carolina. The vote count is taking some time. We have to emphasize that doesn't mean anything is wrong. It's just taking a while to process the crush of mail-in votes. Another poll is about to close when the clock hits zero. CBS News can characterize Hawaii, right, as likely to vote for Joe Biden. The 50th state is the 49th to close. Alaska closes next hour. In the race to 270 electoral votes, Joe Biden leads 187 to 111, but there is still a long way to go. Let's bring in Anthony Salvanto with the very latest. Anthony.
Let me show you Ohio, which we are looking at. As you said, it is leaning towards Donald Trump. Do some very, very simple math for you. 89% of what we expect the vote to be has been counted. You take the trailing candidate and you say, how much of a percent does he need to get, in this case it's Joe Biden, to catch up? I run that number, and now it's 88%. Not impossible, but not terribly likely. So this thing is definitely headed President Trump's way, at least for the moment. At least for the moment, Nora.
You know, looking in Ohio at the white voters without a four-year college degree. We talked earlier about women with a college degree, but one of the things that Donald Trump did in Ohio, and I will watch to see if this happens in the rest of the Midwest, he increased the share of those voters. So they were 43% of the electorate in Ohio in 2016. They're 53% according to the exit polls tonight. And he did better. 35 points he won them by tonight. He only won them by 30 points in 2016. So that's what you want to do, is you want to grow and do better. And that's got to be part of his story in Ohio. Then the question is that going to be part of the story in Michigan and Wisconsin for him? They're different states, but not entirely different. And what I wonder is what the Biden camp thought they saw when they sent Joe Biden to Ohio at the end there. And is the same bad vision what's giving them confidence tonight in those Midwestern states?
Yeah, they sent Biden to Cleveland at the request of Sherrod Brown, the senator, believing that he could show up, do one last big rally, and turn out a big margin in places like Cuyahoga County, Cleveland. Didn't offset these gains that the president made. But they remain confident that they're going to prevail ultimately in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Arizona at least. They're biting nails over North Carolina and Georgia right now. But, you know, the way they see it, it could be close, but it's nowhere near over.
The president's deputy campaign manager, Rufus Gifford, just tweeting out, "We're going to win."
The vice president, the former...
Excuse me, thank you for...
Biden's deputy
yes, former Vice President Biden's deputy campaign manager. The titles are so different, difficult, yes. Still trying to project this air of confidence in these upper Midwestern states. But I guess that's the question. Does Ohio and Trump's strength there signal something about those other upper Midwestern states?
Right. And That's one of the great questions. You know, in Cuyahoga County, I was just looking here where they sent Vice President Biden at the end there. He basically did what Hillary Clinton did in Ohio. So he didn't improve in that. That's the very strongest of Democratic strongholds in the state.
If it continues this way, it doesn't seem like the endorsement from the governor, former Governor John Kasich, made a difference whatsoever, did it?
No.
Yeah.
But more Ohioans are hospitalized with COVID-19 right now than at any point in the pandemic. So in a place where you would think that that would be a massive factor, it is just interesting to see. It's not.
And we should just point out that Ohio, though, we predicted Ohio that would likely go Republican. It really wasn't one of our, likely toss-ups. That Joe Biden had spent very little time there. It was a, fairly reliable Republican. It was one that he won. So
it's not a surprise.
Well, he won it by 9-10 points 2016. Michigan, he only won by 10,000 votes.
Right.
So it's a different ball of wax.
But and to both of your points, in the exit polls, when Ohio voters were asked which is more important, containing the coronavirus or rebuilding the economy, it was 48-47, 48 containing, 47 rebuilding. In the other states in the Midwest, there's a much more of a focus on containing the coronavirus, and that'll be one thing to watch as we look at votes in Michigan and Wisconsin.
Let me say this, in all of the conversations that we have had with Biden campaign officials, in all of their scenarios to win 270, they have two states that are on all three scenarios, and they're Michigan and Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Those are two must-win states for the Biden team. With any other combination, they could win with that. So let's go to Anthony Salvanto to ask him about Michigan and Wisconsin. If Joe Biden can't put those in his column, it's over for him.
Probably. Now, let's look into Wisconsin here. Overall, this is the number I keep coming back to, Nora. How much of the vote has been counted? And I'll show you it's now at 63% of what's expected. And again, I will emphasize that this number of expected vote is also itself a moving target. We're learning about how many votes are still to come in, but that's our estimate for the moment. Now, there's a 1.3 million ballots still outstanding. Let's find out where they are. For one thing, let's look at Milwaukee. Okay, a lot of them are in Milwaukee. That's going to be a Democratic area, so the model might estimate that Joe Biden will do well there, but we're still waiting to see votes. Okay, let's look at just south there, Racine. Turn on the estimate. Okay, 64% of the votes are counted. Still a long way to go there. So I could go county by county, and what you're going to see is that we are still waiting on a great deal of vote to be counted in Wisconsin. Now, I'll back up 1 second, go into Michigan. Okay, Michigan, we've got overall 40% of the vote. So again, a long way to go. Headed for 5.6 million in our expected vote estimate there. And I'm going to pull you back here to a couple of key counties in Michigan and zoom in. Okay, people do talk about Macomb County at the moment, heavily for Donald Trump. Now, is that all the vote? No, it's not all the vote. It's headed for almost 500,000 votes, so only about a half of that has been counted, but still trending towards the president. Okay, Oakland County. Now, this is a little more affluent suburban county. This is the kind of place Democrats have wanted to win in Michigan. So far, Joe Biden doing okay there. But again, same story, 64% in, not all of it. So we'll get a better estimate out of that as more and more comes in. All of it adds up to a still tight race.
Nora, Debbie Dingell is the congresswoman from the Detroit area, famously been quite pessimistic about her party's chances in Michigan. Just a few days ago, declared she thinks they'll be able to pull it off. Texted her a little while ago. You still feel that way? She writes back, close, but okay. So that's a signal Democrats feel they'll be able to hold on in Michigan.
Got
We'll
it.
see.
All right, let's take a look now at some of the exit polls with Major Garrett. Major?
So, Nora and team, one of the things that's most fascinating about the so-called Trump effect on politics, and trust me, I saw in the 2016 campaign, covered the Trump White House, is things that we thought we understood either are no longer true or not as true as they used to be. So I'm going to talk to you about approval ratings, national exit polls, and I'm going to get to some battleground states and show you what I'm talking about. All right, national approval, President Trump. 47 approve, 51 disapprove. This, historically, would be a danger zone for an incumbent president seeking re-election. George W. Bush narrowly won re-election in 2004 when his approval rating was 53%. Barack Obama won re-election, 54%. So we would assume at 47%, Donald Trump would be in real jeopardy. Well, let's go to the numbers at battleground states, and let me show you that the national number doesn't speak to where it matters the most, or potentially matters the most. Florida, approval rating 54, disapprove 45. Ohio, 54-44. North Carolina, 50-48. North Carolina remains close, but this is part of the dynamic. The national mood and the battleground mood sometimes do not align. And in these three states, the president is net approval positive, even though nationally he trails in a way that we would ordinarily assume an incumbent must be in danger.
It's so interesting. I think those numbers are so interesting about what people look for in a candidate. You know, you say you want integrity, you say you want character, you say you want truth. I've even heard people who support him say, well, I wouldn't want my children to behave this way, but... So what does this mean? What do people want, Major?
One of the things I think is worth noting about Donald Trump in his approach to politics is this. He assumes that strength always beats empathy, and that economy in this environment still beats COVID. Those are the two underlying theories of the case, and everything about the way the Trump campaign has conducted itself in the virus, talking about it and talking about the economy, reinforces both of those. Strength beats empathy, economy beats COVID. Even if it's just by slight margins, they believe that works.
All right, hold on just a second. CBS News is projecting that President Trump has won the state of Ohio. And some news coming out of the Biden campaign.
There is, Nora, the former vice president and his wife will soon be heading to what's called the Chase Center in Wilmington, Delaware, where they're holding this drive-in rally with supporters. Expected to possibly speak later this hour. One source with knowledge of all this tells our Bo Erickson, who's covered the Biden campaign like nobody else, that the former vice president's expected to deliver a statement calling for patience with the vote count, but he's also expected to show confidence in his standing with the results in Arizona. That is the state they are quite happy about right now.
All right. We soon may be hearing from former Vice President Joe Biden and Dr. Joe Biden. More straight ahead. We'll also check in with our correspondents around the country, along with more poll closings, projections, and the state of the race. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides. Some breaking news out of Georgia. Take a quick look at the boards in Georgia, the state of the race there. It is a ruby red state that Democrats had hoped to flip in their favor. You'll notice there's barely 80% of the vote in, which is why we've yet to call this state, even though it closed at 7 p.m. Let's check in with CBS's Mark Strassman, who is in Atlanta tonight. And I understand, Mark, there's some news about the vote count.
Yeah, the vote counting is not going to end tonight. In fact, Georgia looks like one of those states that's not going to have full results until tomorrow, and here's why. This is Fulton County, which includes a chunk of Atlanta. It's the most populous county in Georgia, about 800,000 registered voters, about 11% of the overall percentage of voters here in Georgia. Here's what's happened. The Fulton County Board of Elections has sent home all of its tabulators for the night. They said that all those employees have been working hard and very laboriously going through all the ballots since 6 o'clock this morning. They have sent them home. It's not going to happen tonight. In fact, they have only tabulated 49% of the vote here in Fulton County. And again, Fulton County is the most consequential county of all in the state of Georgia in terms of raw numbers. So this is just not going to happen here in Georgia tonight. We're not going to have a definitive answer as to who won this state, even though, as you mentioned, the polls have been closed since 7 o'clock. If you recall earlier, there was a separate issue, which is that at State Farm Arena, which is where Fulton County's absentee ballots were stored, there was a water leak. They had to suspend tabulation for a while until they got that under control. We're not sure if those uncounted absentee ballots are part of the overall 51% of Fulton County's ballots that have not been counted. But in any event, it's not going to happen. Earlier, Georgia's Secretary of State had predicted that they would get it done by midnight. Fulton County officials said that was not true, that would not happen until tomorrow. Turns out the local officials were right. The Secretary of State was wrong. This is just not going to happen, and this is going to add more frustration, of course, to people who would like to get an answer as to who has won the state of Georgia, but we're not going to find out tonight.
Right. I understand now the largest county in Georgia saying they are suspending the vote count at this hour in Fulton County. Do you know about how many votes that may be? Is it 100,000? Is it 500,000?
I don't know, Nora. Here's the thing. Again, 800,000 registered voters. What percentage of Fulton County turned out in the early voting and in today's turnout? Don't know. It is consequential, of course. This is a very heavily Democratic county. And so for the Biden campaign in particular, this has real importance and resonance. And what we did not hear from the County Board of Elections, how many total votes, the raw number of uncounted votes, that's not clear.
All right, Mark Strassman there in Georgia with that update on why we will not have the full vote count in Georgia. I think it's worth also pausing and saying, you know, presidential historians point out that we did not know the presidential winner for certain before midnight on election nights in 1960, 1968, 1976, 2000, 2004, and 2016. So no one should pretend that anything is different about this year. And of course, this year is a pandemic with a record turnout in terms of so many more votes to count. And that's why we're witnessing what we are tonight in terms of not being able to characterize the race or project a winner. Let's check in with, yes, we want to see.
Just a couple of things on Fulton County. Hillary Clinton won that county by 40 points. That's how Democratic it is. And 438,000 voters in Fulton County in 2016. The total early vote in Fulton County is 447,000. So that was just early vote in Fulton County was larger than the vote in 2016. So that doesn't even count what happened today. So there are a lot of votes in Fulton
So you're
County.
talking about hundreds of thousands of votes.
It looks, yes, I think that's the case. And if you're a Joe Biden supporter, those are votes that you think are coming to your guy.
You know, Nora, I'm curious to see how you said, you know, listen, don't be alarmed because we haven't had the vote 60, 62, whatever the years were that you named. The difference is the president has seeded the narrative that if we don't have the results tonight, he's going to either take legal action or that the vote is rigged if it doesn't go his way. So it will be interesting to see how he will accept this latest turn of events.
Well, and Gail, his own Homeland Security Department, which has been briefing the press, said that they don't expect to get results tonight, a final word. As to Georgia, they said there is no indication that the problems they're having in a number of different counties were the result of malicious activity. In fact, in Gwinnett County, they had to stop scanning ballots at Delayed County. In 2 other counties, they had to switch to paper ballots because of issues there. But they're saying that this was not the result of malicious activity. This is the president's Homeland Security Department. So it is interesting to have that on the record, given what you were just pointing out.
It's a supply and demand issue, basically.
Didn't Georgia have a problem with the vote count recently?
They did during the primary.
They did. Brand new voting systems. This is the first time they're using them in this election, which kind of stunned other election officials that they would go out in this election with new technology.
But yes, they did have significant issues before that they were trying to correct.
Got it.
Which is why they pushed the early vote so much in that state, and it seems to have paid off.
We should update everyone. We are expecting to hear soon from former Vice President Joe Biden and his wife live from Wilmington, Delaware. That's coming up, and we'll bring that to you straight ahead. We're going to take a short break.
You're strong. You power through chronic migraine. 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more. Botox prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine. So if you haven't tried Botox for your chronic migraine, check with your doctor if Botox is right for you and if samples are available.
Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
95% of patients may pay as little as $0 for Botox, so text to see how you can save. Botox is the #1 prescribed branded chronic migraine treatment. So ask your doctor about Botox today.
Thinking about your financial plan? So are we. Prudential helps 25 million people with their financial needs. With over 90 years of investment experience, our thousands of financial professionals can help. Go to Prudential.com or talk to an advisor.
Things are really uncertain in the world right now, and it just gives me an extra sense of security and peace of mind to know that I'm protected.
When it really matters,
Trust ADT. ADT. We are what we protect.
Irresistibly smooth chocolate. To put the world on pause. Lindor, made to melt you. By the Lindt Master Chocolatier.
I have no idea if anyone even watches this. I've watched everything on Netflix. All that's left is exercise, and you can't make me. Amy Coney Barrett was confirmed, and unlike Trump wife, these positions last a lifetime. Oh! I got salves, creams, ointments, liniments. I'm icy and I'm hot. I'm more sourdough than man at this point.
Is that why I always want to poke your belly to hear you giggle?
A new Late Show with Stephen Colbert tomorrow on CBS.
CBS News projects President Trump has won the state of Wyoming. A large lead there in that Western Republican state. But CBS News is not projecting the winner of the presidential race at this hour. Why? Because a number of those battleground states are still too close to call. CBS's Jerika Duncan is in Philadelphia and joins us now. Jerika?
That's right. We're here in front of the Pennsylvania Convention Center, and we did go inside just for a brief moment. There's a media staging area. We were not able to see those election workers hard at work counting those ballots, but we're told by city officials that they will be counting throughout the night. Now, I can tell you that those city officials, many of them seem very tired right now, as you can imagine. Again, you have people in there that have been there since this morning. My understanding is that they are breaking up some of the shifts. Reason for all of the ballot counting is because you have more than 2.5 million Pennsylvanians who voted by mail this year. This was the first time this was able to happen because of a law that was passed in 2019 saying you can vote by mail without an excuse. But the question really is who came out on November 3rd and how many people came out to vote. The answers to those questions will provide more answers as to who will actually win Pennsylvania. Something worth noting when we talk about Pennsylvania, obviously Philadelphia is an area that Joe Biden is expected to carry, but there are 67 counties here in Pennsylvania, many of them rural and suburban. Those are the counties to watch. Another thing to note, Governor Tom Wolf telling people that we may not have the results today, but telling people again, to maintain their calmness, take a deep breath, and be patient.
Jerika Duncan, thank you. And some CBS stations will be leaving us for local election returns. For the rest of you, our coverage continues. You're watching CBS News 2020. America Decides. Welcome back to CBS News election headquarters in Times Square. It's coming up 12:30 Wednesday morning in the East, 9:30 Tuesday night in the West, and we are standing by to hear from the former Vice President Joe Biden outside of the Chase Center in Wilmington, Delaware. We're expecting to hear him call for patience from the American people because it is very clear at this hour, and with so many votes still outstanding in the three key battleground states of Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and with voting stopped in one of the largest counties in Georgia, we are not going to be able to project a winner tonight. And Ed, this was a scenario that the Biden campaign was hoping wouldn't happen tonight.
Wouldn't happen, but totally, prepared for it, as did the Trump campaign.
Yep.
Like we said, they were hoping for some kind of early victory in the Southeast that would give them a signal that the president's opportunity to get back to 270 would be more difficult. But we're holding out. Who would have thought plumbing issues in Georgia, for example, are holding up the vote there. We're waiting on one or two key counties in North Carolina. And then, of course, just the crush of absentee mailed-in ballots in Pennsylvania slowing things down there as well. So if he calls for patience and is encouraged by what he's seeing in Arizona and Georgia, there's still a chance. It just may not happen tonight.
And it's not just the plumbing in Fulton County in Georgia. I mean, DeKalb is 31% of the vote is in. There are a number of stronghold Democratic counties in Georgia that that are very, very slow in counting, which is which means that the Biden vote has not come in yet from the counting.
But we've been saying this for a while, that no one will be surprised if we're sitting here at this particular time not knowing how this is going to turn out.
Exactly.
So all is going according to plan, John.
Well, it seems like two things are happening. One, President Trump is doing better than a lot of the pre-election polling showed, and then you've got these hiccups like whatever's happening in Georgia, adding another flavor to why it may take a little bit longer.
Which has been a staple of the Trump campaign. You cannot believe the polls.
And
they've been saying that since 2016, and it seems that maybe that might bear out tonight with some of the advantages that some of the gains that they've made tonight.
It's worth noting that, I mean, we always expect to have an indication of the direction, but technically, you don't really have to have a certified election until well into December.
Right.
So gear up for some litigation here.
No doubt. But I hope we're not still sitting here, the five of us, in December, right? Nothing personal, but we got other things to do.
Ed, I bathed. I bathed.
You know, we should, because we are expecting any moment now to hear from the Bidens. Let's go to Joe Biden headquarters. Nicole Killian standing by there in Wilmington, Delaware. And Nicole, tell me what you're hearing.
Well, you have seen more supporters start to file in, and there is a mix of confidence but also nervousness here. And as you mentioned, we do expect the former vice president to urge patience tonight with the vote count. And I do want to emphasize that this is a scenario that the campaign has put out there. You know, I talked to one top campaign official who cautioned that this could be election week, not necessarily election night. The campaign has also stressed that they know states like Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania could take longer to count, and they were prepared for that. A top Democratic official in Michigan telling me tonight they're still confident that Joe Biden can win Michigan. It may not be decisive, but they do expect him to pull out that win. It's just a matter of waiting for the vote count, according to this official. And so keep in mind that with all that being said, certainly, as you have referenced, the campaign ideally wanted to set the tone tonight if states like North Carolina, Florida, Georgia possibly broke their way. Obviously, there's still some uncertainty there with some of those races. But, you know, by and large, I also want to point out that the campaign had this strategy of 17 battleground states that they were targeting, states they wanted to protect, states they wanted to win back, and states they wanted to expand. And for that reason, that was a way that they could kind of play around and carve out a variety of different paths to 270. So again, while there is still a sense of confidence here tonight, also a sense of caution. And that's really what the campaign has kind of been telling us all along.
All right, Nicole Killian there in Wilmington, Delaware. And as soon as the former vice president takes the stage, we will bring that to you live. We had also heard that we might hear from the president, Donald Trump, at some point tonight, or now I guess we're in the morning. No word yet from the White House on that, but certainly we would bring you any remarks live as well. Want to check in with Major Garrett, who has some new information for us on the exit poll data?
Well, not exit polls, Nora. We're going to talk about the vote count, why it will take a little bit of time, and I want to quote both campaigns, Trump and Biden. What is their attitude about voting? Every vote counts, every vote count in a verified and accurate way. Well, to do that, in a pandemic, you have to respond to a much larger percentage of votes by mail, absentee ballots, which we have a lot of. I want to show you a map of our battleground states that we've identified for this election. And then from that, I'm going to show you that, oh, okay, we're going to look back at the camera, okay. So we have 13 battleground states, but there are 3 states we've already zeroed in on tonight, and the implications of absentee ballots there will be very large. So Pennsylvania has 2.5 million absentee ballots that have come in. Not incidentally, 400,000 of them coming into Philadelphia. Wisconsin has 1.9 million absentee ballots, Michigan 2.8 million. All 3 of these states could not even begin to process those ballots until today. 7 counties in Pennsylvania won't even touch those absentee ballots until tomorrow. And these are all under rules established by the states, ratified by the courts. They are not in dispute. So that it takes time is in accordance with the rules. Patience is required, and nothing is awry. That doesn't mean there won't be legal challenges to come, but you can't challenge things as we know them now. The process is being followed. The absentee ballots are larger than they've ever been in these 3 states. They all loom large on the Electoral College map. We know that now. Patience is advised, and to get an accurate and verified count, patience must be recognized.
And that's a good point. We are certainly patient, and as people are awaiting the results, I want to bring in Anthony Salvanto because he'll be able to tell us exactly how little of the vote is actually in those states in the upper Midwest that Major was just talking about. Can we go through some of those states?
We can indeed. Let's start in Wisconsin. Big picture, 63% of what we expect there to be of 3.6 million is in. Now you see every county on the map here is lit up with something. That means there has been some vote reported. The question is, what is the mix of that vote? Is it election day, which we believe favors the president, or is it early vote and mail vote, which would favor Joe Biden? It's a little bit hard to tell at the moment. Now, let me walk you through a couple of the key counties that we'll be watching, okay? I've talked about, well, let's go to Waukesha. Okay, not much of that is still left to count, 72,000 votes, but could be really important. Question is, what kind of vote is it? I'll go back again, look statewide. I'm going to go to Milwaukee. This is really important for Democrats. That is, by and large, still outstanding. Only 36% of Milwaukee has been counted. So until you see whether or not Joe Biden can really run up a margin there, your vote model overall for the state is going to be more uncertain. Now, let me go and show you Michigan. Very much the same story. Okay, you're going to see a lot of red, and you're going to see a few areas of blue. This is the case in almost every state. Democrats living in cities and suburban areas, otherwise rural areas, more Republican. Now that's your count statewide, 54, 44. But then let's zoom in again. I'm going to look at Wayne County in Detroit. That is a relatively paltry number compared to the almost a million ballots still to count in Wayne County. So, long way to go is what all of that adds up to, Nora.
And that's a good explanation of just how much further we have to go and the potential litigation that also exists, given that there is a vote count still ahead, that as the race is going to hinge on these states, that it will be a battle of the lawyers in many ways and could end up not only in the courts, but perhaps the nation's highest court. There's still more to find out. We just don't know at this point. And we pledged to everybody at the beginning that we would be transparent from the beginning. Yep. We would let everybody know as soon as we can and call a race when we can, but we wouldn't rush this process.
But it's safe to say lawyers are somewhere sharpening their pencils because they know they're going to get a couple of jobs coming out of this very soon, rather than later.
In fact, and Ed will probably know the numbers better than I do, but I know at least on the Biden team, they had already had several hundred lawyers. Thousands?
They would say thousands across the country, at least on a volunteer basis, ready to file if necessary. A smaller core of hundreds, certainly, that were ready in some of the biggest states.
Yeah. Well, the RNC already had 40 lawsuits in different states. There were something like 400 almost total with different interest groups in the state level. But some of these things were anticipated. There was arguing in each state, because it is a 50-state race, about how long the window could be during which ballots could be received. Exactly what you talked about earlier, Nora, with drop boxes and the like. State by state, how you vote has changed this year in many places due to the pandemic, and in other places there were virtually no accommodations made due to the pandemic, 5 in particular.
I still go back, guys, to the question that I asked earlier, why there can't be, with the technology that we have today, why there can't be some kind of automated system that no matter where you live, you fill out the same kind of form. You know, sure, the timing may be different depending on the state that you're in. I don't understand why, as we sit here in 2020, and no one I know can answer that question tonight, but I don't know why we sit here in 2020 that there isn't some automated, simple way for us all to vote.
Because of federalism.
Because of the federalist system, because it's state by state that they administer it. But I've had U.S. intelligence officials, current and former, raise this, saying we need to have a real conversation about how we administer these things in our country, not saying the federal government takes everything over. But after 2000, when they had the big problems in Florida, there was a major infusion of federal dollars in helping the states upgrade. A lot of these states, as we know, are pretty cash-strapped right now. They've been having a lot of budget budget problems, not everyone is prioritizing investing in their systems.
Well, there were some studies over the summer that said they needed $4 billion to help modernize these election systems to avoid some of the problems we're seeing tonight. Nobody has $4 billion right now for that kind of thing.
Well, at least we don't have to worry about anybody going blind looking at Chads. But I think there's so much at stake that they would figure this out. Is the only
and
point
it's been
I'm
a long time since that money was infused.
Exactly.
It's a good point.
And as you can see, we're taking live pictures from Wilmington, Delaware, where there is a drive-in as is standard for the Biden campaign. And Joe Biden's motorcade arrived just a short time ago. Nicole Killian is there and witnessed the reaction from the crowd. Nicole, give us a flavor for what it's like there.
Well, a lot of honking horns not too long ago, and I'm sure we will hear more once the former vice president takes the stage. He is expected to be accompanied by his wife, Dr. Jill Biden, and I hear an announcement right now, so I'm going to step out of the way so you can take this.
Oh, perfect time. I hear his voice.
Here they come.
Perfect timing, Nicole.
Good evening. Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it was going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted, every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. I've been talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Pardon? Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it." Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
And some short remarks there by the former vice president calling for patience, saying that they're doing better than expected in Arizona, as another network has called that race for Arizona, but CBS News at this hour is saying that it is likely Biden. We've not made a full projection on that race. Also noting that the Biden team feels like they're doing well still in Georgia, with so much of the vote outstanding in key Democratic counties that are voter-rich in Democratic votes.
Thank you.
I'll talk to you tomorrow, he says. Yeah. He also suggested, Nora, that Minnesota has been called. That's another one that we have not, at CBS at least, called for him, although it's likely to be one of his. He said, I believe we're on track to win this election. He called for patience. It ain't over until every ballot is counted. He added later, we may know the results by tomorrow. If that parking lot looks familiar, it's the same one from which he accepted the Democratic nomination in Wilmington. But this seems to be designed to allow everyone to go home and clear that parking lot and come back tomorrow.
I don't know. Most parking lots look all the same to me. But I understand.
No, that has a special shade of gray, though, Nora. But I will never get used to, I don't think. I know it's a pandemic. I get it. That, you know, you can't talk in front of a crowd. You're just sitting in your car honking a horn. And that now means applause.
I'm really glad you bring this up, because I think this may end up being one of the either master strokes of the Biden campaign or the biggest blunder of them all. They decided to keep him off the trail. Well, let's see. They kept him off the trail for most of the summer, understandably, because of the pandemic. And what have Republicans been saying? Look at the thousands of people who show up to the president's rallies. These people all vote. Biden can't get 12 people to show up to
And a lot of them are getting sick, too, though.
They are.
Look at that.
They are.
I mean, a lot of people who attend the Trump rallies.
But the broader point they're making is, even though there's a pandemic, even though everyone's at home, voters have to be contacted, doors have to be knocked on, and the Biden campaign didn't do much.
Well, but Pennsylvania was his most visited state at 4 visits?
No.
Is that right?
No, 19 total since June.
Okay.
Yeah.
But should you be penalized for following the rules and practicing social distancing?
He hasn't necessarily been yet. I'm just saying there will probably be a debate among those who run campaigns.
Why was it so important for Biden to come out early before President Trump?
Well, you want to give your supporters a shot in the arm. You want to suggest also that, I mean, there's both the counting competition and then there's the public shaping of the debate competition. And, you know, preemptively get in front of the president to say this is all natural and normal before the president who has that
And it's not over.
All right. We've still got lots to talk about, a lot ahead. We're going to take a short break. Be sure to download the CBS News app to track all your local races on your phone or tablet. CBS News 2020, America Decides. More information straight ahead. We'll be right back. Welcome back to CBS News Election Headquarters, where the former Vice President Joe Biden has just addressed the nation and supporters in Wilmington, Delaware, saying, keep the faith, I am optimistic, and be patient, as there are still millions of votes to be counted across America. In some places, they have stopped the counting due to labor issues and other issues that
broken pipes.
Broken pipe in one particular issue. We're also expecting to hear from President Trump tonight. Want to bring in Weijia Zhang at the White House, where the president has been watching the returns, in a note that we will not report anything that is inaccurate on our air, but certainly characterize how the campaigns are feeling at this hour. Weijia?
Nora, the president is watching the returns and apparently watching the former vice president, because as soon as Joe Biden left the stage, the president fired off a pair of tweets. He said, I will be making a statement tonight, a big win. He also said, we are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. Of course, for those of us who have covered President Trump for several years, we will never try to interpret what he means, but we can only tell you what he has said up to this point. And it seems like he is talking about mail-in ballots, which he started sowing doubt about months and months ago. It seems like he's talking about all the votes that will be counted after Election Day. That's because he bluntly said as much many times during his last round of rallies to supporters, saying that we ought to know by the end of tonight, by the end of November 3rd, the results and the votes of every race. Of course, that's not going to happen. And so now he's beginning to say, look, they're trying to steal it away from us. This tells us where his mind is, where he's going.
The president tweeting that the election should end on November 3rd is a blatantly ahistorical closing argument. Votes in a fair election have been counted past election night. Every vote should be counted and tabulated is exactly at the heart of a democracy, and America is the greatest democracy in the world.
And we should just stop for a moment. We've all interviewed national security officials who are working in the administration to keep rumors from spreading and keep people from undermining the election, and this kind of report is at odds with what work they're doing.
Right, and parroting that as well. Some CBS stations will be leaving us for local election returns. For the rest of you, our coverage continues. You're watching CBS News 2020. America Decides. Welcome back to CBS News election headquarters in Times Square. We have heard from Joe Biden, and we're expecting to hear from President Trump soon. We have a call. CBS News projects President Trump has won Florida and Iowa. These are all part of the notable 9 states that we started the evening with. And as we fill in some of those battleground states, you can see the ones that are still in white are the battleground states that are still toss-ups or still too close to call at this hour because not all of the vote has been counted.
That's right. Remnants from Chapter 1, Georgia and North Carolina. And then Chapter 2 is going to be it's going to be a long one: Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
How's our puzzle looking, John? That we started out with at 7 o'clock.
Well, you know,
yesterday.
You know, as we said at the beginning, sometimes we're going to look at it. The picture's going to look this way, and then it's going to change.
Yeah.
And so we've had a lot of interesting conversations about the way the country sorts these two different candidates, what what their fears are, what their hopes are, and how they have totally different coalitions who have, you were saying earlier about COVID-19, you were saying that, shouldn't a candidate be penalized if they don't follow the rules? I think you can make a case that Donald Trump is benefiting from not following the rules because of the way in which that reasserts that kind of anti-political correctness that is so much a part of the kind of cultural connection he makes with his voters. So in fact, in his case, it would have been the opposite of good politically for him if he had sort of been where his public health officials were.
Well, especially since he got COVID-19, and I think many people thought, well, maybe since he's been through it, he'll understand, how serious it is. He at least, we know it, he had breathing, he was on oxygen for at least 2 times that we know about. So people thought, well, maybe he'll have a different attitude when he came out. In fact, he came out and doubled down, really ignoring all of his own experts, really.
Well, remember that the president had access to health care that no other American
has. That is absolutely
has.
right.
He had the nation's top military doctors at Walter Reed caring for him. This is the greatest doctors in the world, the greatest facility in the world to treat the President of the United States.
As he should.
And other United States senators and military officials who get treated there. He was also given experimental drug that cost over $100,000 a year, the Regeneron monoclonal antibody, which again is not available to the general public. So he was given what is the very best of America, as should the President of the United States. And so his outcome was remarkably different, certainly, than almost every other senior that is the age of 74 and slightly obese as the President of the United States is. So he had a different outcome because he had the best of American care. Now, the question remains about way he acted. And if you look closely, many people say that when he returned to the White House, that event that we covered live, and he ripped that mask off, that was a sign.
Yeah.
That was a sign to the very people that John is referring to, that believe that mask is a way of infringing on my freedoms, that I will be liberated from those that ask me to behave a certain way, that I am uniquely an American because I can do whatever I want. Now, that is antithetical to other people who believe that, in fact, we're all part of a social contract where we protect one another with a mask. And that really is the clash of these two values that have come head to head tonight.
And you're exactly right. And that's sort of adjacent to, can you handle a pandemic that hits the country and kills over 230,000 Americans? I mean, that's the other part of this, which is the president good at doing his job, which is a distinct category from what Nora just talked about, which is that cultural debate that's around how you behave in response.
Just the fact now that masks are now a political hot potato and now become polarizing, that has now become an issue. That, you know, I've seen interviews with women that say, people in the crowds that say, well, you know, if he says we should wear a mask, I would wear a mask. The president's words have great power. Great power.
And Leslie Stahl asked him that during that 60 Minutes.
I remember.
Why don't you?
Yeah.
But it brings us back to this cultural divide that, you know, is it about Trump or is it about something broader in our society? But we come back time and again to these parallel realities of America right now. I mean, Gail, you're probably thinking, as am I, of the people who are questioning whether they should have Thanksgiving dinner with family members and whether it's safe in the coming weeks.
And I'm not going to because of that.
But then we're talking about another part of America that's saying it's all a conspiracy. It's not that serious. And look, you can recover from it. And that's why I think it's important to remind people that it's not just about the death count, which is staggering. It's about getting ill in the first place, right?
Yes.
It's about how it has really brought a halt to the economy in large parts. It is about the cost that gets associated with it. I mean, you're talking about a decade of economic progress for women that was just wiped out in a matter of a few months. And that's why that question of, is it the economy or the coronavirus and prioritize, it almost doesn't get at what you're talking about, that it's just the same sort of disruptor approach from 2016 all over again.
Yet there have been shifts in the electorate. And even though this is a very close race tonight, so have most of the other recent presidential elections. Really, Barack Obama was an outlier. I mean, he was one of the only 3 presidents in the 21st century that essentially won over 52% of the vote. That was considered a blowout, what Barack Obama did, that wide of a margin. Most other of these recent elections have been very narrow in scope. Certainly in 2016, the race was decided by 77,000 votes in 3 states. We have a deeply divided country. It existed before the pandemic. It exists again tonight. And yet that's why I think, while these exit polls offer us a glimpse, not a definitive answer into what, we have seen some shifts. We've seen some shifts among independents back towards the Democratic side. We've seen college-educated women shift. We've also seen Latinos in Florida shift towards President Trump in Miami-Dade County. So those are all part of this puzzle piece that we're putting together, just what our country believes, what our country wants. All of that incredibly important, what we're sifting through tonight.
And Nora, what I want to know is, who are we as a country? You know, some of the answers that I hear, what I see, are just very troubling to me. I want to know, who are we?
Well, we're not
what do we
monolithic.
represent?
We're 50 states that are able to choose who we want to be, and that's, you know, that's the uncomfortable part of democracy. It really is the uncomfortable part of democracy, that there may be people that you so strongly disagree with and think are completely, totally wrong, but everybody gets a vote.
Exactly.
Which is 100% true in the campaign and the election, where, of course, and you already talked about this, the common good. Where it gets tricky, of course, is when you have a public health issue where your own individual liberty is not the whole part of the equation, because how you behave affects how other people behave. And we've seen where there have been super spreader events from people who are making an individual liberty choice, but they are not the only ones who feel the repercussions of this.
Because they go to events at the White House, you know?
Yeah. And that when for somebody exercising their individual liberty, you're also getting into a don't tread on me. You're treading on somebody else's liberty. And that's, of course, another way in which this cuts across.
We can't emphasize enough at this hour, if people are waiting for different results in a lot of states, that we are likely not going to have a projection tonight about who will be the next president of the United States. They have already paused some of the voting in Georgia, a key state there where President Trump currently, according to the current vote count, holds a lead, but there's still a large number of votes that are outstanding in key Democratic counties there. Pennsylvania has already said they're not going to be able to count much of the vote there. They'll start again tomorrow morning. And we're still waiting for more information out of Wisconsin and Michigan.
And Georgia, where they had the broken pipe.
Just mentioned that. Let's bring in Major Garrett, who has some more information for us. Major?
Exit poll data. As we've discussed all night, the vote tabulation tells you who won and lost. Exit polls answer the question why. So let's talk about the states we've just most recently called, Florida and Iowa. I'm going to walk you through a lot of data, so bear with me. It's an interesting story. Let's go to Florida first and break down why it was that President Trump won, and we have to acknowledge, won somewhat comfortably based on the historical way that Florida typically has razor-thin margins. It wasn't that razor-thin. Look at the Trump coalition. White voters, 61-38. Men, 53-44. Seniors, 52-47. Those who thought the economy was most important in Florida broke 84-15 for the president. I also want to tell you about Latino voters in Florida. Joe Biden carried Latino voters 52-47. Hillary Clinton carried Latino voters in Florida in 2016 by 27 percentage points. So there was an enormous shift there. I want to now take you to Iowa. Not so much about who, but some areas within Iowa. Urban voters in Iowa, Biden carries them 61-37. Suburban voters in Iowa, Biden carries them 51-47. The rural vote in Iowa, this is the tale of the tape. Donald Trump wins 60-38, and of those three regions in Iowa, the rural vote was slightly larger in percentage than the urban vote or the suburban vote. Donald Trump did not win Iowa by as much as he won in 2016. He won it by 9.5 points then. But guess what? He still won it.
He still won it, yes.
Win is a win.
I think that Latino vote is incredibly interesting in Miami-Dade. And of course, the Latino population there is different in Miami-Dade than perhaps in Texas or in Arizona or what you may traditionally know. But this is having a huge impact on other races in that state, right, Ed?
It is. In fact, I don't know that we've called it, but there were Joe Biden essentially dragged down two Democratic members of Congress, two women, two freshmen tonight in the Miami area. Donna Shalala was trailing at one point tonight, the former Health and Human Services Secretary, and Debbie Merkersell Powell losing to the city's former Republican mayor there in Miami. Just a complete, utter failure by Democrats tonight to turn out the vote in Miami-Dade. And we have to look at the Latino vote in Florida at this point. From now on, probably needs to be set aside and discussed separately from the Latino vote just about everywhere else in this country. And Republicans have done a masterful job since Jeb Bush won the governorship in that state of wooing and cultivating Hispanic support and doing and saying just enough and spending time talking to them in ways that Democrats, for whatever reason, just haven't sorted out.
Isn't the Hispanic population in Miami-Dade 2/3 of the population?
Roughly.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would defer to Ed O'Keefe on that.
And it is predominantly Cuban. And the president running around the country for the past 4 years talking about the dangers of socialism wasn't only designed to, use the Billy Club on the government. It was designed to win elections in Florida.
And President Obama's Cuba policy wasn't a favorite there either.
Right.
One other thing I would say
we've got so much more to talk about, but we're going to get to some business. There's need to take a short break. You can take a brick and do whatever you want with it if you need to. Be sure to download the CBSN app to track all your local races on your phone or tablet. CBS News 2020, America Decides. We'll be right back. We have a race update. CBS News can now characterize Texas as likely for President Trump. Despite Democrats' dreams of hoping to turn that state blue. The other big story of the night, control of the United States Senate. Let's go over to Nancy Cordes with an update on major Senate races. Nancy?
Nora, the Democratic path to a majority has not necessarily hit a dead end, but it has certainly hit a couple of pretty serious detours. Let's take a look at where things stand right now. First of all, the road is not going to go through South Carolina because we are now projecting that Lindsey Graham has won re-election there. And in fact, just a short time ago, his Democratic opponent, Jamie Harrison, conceded. So we've got a little bit of that video queued up. You can hear what he had to say.
We proved that a new South is rising. Tonight only slowed us down, but a new South with leaders who reflect the community and serve the interests of everyone will be here soon enough. I'd like to congratulate Senator Graham on a hard-fought campaign and a long career in Congress. You know, Senator Graham and I may have our differences, but I hope he will maintain the spirit of cooperation he's known for while we take a step forward in creating a new South.
So Jamie Harrison, who raised more money than any Senate candidate this cycle, about $100 million, goes down in defeat tonight. Lindsey Graham also spoke. He said that all the money that people from New York and California spent on this election was a big waste of money, and it's the worst return on investment in the history of American politics. So he certainly had a lot on his mind. Another detour for Democrats at this hour. Take a look. We are moving a couple of races in the Republicans' direction, starting with Iowa, which is now leaning Republican. Joni Ernst, who has been locked in a tough battle with Teresa Greenfield, we now are moving that leaning Republican. And of course, we have already projected that President Trump is going to win that state. So let's look at what's still outstanding at this hour. Not that many options for Democrats left. North Carolina, it's still a toss-up technically, but we've got about 94% of the vote in. And at this point, Tom Tillis has 48.7. He's got about a 2-point lead there. So that's not looking great for Democrats. Then you go to Maine, where only about 50% of the vote is in yet. And in fact, Susan Collins' challenger, Sarah Gideon, has point blank said, we're not going to know a winner tonight. Not clear why they are voting so slowly there, but they've also got a ranked choice system. If nobody gets to 50%, then you got to go to other people's second and third choices. So it looks like we may not know the results of that race. Interesting, though, we have a race on our hands in Montana, kind of a sleeper. Steve Bullock versus Steve Daines. It's the battle of the Steves. Steve Daines running for re-election, the Republican there. Steve Bullock, of course, the governor, former governor, and very well known in this state. Probably the only Democrat who could be giving a Republican a run for their money in Montana. Chuck Schumer and other Democratic officials begged him to get into this race after he decided to pack it up in the presidential primary. And so that is a close race right now.
The
with
second
about
one to do that because of Hickenlooper in Colorado. So you have two failed Democratic presidential candidates, Hickenlooper, who won in Colorado, and maybe Bullock in Montana.
Who had to be dragged kicking and screaming into those Senate contests.
Nancy, does it say anything that, Jamie Harrison and Lindsey Graham, that Jamie came, in the end, it wasn't so close, but for a while it was sort of neck and neck, where Jamie Harrison seemed to have a really good shot at it, it appeared.
He did. And this is another race like North Carolina where deep-pocketed Republican groups came charging into the rescue. They poured tens of millions of dollars into the race. You had Lindsey Graham himself going on Fox News every day.
Did they spend any money on a ground game, or was it just an air war? Because it seems like Democrats did very poorly at turning out their voters.
Yeah. I mean, in South Carolina, it's always difficult for Democrats to get over that hump, but absolutely.
All right. CBS News projects right now that President Trump has won the Lone Star State of Texas. That will slide into those 38 electoral votes will slide into Donald Trump's column in the race for 270 votes. I've got to take a short break, but John has a huge thought on his mind. I literally
That's a tease
starting to come out. So that's going to have to stay with us.
I can't wait.
And it's so brilliant, and I know the point he's going to make us over. So please, we'll be right back. CBS News 2020, America Decides.
Great tease.
CBS News projects New Mexico, the winner there, Joe Biden, and that Joe Biden will win the state of Rhode Island. We're looking at this national race right now. Who will be the next president of the United States decided in these few battlegrounds that are left. John Dickerson.
Well, you know, Nora, we'll have to see what the total votes are in Texas and Florida, but and it's changing a little more. Vote is coming in for President Trump in Texas, so it's slightly modifying my point. But at one point, right before the break, basically, the difference in the vote in Texas was 360,000. In Florida, it was 377,000. In other words, Joe Biden lost Florida by more than he lost Texas. Oh, wow. Right? So Florida, the state we've always grown up knowing was super, super close.
Yes.
Well, now Texas looked like it was getting closer, although now there's more vote coming in, so that might not be true at the end of the night.
That was a very good point, Nora, that he made.
We are seeing this.
It was worth waiting for.
It was. Yeah. It was worth waiting for.
The point that we're hearing is that not only has there been incredible turnout in the early vote and mail-in, but also at the polls today that has weighted in favor of President Trump in many of those states that we're calling tonight. And of course, we have got, if you look at that map right behind us in Times Square, as you see here, those last remaining 5 states of the notable 9 that we started the night with. That is what this presidential election will come down to. Some of them, of course, in the upper Midwest, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, were the path for Donald Trump in the last election. And of course, North Carolina and Georgia were states that Joe Biden was trying to flip this time around. We'll have much more straight ahead. We'll be right back. Welcome back to CBS News Election Headquarters. It's coming up at 1:30 a.m. in the East, 10:30 p.m. in the West. And at this hour, we cannot say who will win the race for president or when we will know. We do not expect that we will make a projection this evening. The counting will stretch well into Wednesday and beyond in some key states. In the past hour, Joe Biden asked supporters for patience. President Trump has tweeted that he will make a statement as well, but it is getting late. There are expected guests that are apparently still at the White House tonight. Let's take a look now at what we started the evening with, our notable 9, because we said these states would determine who becomes the next president of the United States. CBS News has projected that President Trump has won in Florida, Ohio, and Iowa. Arizona is likely to go for Joe Biden. However, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina are all rated as toss-ups at this hour, with substantial portions of the vote still to be counted. At this moment, President Trump leads in the electoral vote count 209 to 196 as both candidates inch closer to 270. Remarkable to think just where we are at this hour. All of the Biden scenarios to win the White House included a version of Wisconsin and Michigan.
Yes. Yeah.
But those are must-wins for them. They can win without Pennsylvania. They can win without Florida.
Yeah.
But now that they've got Arizona likely in their column, they need to have 2 of those upper Midwest states.
Yeah.
And
unless there's something happening in Georgia, and then they can trade basically Georgia for one of those 2 Midwestern states.
Right. And it's interesting when we look at Michigan, you know, that's one of those, again, state by state, different rules. 24,000 people registered to vote today in the state of Michigan.
Yeah, they have
same-day registration, which is pretty incredible. Today.
Where?
Wow.
So we don't know which parts of the state.
I'll try to get that for you. But, I mean, that just tells you, as you know, the number crunchers try to figure out who's from where and what. There is a new element to this election in terms of who's turning up.
Yeah, and may raise a lot of questions for the army of lawyers on both sides of this that are ready to litigate each part of this final vote tally as it comes down to counting in these next several days, perhaps weeks, as they sift through the votes still left to be counted.
And the question that people keep asking, where are the absentee ballots? It really is conceivable that you got an absentee ballot and never turned it in.
Yeah.
You know, I know someone that found it above the what do you call it, the visor of the car.
Right.
You know, they had stuck it up there, forgot all about it, that it was there. I mean, it doesn't mean that something untoward happened because
so what did
there's all
that
these
person do?
Nothing.
They didn't vote at all?
Well, they went in person.
Yeah.
They went in person.
My wife, she took her ballot in with her and said, I want to vote in person. They said,
yeah, they just did it in person.
Got it. Okay. The answer to your question, Nora, the top cities in Michigan where that registration happened, Detroit, Ann Arbor, Grand Rapids, and Kalamazoo.
So that's actually a split.
Yeah.
That's two heavily Democratic cities, two that favor Republicans a little more. So,
right.
What a day.
What a day indeed. Yeah. All right, let's check in with Anthony Salvanto because he's one that's sifting through all of this data over at the decision desk with all of the great experts that work here at CBS News. You guys have done an amazing job tonight and every day leading up to this election. We thank you for that. And
thank you, Nora. And yeah, everybody here is working hard, and it's been a long day and it's been a long night, and we are sticking with this. Look, let me show you Wisconsin at this point. The thing I keep coming back to showing everybody is, you look at the vote count, what's expected, there's probably 890,000 votes still outstanding. But the other big difference that I keep emphasizing is we aren't sure if this is all election day or if this is a lot of absentee that's still outstanding. Okay, now I'm going to show you Michigan as well. And to your point, I mean, we were talking about this for a week leading up to this, that everything might not be decided on election night because these were the slower counting states. Lo and behold, this is where we are. I'm going to look at Detroit, for example. That number, that count right there where you see Joe Biden leading in Detroit represents only a fraction, 37% of all the expected votes. And this number itself may actually move. There may be more out of Detroit to still count. So again, it might take a while. It might take all night. It might take into tomorrow, but we will be here looking at it. And again, let me show you one more thing. Let me show you North Carolina. Okay, we still have a little bit all around the state. See the areas in blue going for Joe Biden. I'm going to look at Charlotte right here. I'm going to show you the outstanding vote. Not a lot of it, 95%, so that's pretty much in. I'm going to show you Raleigh, Durham. There's Raleigh, outstanding vote, 94% in. That's how you get a picture of a very close race. Any differences, small differences, can shift this race, even though almost all the votes in some of these big counties have been processed.
Hey, Anthony?
Yeah.
We promised we wouldn't do this till late in the night, but it's time to do it. The 2nd Congressional District of Nebraska. To be totally transparent, some other places have called it for Joe Biden.
Okay.
Why have we not yet, or are we ready to do that?
We're getting closer on that, but we're waiting for a couple of other counties to come in, Ed. We're just...
and this is why this is important.
Taking it one step at a time, Ed.
Okay, because the Biden campaign now says if they've won that one electoral vote, because the Cornhusker state doles them out depending on congressional district, they can afford to lose Pennsylvania, hold Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona, and get to 270. So we have hit the point now where we're playing with Nebraska and Maine in ways that we haven't had to play with them before. But they're doing the math that way now.
And we should explain to everybody who may be just tuning in or, coming home late saying what's going on.
Just coming home.
There's a couple of states that divide up their electoral code.
Nebraska and Maine.
Nebraska and Maine, which divided up by congressional districts. And if we do get down to that point, then everybody gets a giant civics lesson out of the crazy way that American
And it's the Omaha area.
Yeah. But how the mighty have fallen if that's what the Biden folks are hanging their hopes on.
It's one scenario. Remember, they've had multiple paths.
I understand. Yeah. But of all the paths, this is the one that leaves your whiskers at a close shave.
Yeah. I'm still more interested in seeing what we get out of these big counties in and around Atlanta. We're all watching that. Gannett's in, so that's pretty much done.
And it turned out
John has a question too.
Can I on Georgia in particular? Fulton County, there's still a fair amount of that left out. Does your model incorporate what you've learned today about the day of vote from the Trump voters? In other words, as you try to anticipate what the final votes left to be counted are, do you have a new way of thinking about those based on what you've learned in the turnout today from the Trump voters?
Yes. The difference is, and the uncertainty comes in, is we don't know how many of each are left. So if you model it and you say, okay, we think he's doing this way, and, in case 60, 70% on the absentee, but how many are there? And that's where the uncertainty in the model comes in. Yes. If, in fact, there are a lot of them still left, then Joe Biden can still win the state.
And to remind, so when you say the absentee, are you talking about the absentee that can come in till the 12th?
Well, that's another uncertainty. This is full of uncertainties here. But yes, because there's an expected vote. We know roughly from the voter files how many people requested them.
Yes.
And we know how many have returned, but there may be a gap in there between the two. And that we may have to wait and see as well.
An important point there, as you point out, about North Carolina, the ballot deadline, November 3rd, postmark received by November 12th, and that has been upheld by the Supreme Court of the United States. Just a quick update, too. We've been talking about how long we would have to wait for certain votes. We did hear tonight that the Michigan Secretary of State moved the timing goal. She told reporters tonight that they expect to have a clear picture, if not a final picture, within the next 24 hours. That is significant since the Biden team is hanging their hopes on a win in Michigan.
And just next door in Wisconsin, an update from Adam Brewster, our producer who covers that state, saying now it looks like we'll get an update between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. from Wisconsin. Why, he writes? Because poll workers can't stop counting once they've started. So we very well may get a response from the Badger State tonight.
So an update or a clear picture of the final tally?
Probably more likely an update, because remember, we're waiting for outstanding ballots to be received.
Got it. And of course, in Pennsylvania, the state reported nearly 4 million votes cast by 12:30 a.m. That is still far short of the 7 million votes that are estimated are the total number cast in the state of Pennsylvania. So that's why there is still some time, as every vote should be counted and tabulated and added to the tally so that it is a fair election that all can agree on.
And in Philadelphia, I'm looking at a note from one of our embeds here saying that the city commissioner says that there is a reporting issue. And so they are unable to give us an update. They're not able to actually tabulate some of the mail-in ballots until they clear out the in-person ballots.
And Margaret, you and I have both done some reporting on this, but for those who are concerned about the integrity of the vote, we have had many things put in place to secure the integrity of the vote, not only just ways to protect it, the way it's transferred digitally, but also there are now paper ballots.
That's right.
For more than 90% of the ballots cast in this country.
Right, and as we heard with Georgia, they actually had to go to that backup system because the new-fangled computers didn't work so well in certain counties. That was important, and that was something that was actually emphasized in that sort of post-mortem autopsy of what happened in 2016 when the Senate did this investigation of the foreign interference that was carried out by Russia. They recommended that more states have backup systems. 7 of them are kind of on the old system still, so it's a problem. But it is remarkable that given the level of concern, Homeland Security is saying it looks pretty good from here. Cyber Command also had said something in the days preceding this that they felt.
I think it's good that there's been no conversation about foreign interference in this election tonight. I think that's a good thing.
But considering all period around it, this period of uncertainty we're entering right now is the timing that they feel is the most dangerous.
Right. What we should say, though, what we did report tonight is part of the reason there was not foreign interference tonight is we believe and have been reporting that our assets have actually carried out some counterattacks in order to do that. Is that correct? Right.
That's right. Cyber Command, that the military, that arm of the military that carries these operations out, had said they would be willing to do something. We believe that they have actually been carrying out some operations.
All right, now as we take a look, one more look at the national map, again, still too close to call. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. Texas was a state that was one of the toss-ups earlier tonight, but we have called that now for President Trump. Want to go inside those numbers with Major Garrett. Major?
So, Nora, let's talk about Texas. Here's one of the fascinating things about Texas. I talked to lots of Republicans about the week out of this election. They said, yes, it's a battleground state, and because it's a battleground state, you're going to see more Republicans, more Trump voters come out. Texas will still be Texas, even though Democrats thought it was a possible pickup for Biden. And I want to show you the exit poll numbers that illustrate exactly what Republicans were talking about. First of all, let's look at the Texas coalition for President Trump. Man, he carries them 56-42. Look at the white evangelical number. Massive win there. Also, once a strong leader. Massive number. All right, let's go to some of the composition of this electorate in Texas. Democrat, 31%. Look at Republican, 40%. Independents, 29%. All right, it gets even more interesting now. Under 30 vote, 15% in 2016, 15% in 2020. In Texas, at least, the young vote did not mobilize in any appreciably larger way in 2020 compared to 2016. Also, another fascinating aspect of the Texas story. Share of the electorate, non-white voters. In 2016 in Texas, it was 43%. In 2020, it was 41%. So the percentage of the vote actually shrank. Now, ladies, just forgive me for a second, because I got to put a question to Ed and John. When do we take our sport coats off?
I was going to wait till 2 a.m.
Never in the Oval Office.
All right. I just want to put the time check. It's 1:45 in the morning. I'm just wondering.
I'm going at 2
I'm not until you guys do.
I'll take it off at 2.
All right, well, it's getting hot in here. CBS News is going to project that Joe Biden has won the state of Minnesota. That is a state that was in the Democratic column in 2016. A large portion of that state votes by mail. It is a state that Donald Trump had wanted to pick off, spent a lot of time in the state of Minnesota.
And he said needlessly, because there was nothing that suggested he would be able to win it, but because he lost it by less than 2 points 4 years ago, he was obsessed with trying to get it.
But we are now calling that, and so those electoral votes of Minnesota, which is 10 electoral votes, now slide into Joe Biden's column at this hour. And you know what that means? We still have those 5 states.
Yes. Yeah.
We're still there. We're still there with those.
One step forward, one step back.
But it is more pathways to stay.
Yes. So you know, just to continue. So what chapter are we on? We've been through chapter 1, chapter 2. Where are we now?
Well,
John?
we're still in chapter 2. It's a long chapter, and the thing is, I mean, we're still there. I mean, what is interesting is that, you know, again, we've always been thinking about the states that President Trump has to defend. And Minnesota was one place that they flirted with, trying to reach into Minnesota. Nevada's the other place. We've still got to hear about Nevada. But
Nevada and Maine, we haven't.
Well, Maine's
dealing with ranked choice voting. It's good.
Yeah, Maine's just taking time. But anyway, there's no inroads. It's all defending for the president.
I'm going to let you guys think some more. And in the meantime, we're going to take a short break. Be sure to download the CBS News app to track all your local races on your phone or your tablet. We've got more analysis and reports straight ahead. CBS News 2020, America Decides. We'll be right back. Now just 1:47 a.m. here on the East Coast. Questions about whether the President of the United States is still awake watching returns. Let's turn to Weijia Zhang at the White House. What are you hearing, Weijia?
A senior campaign official tells us that President Trump still plans to make remarks. We don't know exactly when, but he expects the president will be positive, touting all the accomplishments that he views were made tonight, including support from Hispanics and workers who really believe that he will do the best to turn this economy around amid a pandemic. And we also expect that he will continue to spread the false claims that he already did on social media. Twitter and Facebook both flagged a tweet from the president that claimed they are trying to steal the election. He also said that there was a big win tonight. Of course, we know that is not true since there is no winner, and it could be days or weeks. But the president is gearing up to fight and to present a case that he's already talked about at length for several weeks now about what he claims the other side is trying to do, which is just not true. So we do expect he will say something about that tonight, and again try to focus on all the wins that came tonight, because they still believe that he will ultimately have another 4 years here at the White House. Nora?
Weijia Zhang, thank you. And as we return to that map of those 5 states that are still too close to call, or we just don't have enough votes because the voting, the counting has stopped or is still outstanding in some of these states, we want to tick through each of them so that you know the very latest in each state. And we thought we would bring in our CBS News election law expert, David Becker, to do just that. And David, thank you so much, since you're an expert in all of these states. I guess we can start. Should we start in the upper Midwest? Wisconsin, I understand that they are planning to count through the night and have an update in the middle of the night. What do you know about Wisconsin?
Yeah, I think that's right. Just like a lot of these states, they saw an unprecedented number of mail ballots, and they are validating each one of these ballots. All of the ballots that they're counting right now were in on time today. They're working through the process that they're supposed to, but this process takes time because they validate each one of these mail ballots, and we will likely see Wisconsin, as well as Michigan and Pennsylvania, quite frankly, and likely Georgia as well, going well into tomorrow, just because it's going to take some time to get through the hundreds of thousands of ballots that are still outstanding.
Okay, Wisconsin expecting an update between 3:30 and 5 a.m. is the latest we got. Michigan, you mentioned the Secretary of State saying she hopes to have a final picture, if not unofficial results, in the next 24 hours. Does that square with what you're hearing as well, David?
Yeah, that's about right. I mean, people in, for instance, Wayne County and Detroit, there's a lot of ballots still there. Workers are going to be working through the night. Workers are going to be working through tomorrow. We'll likely get episodic updates with the vote totals there. And by tomorrow, we should have a better, clearer picture of Michigan.
John wanted to know also about Pennsylvania. That is a state where we understand there's still a large number of outstanding votes to be counted.
Yeah, lots of ballots left in Philadelphia, in Allegheny, in the Philadelphia suburbs in particular. A lot of those are absentee ballots, and I know that the workers are working. They're actually bringing in shifts, for instance, in Philadelphia. There's going to be updates early tomorrow morning and then throughout the day. Again, we'll be waiting till tomorrow to have a better picture of Pennsylvania.
Got it. Can we just look at that? Because if we look at the vote board in Pennsylvania, it looks like there that Donald Trump has a wide lead with only 68% of the vote count in. Is that because it's largely recording the Election Day vote and not those absentees that you say are outstanding?
Yeah, that's part of it, and also the counties that have reported so far. Again, if you look where most of the outstanding ballots are, they are in Allegheny County, in Philadelphia County, in Montgomery, Bucks, Delaware, Chester counties where you would expect you see an advantage for Democrats.
Okay, I think Ed O'Keefe has a question for you.
Just real broadly, David, I mean, we've been anticipating potential legal challenges across the country. If you're a lawyer tonight, eager to make a buck on some kind of an elections challenge, which state potentially is the one that is in most legal peril, or where there could be some kind of a challenge mounted by either party?
Well, I think it really comes down to, is there one state that decides the presidency, essentially, and is that what's the narrowest margin? And, of course, we've been looking at Pennsylvania for some time, and Pennsylvania may indeed be that state. And if that's the case, then there might be some ongoing challenges. But, again, a lot of these rules were set ahead of Election Day. The ballots we're talking about right now were received on Election Day. We're not even talking really about the ballots that might be received a little bit later, but were postmarked today. So I don't know that there's much merit to any legal claims right now based on what we're seeing. We're going to have to see how this plays out over the next few days.
All right. David Becker with the very latest. We appreciate that. And no, we're going to be talking to you a lot. As it appears, there is probably going to be additional vote counting. We will keep everyone up to date on that and potential litigation ahead. Some CBS stations will be leaving us for local election returns. For the rest of you, our coverage continues. More analysis straight ahead, and we'll check in on each of those 5 battleground states. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides. All right, the analysis and results continue here. Let's bring in Anthony Salvanto at the Election Data Center and Major Garrett.
Nora, thank you so very much. Anthony, before we get to the big board, a couple of things I think we should probably emphasize at this hour. One, we have a new definition of essential workers. Those people who are processing and counting ballots that arrive via absentee in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, who are literally working, in the case of Wisconsin and parts of Michigan, overnight to do this work. Talk about essential workers. And also, there is a difference, a fundamental difference, not just in terminology, not just what you would find in the dictionary, but for the purposes of this election. a cast ballot and a counted ballot. When the president says you can't cast a ballot after Election Day, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about ballots legally cast but not yet counted. That's an important distinction. First of all, I want to talk, let's go to the big board, the whole country, and tell us what the popular vote margin is right now, if there's anything about it that you find even slightly surprising.
Well, one of the things we want to point out, okay, at 64 million to 62 million, is that Joe Biden might be on track to actually carry the popular vote, because you see some of the larger states, like let's take California, for instance, and I show you how much is counted. There's still 5 million ballots out in a state that Joe Biden is, it's a Democratic-leaning state. So that could pad his totals. But, of course, the presidency is not decided by the popular vote.
Not at all.
It's decided state by state.
But it is interesting in the sense that I was talking to people about a week ago saying, Joe Biden could win the popular vote by 6 or 7 million. I don't think I'm quite seeing that in this data so far.
Okay, so let's wonk out for a second.
Yeah, please.
That is what the pollsters and pundits will call a uniform swing model, which says that if the national popular vote gets to a certain point, it must carry with it certain states, like a rising tide lifts all boats, okay? Right. That is not really the case, because what happens is that some of these states are not only so close, but are so different from the other states that it's more you really have to go state by state. So Michigan may not be anything like California, may not be anything like Georgia. And what we are seeing here in this story is still the same thing we thought going in, which is there's a couple of southern states, North Carolina, Georgia, which, whichever way they tilt, have clearly shifted a little bit more Democratic from last time, and Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, all of which have a higher number of white working class voters that support the president. They are still very clearly in play, or at least they are as of the initial set of ballots.
And would you characterize North Carolina and Georgia as on the razor's edge right now in terms of what vote is in and what vote is remaining to be counted, and who the likely winner might be?
Oh, yeah. Well, we don't know the likely winner, and so that's why we still rate them as toss-ups. But I want to show you this, too. Even if we say 95% of the expected vote in, 5.7 million, let me go back to your original point. There may be ballots in the mail. There may be ballots that have been dropped off.
Postmark not there yet.
Right. These estimates that we give you are based on what turnout looked like heading in, and yet this could go higher if, in fact, more ballots are in the mail.
More ballots are in the mail. And in North Carolina, as we talked about earlier, if postmarked by Election Day, they can be legally counted for 9 days after Election Day. That's going to be important in North Carolina. If you're curious about Pennsylvania, it's 3 days. Vote differences like that by state are vital to the outcome of this election. Anthony Salvanto, always great to wonk out with you. We are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more election coverage. You are watching CBS News 2020, America Decides.
Welcome back to CBS News Election Headquarters. It is 2 o'clock in the morning here in the East. It's 11 o'clock in the West. And at this hour, vote counting continues in many states, including in 6 of the most important battleground states. We are expecting to hear from President Trump at the White House shortly after tweeting he would address the nation. Earlier, we heard from Joe Biden, who talked to his supporters in Wilmington, Delaware, saying he believes he is on track to win the election. To be clear, we are not close to making a projection. Here's where we stand in our notable 9 states. CBS News projects President Trump has won Florida, Ohio, and Iowa. Arizona is leaning toward Biden, but we still cannot get a clear picture of these 5 states: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, and Georgia. Substantial numbers of votes are still uncounted, several million in Pennsylvania alone. Right now in the race to 270 electoral votes, President Trump leads narrowly, 213 to 207. In each of these states, we should thank those volunteers, those poll workers who worked in the midst of a pandemic. Not, more concerned about democracy than perhaps their own health. making sure that there's someone there to count these ballots and staying late into the night, so to make sure that everybody's vote counts. And that is the greatness of democracy, the great country that we live in, that people are willing to do that, and the patience that it takes to wait for that vote to be counted. Many of us lived through the year 2000, where it took some time, and ultimately was made, a decision was made through the Supreme Court about whether to count those ballots. And we have a process now where this will take days or weeks as it sorts through so that every vote gets counted.
Right. And that process is in place to ensure that every vote gets counted, and that, as all the security officials have been saying, just be patient. Everything has been figured out, and just let it take its course. Don't rush for a conclusion, because that only will cause more rumors and more chaos.
That is exactly how we started the evening when we went on the air at 7 o'clock. That, listen, we know that there's a very good chance that we won't have a decision tonight, and that is exactly what happened. I think Major summed it up really well when he said it's another definition of frontline workers. Because you're so right. I think sometimes people forget that we're in the middle of a pandemic. I really do, because so many people are going on about their real lives, despite all of us wearing masks when we're not on the air here. We're still in the middle of a crisis, and they are sitting, counting the votes to making sure that we get the information that we need. It's very brave and very heroic, actually.
It is.
Can I pivot to a different point that just strikes me as we look at this map and all of Joe Biden's chips essentially being in the Midwest, although Georgia still is tantalizing for Democrats, and within reason, because the counties are out. When he won his nomination in the Democratic Party, the argument was he'll be the kind of candidate who can win in the Midwest. So that's now being put to the test here in the final counting here.
We are being told that the president is planning to address supporters in the East Room of the White House in just a moment. And again, to set the stage, millions of votes in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, including early in-person and absentee ballots, are still outstanding, including military ballots from overseas. And we are going into the night. We went into the night knowing that many of them would not be counted, certainly in the state of Pennsylvania. Hundreds of thousands of votes in large counties in Georgia that typically lean Democratic have not all been counted either, and election boards have stopped there for the night. So we will not see more votes added to that total in that state until the morning. In other states, either by state law or by court order, ballots will be accepted after the election if they were postmarked by Election Day. And that means that there are at least 62 electoral votes that we can say right now will not be awarded early this morning. So neither President Trump nor Joe Biden are going to reach that threshold of 270 needed to become president. So CBS News is not going to project a winner at this hour, because there is not a winner right now. Again, to be clear, because there are millions of votes outstanding, CBS News is not projecting a winner, nor are any other news organizations across America projecting a winner at this hour. It is important that every vote is counted. Any suggestion otherwise is patently false about the results of this election. It just takes time. We're in the midst of a pandemic.
And by the way, is rude to the voters whose voice we're all waiting to hear from.
So it'll be interesting to see what he says when he comes out. I think it's interesting looking at the shot at the White House where he invited 300 to 400 guests to join him for a viewing party of the results. It looks like this will be the first time that they've seen him. So can you imagine if you've been at the White House all evening waiting for the results, and now finally this will be the first time that you see the president?
Well, we don't know. They could have been all in a reception with him. We don't know exactly whether the president has been
mingling. They were saying earlier it was reported that he had not joined his guests.
The Attorney General, one of the guests of note, who was supposed to be with the president this evening, along with some of his top economic advisors.
It was reported that he hadn't joined them yet. So
and remember, they're at the White House because they couldn't exceed the crowd restrictions at the Trump Hotel down the street because of the District of Columbia crowd restrictions. So they came to federal property instead and are having a few hundred guests stay up late with them tonight.
Nora, we started the evening also talking about those white college-educated women. And in looking at Georgia, I was just digging into that. You aren't seeing that shift necessarily in Joe Biden's favor as much. Still, for the percentage of votes already tabulated, about 90%, 91% in. showing up for the president.
Mm-hmm. I'm wondering if we have Weijia Zhang with us, who covers the White House and is covering the White House tonight as we await President Trump's remarks. Weijia, I understand that can you explain the press situation within the East Room?
Sure. So our colleagues, the travel pool that is assigned to cover the president, it revolves every day. It's a very small group, has been called to the East Room in anticipation of the president coming out. Now, usually a big group of us would be inside wherever the campaign, wherever the president was waiting results. And that's pretty critical on election night to offer you some color and some understanding of how they're feeling. And that's been tricky tonight because we're relying on calling and texting with our sources, and that's very different from being in the room. So we are now relying on our colleagues who are in the room to help us put this story together. And as you can see there, we aren't seeing the guests. There's not a cutaway shot of the guests.
And Weijia, yeah, that's exactly what I was going to ask you about. Is in a where there's a free press, there is usually what is called the head-on camera and then the cuts camera. The cuts camera allowing people to see who is in the audience, and that is not being provided as the White House and the President Trump controls the access to seeing who's in the audience. And why would they not allow a cuts camera?
You know, that's a great question because typically they do, and this is unusual. But last night you asked me a question that I did not have an answer to yet, and that was whether the guests in this room would be required to wear masks. This is inside. We're talking about hundreds of guests. And the answer now we know is no. The White House tells us that everybody who's in that room was tested, and therefore they don't have to cover their faces. Of course, we know that flies in the face of what some medical experts have said, because you may test negative, but in fact be carrying the virus. So, you know, that might be one reason. We can't speculate, but what we do know is that it makes a big difference for a night like this. We cannot read the faces.
Weijia, do you have any indication from the pool about who are the guests there at the White House tonight?
We do not. We have learned through reporting that there are some members of the president's cabinet there. We know that the vice president is not there, actually, which is interesting because we talked to some of his top campaign advisors who said that he is not there tonight. We know that these are invited guests of the president, donors, people who are close to him, and obviously officials from both the campaign and the White House. But we do not have a guest list. We don't even know exactly how many people are inside this room either. And so what we do know is that the president has not been there yet. Do we know
whether, and I'm sorry to drill down on this, but it's highly unusual. I'm just wondering if the guests, which are there at a political event, essentially being fed drinks and food by the White House staff that's paid for by taxpayers. Do we know? Has there been a reception?
Well, we know they're eating. We know they're eating, but the campaign insists that they are picking up the tab for this event. But they certainly are eating. They are drinking. They are celebrating just like they would at any other campaign party. And, of course, there have been a lot of conversations about the Hatch Act and whether this is a potential violation. But, again, the campaign insists that even though this is at the White House, which is taxpayer funded to operate, that they are paying for everything. And so, you know, the Office of Inspector General will have to take a look at this, but there are criticisms and questions about this very event. And so, you know.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Weijia Zhang at the White House. And as we await the president just moments away from his address, Ed, were there concerns from the Biden campaign about how this evening, or I should say this morning, would play out in these types of remarks from each side?
There was, which is part of why we saw Biden come out more than an hour ago at this point in Wilmington to plea for patience and point out that they're leading in Arizona, that they believe, at the time he believed they would win Minnesota, which they have, at least by our measure, and that they were waiting for results from Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. So he set the table sort of saying, I'm going to I'm going home. We're going to be patient about this. We'll wait for tomorrow. Got out ahead of it. Democrats remember the lessons of 2000, when Al Gore perhaps stumbled through that recount and perhaps should have done a better job, they believe, setting expectations there in the first few hours after it was evident there wasn't going to be a result. So by doing what he did tonight, Biden's suggesting that there will be another day.
Somebody's coming through the door.
And we'll see here shortly what the president has to say.
And according to the pool note in the room, Newt Gingrich, former leader there, Callista Gingrich, the current ambassador to Rome, a number of Fox News personalities as well, and the Health and Human Services Secretary, Alex Azar. That's according to the pool reporter, who's from another network and in the room. But all of our eyes and ears tonight.
Got it. And we keep hearing from what is called the pool, the small group that covers the White House or travels with the president. They just keep saying it's another 2 minutes. So we're still waiting to hear from the president of the United States. Extraordinary at any time to hear from the president after 2 a.m. in the morning from the White House. John?
Well, this is while we wait here for the president to emerge. Kara Cordy tells us that in Fulton County in Georgia, there are 5 election workers. You were talking earlier about the people who are working through. 5 of them have been left there to 10 pairs of hands, or 5 sets of hands are counting in Fulton County, Georgia.
Okay.
Are still in there counting. So you just think about those 5 poor souls in the room doing their work here now at 2 o'clock in the morning to keep the count going in Georgia.
All right, and we are waiting to hear from the President of the United States. His campaign feeling strong after a victory in Florida.
But when you look at the numbers, Nora, can't both campaigns feel pretty good at this particular time?
They both have pathways to victory.
Yes,
Bill.
they both have pathways to victory, and so they can both. Go ahead, John.
Well, but the president has to be thrilled with what he was facing coming into this election, which was having to defend 9 states in which he was being told, in the polls at least, he was down by outside the margin of error in at least half of them, if not more.
So as we were talking about the other day, John, President Trump has made his political career on the unexpected, and he defied the odds in those places.
Right, and in this case, I mean, as Major was talking earlier, when your approval rating is under 50%, that is usually bad news. When there is a once-in-a-century pandemic and the public blames you for it, and it is hitting its peak at the moment, and the number of deaths is up at 230, and you're still competitive, that's an extraordinary thing.
I wonder if we can get an update, too, on the United States Senate and the very latest there, because there have been some additional movements as the Democrats were hopeful about an opportunity to retake the United States Senate. And Nancy can just quickly walk us through in just the headlines. What's the likelihood at this hour that the Democrats retake the Senate?
The likelihood is getting smaller, but we may not know definitively this morning, Nora. Take a look at Montana. That was a very close race between the Steves, Steve Bullock and Steve Daines. We have now moved it to lean Republican as Steve Daines, the incumbent, pulls ahead. And so that does not appear to be a likely pickup for Democrats. So what's left? Not much. Maine, for starters, that's still officially a toss-up. You'll see that Susan Collins is in the lead right now, but only about 60% of the vote is in. They're counting very slowly. And what's really interesting in Maine, where Susan Collins is really a survivor, really an institution, is she's actually running pretty far ahead of Donald Trump in that state. He is unlikely to win Maine. He's got about 44% of the vote. She's got 52% of the vote in her race. So one of the few Republicans tonight who's doing a whole lot better than the president is in her state. She's really on par with how Joe Biden is doing in that state. But we won't know what happens in Maine until more of that vote is in, because Maine has this very unusual ranked choice voting system. There's a third-party candidate who's right now getting about 4% of the vote. If nobody gets above 50%, then they start giving that independent candidate's votes away to whichever voters say, their second choice is. So that could take a while.
If she survives, it would be a rare instance of split ticket voting where the voters don't vote for a president of one party but elect a senator of another, which doesn't happen. It certainly didn't happen in 2016.
Doesn't happen these days very much at all.
So the math was that Democrats had to net 3 if Joe Biden wins the White House?
Correct.
So far, they have netted Arizona and Colorado.
They've netted Colorado. It's likely Democratic pickup in Arizona, but not official yet. And so Maine is one possibility. North Carolina, still officially a toss-up, but Tom Tillis is ahead by nearly 2 points with, I think, 96% of the vote tallied. And then all you've got left are those 2 Georgia Senate races. Now, we already know that one of those races, the special election, is going to a runoff in January in Georgia. This was a race with 20 people, lots of Democrats and Republicans. You need to get above 50% in order to avoid a runoff. That's not going to happen. So that's going to go to a special election. So we won't know. The other Georgia race, David Perdue versus John Ossoff, we can't call a victor in that race for the same reason that we can't call a victor in the presidential race. We've still got a lot of votes outstanding in Fulton County and elsewhere. So a lot of this hangs on Georgia. And I just want to direct your attention to the bottom of that graphic where you're looking at the actual map of the Senate floor. 45 Democrats right now, 46 Republicans. So we're very, very close when it comes to the battle for control of the Senate.
We haven't called this out. This is actually the seating chart, figuratively, of the Senate. Right?
That's right. This is exactly where all 100 U.S. senators sit when they are in the chamber. You'll notice that Kentucky seat right up at the front. That's because Mitch McConnell is the leader of the Senate.
And he will still be sitting in that seat.
That's correct.
Can we go back to Susan Collins for a second? She knew going in that she was in big trouble. But what happened to Susan Collins?
Well, you know, it used to be that as a moderate, you had a lot of power.
Yeah.
You were a deal broker. You know, you crossed the aisle and you worked with the other side to cut deals. Well, we haven't seen a lot of deals cut over the last 4 years. And frankly, this is President Trump's party right now. You know, think about it. There wasn't even a platform that was drafted for the party this year. It was just all about President Trump, and that makes things a lot more difficult for a moderate from Maine.
Nancy Cordes, and as we take a live look at the East Room, where we are expecting to hear from President Trump, a reminder there are millions of votes in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, including early in-person and absentee ballots that are still outstanding. We are still waiting on hundreds of thousands of votes in large counties in Georgia that have yet to be counted. Some are being counted at this hour in the middle of the night. Poll workers and others working to fulfill the role and, of course, in service of our great democracy. And, of course, also note that in other states, either by state law or by court order, ballots will be accepted after the election if they were postmarked on Election Day, including military ballots, hundreds of thousands from overseas that are protected by law, that those can also be counted as part of that process.
And Nora, I understand Nevada has moved from lean Democrat to likely Democrat at some point. I don't know if we noted that, but they are taking their time tonight. It sounds like election workers are going through the night to tally up. But if they're wondering why the West Coast hasn't reported.
And Margaret, thank you for noting that as well. I wonder, as we await the president, we could bring in the president's former chief of staff, Reince Priebus. And Reince, what do you expect is going on right now?
Well, I think they're crunching the numbers and trying to figure out maybe what the exact tone ought to be. I mean, if you think about where the Trump campaign's coming from, they feel that they look pretty good in all of the states that they had to win to be in the game, and they're currently ahead in all 3 of the Midwest states that they need to win 2 out of the 3 in if they don't win Arizona. If they win Nevada, then they need, maybe they can win it with Michigan. That gets you to 20. So I think that's, or excuse me, that gets you to 22. So I think that's what they're trying to figure out. And they don't want to they don't want to go too far. They don't want to sound defeated, but they want to sound victorious, probably without going too far.
All right, Rines, thank you. We just saw the president's family, his children enter the room along with their spouses and significant others.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
The latest news conference I've ever had.
We love you. We love you.
I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good, such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And we won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4%. or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes. We're up 600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania, 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, it's like very good. So we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan, but I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin. So we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many. We had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 461. Think of it. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. We did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this, and we, as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us, and Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please. Please.
Well, the President of the United States castrating the facts of the election results that have been reported tonight, falsely claiming that he has won the election and disenfranchising millions of voters whose ballots have not been counted. sadly, because of the raging pandemic and the failures of the administration to contain the pandemic, there has been a massive vote-by-mail operation, and those votes have not yet been counted. And so we at CBS News are not projecting a winner in this presidential race. We will not disenfranchise the millions of voters in those battleground states and the hundreds of thousands in Georgia who also have not had their votes counted.
There were so many untruths in that statement. It's sort of hard to figure out where to begin, count the ways.
Former Chief of Staff Reince Priebus said that he wouldn't go too far. He went farther than that.
Yeah.
What he said bears no resemblance to the truth of an election, let alone an election in a pandemic. The votes that aren't being counted are votes that people cast themselves today on Election Day. And some of the votes that haven't been counted are presumably his own voters, the president's own voters. He is calling the game at the end of the first quarter. And it's extraordinary. We've never had a situation like this in the country. The president is a steward of the American electoral system. As a member of it, he's a steward of the American system. And he is trying to undermine it while the count is still going on.
And the last time we had a dispute that went to the court, to the Supreme Court, as the president just said, he thinks this will go. You had two candidates who ultimately accepted the outcome of the courts, ultimately accepted and said, we have to carry the weight of the office that John just described. To have the president jump that gun and make calls, and frankly, Nora, as Gail was saying, there were a lot of things that were untrue. We can look at the map right over your head and see that the state of Texas was actually called in his favor. He said it was not. Georgia and North Carolina remain toss-ups on our map because of all the details you just laid out in terms of untallied
We
votes.
fairly called the state of Florida in his favor and noted
did.
his strong turnout among Latinos. And at the same time, we can also fairly report that it's too soon, because we cannot disenfranchise millions of voters, to call the race in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, and North Carolina.
But you know why this is so disturbing is because the message that it sends to his supporters. This is why people are boarding up the stores, because he sends a message to his supporters that when the true count comes out, maybe it will be in his favor, maybe not. But if it's not in his favor, he has already planted the seed that this election has been stolen from him. And that's why this is such a dangerous thing that he has just done.
Well, and he's trying to set expectations. And when we finally got out of that, he said, you know, let's hope they don't find more votes around 4 a.m. Well, that's exactly what's going to continue happening. Voting is continuing through the night in Wisconsin, in Georgia, and other places. And yes, it's possible that by the time people wake up later today, it's either closer or he's perhaps lost his advantage.
I'm curious why the president feels fearful that he has to declare early. Is he not confident that that once the ballots are counted, that they will go in his favor? Why try and say this early? Is there a sense of fear within the Republican Party that ultimately...
Wouldn't this be a good question for Reince, who said that he didn't think that the president would go far?
Well, interestingly, and remember, Reince, to Ed's point, when Ed asked that question about the outstanding ballots in Arizona, Reince did want those called. He did want those counted. In a state where they think those ballots may be in the president's favor, he does encourage the continued counting of ballots in the other states that we're talking about where they may be in his favor or not. Yeah. That's where they're raising the concern.
I mean, this is that red mirage that we heard people talk about, the idea that certain states, and we're seeing this in Michigan and Wisconsin right now, for example, the day of vote would be counted first. All the other ballots that were cast early are being counted now. And so it looks right now like he has a lead. And he may maintain that lead, but he might not once all those other ballots are counted. And so that's what he's trying to do here, is he's stepping out and saying, look, I'm winning, which in our parlance would be he has an edge. But at the end of the day, once all those votes are counted, it may be that all those mail-in ballots gave it to Joe Biden.
And he has put out a false narrative now that many people will now believe.
Yes.
That's what's troubling about it.
And he was furthered by that, by people giving him a mouthpiece to do that. Let's bring in David Becker, who is our election law expert. And David, under what legal grounds could the president proceed as he says he wants to?
Well, none that I know of. You all just nailed it. I mean, nearly everything the president just said was false. I mean, we know there were over 100 million early ballots cast in this election, but we've only counted about 130 million ballots so far, and that doesn't quite add up with the election day turnout that we think we expected and we saw. So there's probably tens of millions of ballots, and it's really important to understand these are all ballots. Voting is not still going on. These ballots were cast already. They were cast under the laws of the states, and they were cast by the deadline. Some mail ballots might be coming in later that were postmarked. A lot of mail ballots came in today, but this process is still ongoing. And as was pointed out, and this was a really great point, on the one hand, President Trump is arguing to stop the count of validly cast ballots in states like Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and Georgia. But on the other hand, arguing for continuing to count ballots in Arizona because he thinks it will benefit him. Consistently, what we've always done is we count all of the ballots that were cast on Election Day, and that's what we're doing right now. And there are likely still tens of millions of ballots out there, including millions of ballots in the states that we're looking at that we haven't called yet.
Is it unusual for there to be a vote count after Election Day?
It's not unusual at all for there to be a vote count after Election Day. In fact, there is always some votes being counted after Election Day. What's a little bit unusual about this election is such a large percentage of ballots are still being counted well into the night and tomorrow and perhaps Thursday and Friday because we've got these mail ballots that came in, and especially in Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, they couldn't start processing them until today in most cases. So that is a little bit unusual, but the process of counting all of those ballots is what we did in 2016 when President Trump won, and what we've done in every election in our history.
Can I ask you, does the president face any repercussions for what he just said? He just out and out lied to the American people.
Well, I mean, this is something we've dealt with for quite some time with this president, and especially when it comes to the elections process, we've seen a lot of false statements, whether it's about distrust of the mail voting system, whether it's about the existence of alleged fraud that we know doesn't exist on any kind of scale. There hasn't seemed to be any repercussions yet, unfortunately. Hopefully, the votes will be counted. We'll know who won. It might be President Trump. It might be Vice President Biden. We still have tens of millions of ballots left to count.
But this is truly throwing a match on a big puddle of fuel because this is the scenario that we were hoping didn't exist, where those boarded up windows and that anticipation of people feeling somehow disenfranchised rather than excited that in the midst of this national crisis, an election was carried out. Now you have doubt being raised very directly, not just doubt, but actual accusations of somehow the president being wrong. It's a very flammable situation that we are in and we are going into right now, this having been said.
You know, it's so interesting. He's been asked leading up to this, will you accept the results? And he would always say, well, no, I don't know. The truth of the matter is we don't have results yet for you to accept one way or the other. And he's already not accepting what we do have so far.
You know, the democratic process gives the president his power.
Yes.
And he's trying to turn the democratic process into something sinister. The democratic process also gives every member of his party who was elected tonight or reelected tonight their power. Mm-hmm. And he is they have an obligation, it seems to me, to speak up when the president of the United States tries to make the democratic process into something sinister.
And who would that be, John, who would speak
Well, any of them who have a duty to their country.
Yeah, you can imagine.
That gives you a lot of options.
Many of them will say they were already asleep and they didn't see it.
Mm-hmm. You can imagine that a scenario with which this gets litigated in the courts. The president said he would take it to the Supreme Court. You can also imagine where you might hear from past presidents who feel the need to speak out in the coming days, both Republicans and Democrats, to protect the integrity of the process. And just to be clear, and David, you can help underscore this with me, because having covered now, I think this is my 7th presidential election, every vote is counted and tabulated as best as they can. And there has never been a situation where a state has reported the final results on election night. No state is legally expected to do so. What the networks do is we project winners in these particular states based on a lot of the vote count that comes in, but the states don't report the final results until much later, correct?
That's absolutely right. Election night results are always partial and unofficial, and it's only because the margin of victory is large enough that we can often project the outcomes. But we're obviously headed to some really narrow margins in some key states overall, and that means we need to let this process play out. Every single state has an official certification deadline where they certify the final official results, and in most cases that's days or even weeks after the election, and we're going to see that in most states where they're going to go through this process and make sure they got it right. It's much more important to get it right than to get it fast, and that's what the states are doing. Both Republican and Democratic election officials have been standing up for that process throughout this entire election season, and we're still going to see that throughout the aftermath of tonight's election night.
Got it. I want to bring in.
I have one more question for him. What is the danger of the president doing something like this? You know, before this election, we kept hearing democracy is at stake, America's at stake, truth is at stake. What is the danger of the president doing something like this?
Well, Gail, you are exactly right, and you pointed it out earlier. There are many, many millions of people who listen to what the president says and look to him for leadership and guidance. And unfortunately, he's steering them wrong right now. And it may very well be that he comes out on top on election night or after election night, after we've counted all the ballots. But we need to let that process play out. And if he were truly confident, you would expect he would let that process play out, because he would ultimately be declared the winner in a process that was upheld by both Democratic and Republican election officials. But he doesn't seem as if that's the direction he's going right now, and he's steering his own supporters wrong and probably leading to some more division that we're seeing in this country.
And David, if we take something he said literally, he said we're going to go all the way we're going to go to the Supreme Court and ask it to stop counting the ballots. He, as president, cannot go directly to the U.S. Supreme Court and ask those 9 justices to stop counting ballots, correct?
That's correct. He's going to have to go through the lower courts. It might be the state courts. It might be the federal courts. It depends on what legal claims he wants to bring. However, a lot of these rules, we saw a lot of pre-election litigation, and that was a little bit disconcerting because it was so much of it. But on the other hand, it established
a lot of these rules.
But
in English, David, that means pre-election litigation means this is already settled, that at this point it can't be revisited because the rules are in place. Courts have already made rulings on various elements of the rules or the laws in various states.
That's right. I mean, you
So
never
these
know
legal
what
options
courts
are
will,
quite narrow at this point on where exactly.
You never know what
exactly
courts will
it.
do. Yeah, that's right. I mean, courts could do, you know, especially the Supreme Court might do something new. We have now a 9th justice on the Supreme Court that didn't hear any of these cases, but a lot of these rules were set. And, you know, there are Democrats who don't like some of the rules about Election Day receipt of mail ballots, or they don't like the Electoral College, and there are Republicans who don't like rules about postmark of ballots and receipt a few days later, or early voting. But those rules are set, and those are the rules we're playing under, and both campaigns knew them. And we should let those rules play out under the laws of the states in which they're happening.
I just want to make sure that we get in, and thank you so much, David Becker, for your legal expertise and your experience. Thank you so much. I just want to do some further correcting of the record out there, because CBS News has projected that President Trump has won the states of Texas and Florida. The president incorrectly stated that we had not called that. We have called those states for the president of the United States. We are still awaiting votes to be counted in Georgia and North Carolina. And I might just bring in our elections director, Anthony Salvanto, to explain quickly what we're waiting for in Georgia and North Carolina.
For more votes to be counted. And it is really not unusual for close races to wait for projections until more votes are counted. Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, all to be included on that list. Many votes still to come. I would show you what our expected vote is versus many hundreds of thousands of still outstanding in just the case, in this case, of Wisconsin. So we are still awaiting many ballots to be counted. And I can tell you, Nora, as someone who has sat at the decision desk for many an election, it is not unusual at all to wait for a large number of ballots to be counted.
All right, Anthony Salvanto, thank you. We've got a lot still ahead. We're going to take a short break. Be sure to download the CBS News app to track all your local races on your phone or tablet. Much more ahead. CBS News 2020 America Decides, and we'll be right back. CBS News projects Joe Biden has won the state of Virginia. And the tally there in that state, this was normally a battleground state that we'd been, in our notable 9, but not this year. But interestingly, it was the events that occurred in Virginia that propelled Joe Biden to say was the reason that he decided to enter the race for president of the United States.
Yeah, in Charlottesville, when they said that there were good people on both sides. A woman was killed in that protest, that riot at the time. And it was then that he made the decision, and he said the soul of the country is at stake. I'll never forget his comments because I think that touched a lot of people. Black people in particular also felt the soul of the country is at stake.
Soul of the nation.
Soul of the nation. Soul of the nation is at stake here. And as we sit here today, there are still those issues that are still happening in 2020.
I want to bring in Reince Priebus and Valerie Jarrett because both of them have worked in the White House and understand the awesome powers of the presidency. And Valerie, your thoughts at this hour?
Well, I think the soul of the nation is at stake. And while I was listening to the president speak, I was thinking about all of those millions of people who sacrificed in the middle of a pandemic, stood in line, many of them for far too long, hours, waiting to exercise this most fundamental responsibility of citizenship. And for him to just basically try to discard their participation in our democracy and say that their voices don't matter, in violation of past practices, in violation of the law, which allows everyone who has voted to have their vote count. We have processes in place. And I think part of what was so profoundly disappointing is I think he knows that. He has smart lawyers who work for him. They have briefed him on what the law is. And so for him to go out and distort the truth the way he did and mislead his supporters was incendiary. And I think what we really need is somebody who will be patient and calm and let every vote count and be confident enough to think that doing it on the up and up, you can still win. And so I worry not just about the tone that he set tonight, but what it means for our country in the days that follow, when the votes are actually finally calculated. And if he is not the winner, he has already telecast to us what he's going to do, which is to question the integrity of the election. And that sends us into a real crisis, which is so deeply unfair to the American people. We deserve better than that.
Reince Priebus, did the president take it one step too far?
Well, I think he tried to do a couple things. I think I got a sense on what and how he thinks about these things from working for him. Number one, I think he wanted to make it very clear that he was going to put this conclusion of these final states in the hands of the courts to justify using lawyers to review the ballots that are coming in, that are being reviewed in these states. And then number two, I think he wanted to preempt the Democrats from moving into the court system to seek extensions for states in receiving these absentee ballots. So in other words, there are states right now that have said, if we receive an absentee ballot by X date, then we will count it and we will go through the process. And I think what the Trump campaign may be trying to do is preempt the Democrats or the Biden campaign from seeking a further extension of that deadline, similar to how they extend the polling closing times. So I think that's really what the president is probably trying to do. I don't know exactly. I'm here. I'm not there in the room listening to this strategy.
But, Reince,
but again,
Reince,
you also have a president who's very frustrated by...
The issue raised by U.S. intelligence in terms of what our foreign adversaries are trying to do is not necessarily to pick a winner. It's to sow distrust of our entire democratic system. That is what I believe Nora was asking you the question about.
From the president's standpoint, I think there are parts of the system that he does distrust. That's just the reality. So it is not a wild idea for many leaders, especially in the Republican Party, to have a problem with a lot of things that happen in our voting laws. And so it's been like that for 20 years. So, look, I think you also have a president that's very frustrated. That was told. I think we have a president that's very frustrated. That was told he was going to get blown out in every one of these states, and he sees the map. And other than issues in Arizona, which CBS hasn't called yet, he sees a campaign that's running the table. I'm just describing to you what I think is happening in Trump world, and I'm describing it as best as I can for you.
Reince Priebus, thank you. Valerie Jarrett, thank you for joining us. And it's coming up just about 3 o'clock in the morning. CBS News has not projected a winner of the presidential race because there are still millions of votes to be counted across America. Some CBS stations will be leaving us for local returns. We'll be right back. And let's go now to Anthony Salvanto and Major Garrett at the Election Data Center.
Nora, thank you so much. Anthony, we do not want this to be a platform to validate falsehoods. The president just said a bunch of things that I'm not going to get into. I'm not going to dignify. What I want you to do is walk us through the 5 states that we have on our map that are still toss-ups and briefly explain why.
I'm going to show everybody what the expected vote is, which is the number of ballots, roughly.
This is in Wisconsin.
In Wisconsin, starting here, is 3.6 million. And the current best estimate are the ones outstanding. Outstanding means they have been cast.
They have been cast.
Someone cast a ballot.
Legally.
But elections officials have not yet gotten to that ballot to count it and put it in the tallies for their counting.
Exactly.
Okay? Now, so this is nearly 700,000 in Wisconsin. And again, rough estimate there. Okay? Now I'm going to go back, take that off, and go to Michigan, okay, and do the same thing. And this is 1.7 million outstanding.
Legally cast, not yet counted.
Okay, add that to the other 700,000. Rough math here, we're at 2.4.
2.4 million. I'll keep track of that.
Okay. There'll be a quiz after.
Yes, indeed.
Okay. Now here we are. Carry the 2.4.
Got it.
Add to it 1.8. Quick.
All right, that's 4.2.
Nice.
4.2.
Okay, so we're at 4.2. Now
4.2 million legally cast, not yet counted.
Now I'm going to go to North Carolina. There won't be quite as many here, but there's another 300,000. So
4.5.
More or less.
4.5.
4.5. I'll go to Georgia. There's going to be plenty here. Okay. There's another 500,000.
That's right.
Now we're at 5
million.
Ballparking 5 million ballots. And that is just in the 5 toss-up states that we went through. I haven't gone through Arizona, haven't gone through Nevada. Our brains will start to explode.
That's right.
But we get it.
Let's just pause and hold that information for a second. Based on our estimates, which we have a lot of faith and confidence in, 5 million legally cast ballots that have yet to be counted. Yes. When the president used the word disenfranchise, when he says he's already won, that is precisely what he's attempting to do with those 5 million votes.
I can tell you, as someone who has sat at many a decision desk on many a late night, that it is hardly unusual for us to wait for elections officials to count votes. Sometimes we wait until the wee hours of the morning. Sometimes we wait days, sometimes weeks.
Right. And I think it's also important to remember what happened in 2016. The president won 3 states quite narrowly. Why? Because all the votes were counted and everyone accepted narrow ranges of victory in 3 battleground states. The president and his presidency is living proof that close election results can be adjudicated, can be fairly counted, can be verified, and can establish a president, even though you could do it with 77,000 votes spread across 3 battleground states. I'm going to have the last word on this, Anthony. It's great to be with you. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more election coverage. You are, as you well know, watching CBS News 2020, America Decides.
Good early morning here from the CBS News election headquarters in Times Square. Nora and Gail and John Dickerson and Margaret Brennan have been relieved for the evening to get a little bit of sleep after 7-8 hours on the air. They're going to have a long day tomorrow. We all are, because right now the race between President Trump and Joe Biden is too close to call. The president spoke just moments ago, prematurely declaring victory, even though ballots are still being counted in several key states. We've been following them all night. I am fortunate to be joined here on set by Ed O'Keefe, who has the gift of gab, and we shall need it to get through the rest of this evening. Votes are still being counted. They're not coming in anymore unless you count the mail-in ones, which could come in certain states for days, we're talking about. What's the state of the race from where you're sitting as I move from couch to chair here?
Sure. Well, welcome aboard. It's good to have some relief. Those of us continuing on, I know Major and Anthony and others will be part of this the rest of the night. Look, currently, former Vice President Biden has a lead, 220 electoral votes to 213. We're waiting for big states, though, that are still in the process of counting ballots. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, and Georgia. They're still counting ballots out in the West as well, Nevada and California among them. So at this point, the race is not over. You see here in Pennsylvania, the president has a lead with about 3/4 of the vote in, but Democrats believe there is still much of the vote outstanding. Many of the millions of ballots that were cast early are among those that they believe are still out there. Much the same in Wisconsin and Michigan as well.
So we are rounding 3 a.m. in the East, midnight in the West. And if you're just tuning in, I don't know what you've been doing all night, but you're probably wondering, what is the state of the race so far, and what are we still waiting to get in? And to get more on that, we have just the experts for you. We've got Anthony Salvanto. He is our director of election surveys here at CBS News, runs the Battleground Tracker polls, has been following the race all night. Also, Major Garrett, I see, still in coat and tie. Was wondering if you're going to take that off. Salvanto's already gone down to the shirt sleeves, and the tie is loosened a little bit. A good evening, good morning to the two of you. Where are we at this hour?
Okay. So, Tony, let me take you through first the 5 states that we at this moment consider toss-ups, and that is Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. All the others projected, or in the case of Nevada and Arizona, as of this moment, Maine leaning to Joe Biden. Now, the issue here is that, I'm going to walk you through. In Wisconsin, we estimate at least almost 700,000, 672,000 ballots still remaining to be counted. They've been cast, not yet counted. And we can do similar things for Michigan, over 1.7 million still to be counted. Pennsylvania, I'm just running through here, 1.8 million still to be counted, etc. So millions of ballots still out there awaiting counting.
Just under 5 million, roughly, in those 5 toss-up states. So let's go back to Wisconsin. I want to go through this process in a way because viewers might say, all right, what's the margin right now?
Yep.
So what does it look like?
Yep.
And why do we wait?
And the reason is that
because they heard the president say, we're leading.
That's right.
Okay. There you can see the numbers, but we need to wait because
these are the ballots that have been counted. And these are the tallies that elections officials have reported to us, which is what we do at the decision desk. Right. We get the vote reports from the elections officials, and we turn around and report them to you.
So let me pause you right there, because I think this is really important. So the president just told the nation that what we see here is legitimate. Okay, then that means these votes that have been counted are legitimate. What he's also suggesting is the votes that have not yet been counted aren't legitimate, which is factually wrong. Those votes that have been legally cast but not yet counted are just as legitimate as the ones that have been counted that reflect this.
And I would add, in a political sense, that we have no idea who these 672,000 people voted for. Now, we know that they may have been cast from Democratic counties or cast from Republican counties, so we might have some sense in a modeling standpoint, right. But we have no idea until the elections officials report to us what the tallies of those ballots are. There could be Republicans, there could be Democrats, there could be independents. It's all in there.
Well, their voice is yet to be heard. So let's go to Michigan.
Okay.
Take a look at Michigan. What does it look like and what's still outstanding? So 52-45. Yep. Okay. Yep. President's in the lead.
Right. Now, we have not projected this race because in part, 1.6 million, perhaps more, still expected to be counted. They've been cast. Elections officials haven't reported them.
Right.
We can go county by county. We can go I'm going to pick one. Macomb.
20 seconds.
Okay, in which the president is leading, there's still a lot of ballots.
Exactly.
And we can go to Democratic counties and see much of the same thing.
That's exactly right. Tony, back to you and Ed at the desk. Well, Ed's got his jacket off. I'm right after you.
And the shirt sleeves are rolled up. But gentlemen, before you go, I do have a point of clarification here. Of these states we're talking about, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, is it our understanding that in each of these states, the counting is still happening? The election workers, in other words, are still awake and doing their work?
They certainly are in Wisconsin. There's a small number doing that in one part of Georgia, if I remember correctly, Fulton County. And in Michigan, they will start that process again. And the Secretary of State in Michigan has said they will have a full, though not necessarily official count, but a full count by the end of the day today.
All right.
They're working through the process in a legal, transparent, and visible way.
All right. I bring that up because if people are staying with us, they're wondering, are they going to get additional projections this evening? And it sounds like the answer is possibly.
You should hear more possibly from Wisconsin if you're keeping track with us on the East Coast time, 5 a.m., 5:30, maybe 6 a.m.
All right, Anthony and Major, thank you very much. Let's go now to Washington, D.C., where Weijia Zhang is following the president's campaign. Weijia, we just heard from the president where he appears to be prematurely declaring victory, and in addition, using pretty inflammatory language, declaring that a fraud is being perpetrated on the American people because ballot counting, legally cast ballots, are still being counted into the evening and, in fact, into Wednesday morning. What are you hearing from the campaign? Are they trying to clean up in any way the president's remarks, or are they underscoring them and standing by them?
Well, this actually was no surprise. Campaign advisors and officials had indicated and almost said as much that they believed that they, being Democrats, would be trying to steal the election and steal votes away from the president after tonight. And it was remarkable to actually hear the president say those words out loud. He could not have been more blunt. He said, we were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. Of course, that is simply not true. And we had an indication that he was going to do this tonight because he tweeted a very similar sentiment that was flagged by both Twitter and Facebook as being misleading. What's interesting is that he flat out denied he was going to do this. Just yesterday, he pushed back against reports that he was going to declare victory as long as he was ahead. And he said, I don't have any reason to play games. And that was a false report. He is not ahead. And tonight, that is exactly what he did. And so it is a critical moment to see how the president behaves and what he says moving forward. We know that he is prepared to launch a legal battle, but it is really important for people at home to understand what he is saying is just flat out wrong. Tony?
Yeah, the votes are still being counted. It's also worth underscoring that the reason there are boarded up buildings in cities all across America is because people are concerned that rhetoric like we just heard from the president and a protracted legal battle, which appears to be what we could be headed for, could lead some supporters of both candidates into the streets, and there could be trouble. Weijia, thank you very much. I want to shift now to Nicole Killian. Former Vice President Joe Biden spoke to supporters in his home state of Delaware overnight and expressed optimism about the election outcome. And Nicole Killian is in Wilmington for us, where she's been following the Biden campaign. Nicole, good morning to you.
Hey, good morning to you, Tony. What I can tell you is this is the scenario that the Biden campaign was worried about, that the president would try to proclaim victory. And in essence, even before he spoke this evening or this morning in the East Room, the campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon, told reporters earlier this week that under no scenario will Donald Trump be allowed to be a victor. And really her point there, and I'm kind of paraphrasing her comments, but, the point that she made was that they knew that there would be outstanding ballots and votes to count. And that is, in essence, the message that we heard from the former vice president earlier this morning, where he told his supporters that it ain't over until every ballot is counted. And so that's why he is urging patience. That's why he told his supporters here tonight to keep the faith. Many of them doing just that. I spoke to a number of them who said they are optimistic. They realize this is going to take time, but they are hopeful in the outcome. Tony?
All right, Nicole, thank you very much. Ahead, we're going to hear from CBS News political contributor Jamal Simmons and CBS News political analyst Leslie Sanchez for their take on what President Trump said a short while ago about the election results. But for now, we're going to tuck in a quick break. You're watching our CBS News 2020 America Decides. We are back now at the CBS News election headquarters, and we are joined by CBS News political contributor Jamal Simmons and CBS News political analyst Leslie Sanchez. And Leslie, I want to go to you because you come at this from a Republican perspective, and it was the man who represents your party who just said that he feels he's already won an election that is very much not decided. It is still an outstanding matter who will be the next president of the United States. What did you make of his remarks from the White House a short time ago?
I think it's a tremendous amount of puffery, to be realistic about it. It's about keeping people excited that the potential is there. I will tell you from some conversations I've had, the internal numbers for many of these swing states continue to look good for the president. So he's feeling optimistic. It's the way he talks about it, whether it creates a bit suspicion if he's going to cast doubt on the election results. But I think what he's really trying to say is that he's excited about where the numbers are going to turn out in the swing states.
Jamal, I know you, as I recall, are a native son of Michigan, correct? Or is it your father who is?
I am.
It seems like much of this will rest on the Wolverine state. Based on what you're seeing, do you believe Biden will be able to prevail?
I think he will. I've been looking at some numbers, and I had a conversation earlier with an elected official in the state who tells me that they think that the numbers in Wayne County, particularly in Detroit, will come in tomorrow, and over the next couple days, we will count those ballots, and then we'll be able to see that Michigan is going to go into Vice President Biden's column. I think the same thing is probably going to happen in Wisconsin. But here's the thing that we all have to be, very cautious of and worried about. The president very well could win one of these states. I mean, something could happen that we don't predict. And what he's doing now is calling into jeopardy the entire integrity of our elections. And so I think millions of Americans, tens of millions of Americans, 100 million Americans plus, spoke up and said something about what they want, the direction they want for the country, including many of his supporters. And we've got to respect the voice that they exercise during this process.
Leslie, I want to go back to you and get you to respond to something that Jamal just said. The integrity of our democracy being called into question, the way you put it was, it's just puffery. He's trying to keep people interested. Help me close the gap between those two points of view.
There's a lot of concern and certainly hand-wringing on both sides of the aisle, Tony. There's no doubt about that. The integrity of the election, above all, it's the most important aspect. The president tends to walk that line, right? He pushes it even further. We've got lawyers. That's the first call I'm going to make. There is no doubt that if it does become a series of too close to call elections in each of those swing states, that it is going to be investigated further to ensure that every vote that should be counted is counted. And so I do think it's part of his bravado of the way he talks. But the bottom line is ensuring that every vote that should be counted will be counted. And the president's going to have to fundamentally live with those results.
All right, Jamal Simmons and Leslie Sanchez, thank you both very much. We'll come back to you this evening, so don't go far. For you at home, we have much more news ahead, including the latest from the states that will be critical to deciding who is the victor in this election, Georgia and Pennsylvania. You're watching our CBS News 2020 America Decides. We are back now at CBS News election headquarters in Times Square. And one state we've been paying very close attention to all night is the state of Georgia. The state has not voted for a Democratic president since 1992, and it is now a toss-up in our projection. Mark Strassman is in Atlanta for us. Mark, good morning to you. We've been following the vote counting there all evening. What do you know?
Good morning, Tony. Well, with more than 90% of the vote counted here, President Trump is leading slightly, but the race is still considered too close to call Democrats really had such high hopes of turning Georgia blue in 2020, but that is something that has simply not happened, as you mentioned, not happened here in Georgia since Bill Clinton carried the state nearly 3 decades ago. It could be a few days before. Well, actually, let me start with this. 91% of the expected vote is in. President Trump leading Biden by a narrow 2.5%. 16 electoral votes are up for grabs here. It could be a couple of days before all the mailed votes are counted here in Georgia. The demographics have been changing in the state in recent years. The suburbs have become younger, more diverse, less conservative. Our early exit polling indicates Biden is overwhelmingly capturing the black vote here, but Trump is overwhelmingly taking the white vote, around 70%, also leading here the president with voters who are not college educated. There are also 2 crucial U.S. Senate seats on the ballot here. Both held by Republicans. One is heading for a runoff. The other is considered too close to call, although Republican incumbent David Perdue is leading. Georgia's Secretary of State has said he expects the winners of most races to be announced later this morning. Tony?
Mark, it's Ed O'Keefe. I'll take this one. One of the things that complicated the count in Georgia, I guess last night, is there was a plumbing issue, right?
Yeah, at State Farm Arena, which is where the Atlanta Hawks play, that was a processing and tabulation center for absentee ballots. There was a water leak. A pipe leaked this morning. None of the ballots were damaged, but that stopped the counting. And with about 50,000 uncounted ballots, they sent most of the workers home. A few workers have been working overnight, but the sense is that they're probably not going to finish it up again until sometime this morning. It was just one more little thing that went wrong here. Generally speaking, the day at the polls yesterday worked out great. That is, with so much early voting, Ed. As you know, Georgia set records. Nearly 4 million folks cast early ballots. The polling itself, the day at the polls went very, very smoothly. Wait times were like 10 or 15 minutes, very reasonable. But then they ran into issues with the tabulation, and here we are, almost 10 hours after the polls have closed. And we still don't have a winner. And, of course, very, very frustrating for Republicans and Democrats alike.
Tony, if you had leaky pipes holding up the 2020 ballot count on your 2020 bingo board, you're doing pretty well tonight.
The bingo board for 2020 is large. It's like, it folds out many times. It is larger than any game board in your house. Mark Strassman, thank you very much. You bring up, you open the door to an interesting conversation here. Georgia, I want to underscore for people, it is a state where it appears that President Trump has an edge, but we have projections that suggest that if the trends continue, and I heard Anthony Salvanto talking about this earlier in the broadcast, if the trends continue, Biden still has a path there, which is why it hasn't been called.
Because it runs through these suburban, fast-growing counties in and around Atlanta. We know there's also counting still going on in Pennsylvania, right?
Right, indeed. But we do not have Jerika Duncan, so we're going to stick right. Yeah, we're going to stick right.
Okay, well, we'll keep talking about this.
It passes through those key Democratic counties, and the water does not pass through the pipes there. It came out of the pipes, and so they are delayed.
Yeah, we're looking at places like Fulton County, where Atlanta is, Gwinnett County, a major suburban community just outside Atlanta, Cobb County as well. This is an area of Georgia that once put Newt Gingrich in Congress, and has now been completely transformed through people moving into the state, through just demography. And you've seen some of the most competitive congressional races in recent years held in that part of the country. So there's a belief among the Biden campaign and Democrats in the state that if it could happen 2 years ago, if Democrats could get elected to Congress, why couldn't a Democratic presidential candidate play well?
Not only congressional races, but the Stacey Abrams gubernatorial race was very close. Right. In fact, she still maintains that she may have won that race. There were some irregularities. And she did a tremendous job for the Democratic Party, pulling out new voters and pumping things up in that area around Atlanta. If Joe Biden holds on or finds a way to a victory there in Georgia, it'll be in large part because of what Stacey Abrams did. All right. Ahead, we are going to be talking to our voting and election law expert, David Becker. Important conversation there. Stay with us. Get some coffee. Welcome back already to the CBS News election headquarters in Times Square. Not sure what happened there, but joining us to look at where things stand right now is CBS News elections and surveys director Anthony Salvanto. He is putting his earpiece in as we speak. I can see he is now ready. He's giving me the smile. He's got the hands clasped. What do you know, Anthony?
Okay, so what we know is there are 5 key toss-up states as of this moment, and I am here with my good friend and colleague, Major Garrett, to break it down for you as we go.
So we're going to look at this map, and what we're going to show you right now, everything that's in white has not been projected. That's the phraseology we use by CBS. So even though we have Arizona and Nevada trending toward Biden, they're not officially projected, so we'll leave them in. So this is essentially what the map is from an electoral vote perspective as we look at it now. Even though Arizona and Nevada leaning, Hawaii will probably go Biden, we're not filling those in. But for the sake of the argument, let's fill those in as they're trending toward Biden and then show people what the map looks like.
Okay, so let's pull those into Biden's column.
Don't forget Hawaii.
Hawaii, we'll do that. And
so then let's pause for a second. So that's 244, 216. Now continue.
Okay, so what we really come down to at this point is Wisconsin, whether that breaks for the president or breaks for Joe Biden. Okay, that could get them closer. All right, Major, let's put it in the president's column for the sake of argument, and Michigan into Joe Biden's column for the sake of argument, but also Georgia. Right? And Georgia.
Pause what happened. Look what happened.
Yep, 276.
Right.
And I want to turn on the electoral votes here just to show everybody how many electoral votes each of these states has, because Georgia, with its 16, can trade off, of course, for Michigan. And what you're really seeing right now on the map is this eastern side, Democrats with still a couple of southern states in play, as well as the upper Midwest.
And if you put North Carolina, Biden, get them a little bit closer, put it in Trump, the map begins to change. So all of these things have yet to be counted. Ballots have been legally cast. They've not been counted. And I want to emphasize for the audience, there is nothing pro-Biden or pro-Trump, anti-Biden or anti-Trump by saying all the votes that have been legally cast should be counted. Saying that they haven't been counted doesn't mean we're holding back something that we know. We actually don't know.
Some of them are from Republican areas, some of them are from Democratic areas.
When all of this pans out, the president could win, right?
That's why they're toss-ups.
Exactly. And when it all pans out, former Vice President Biden could win. There is nothing about this process and saying, you know what, all the votes should be counted that have been cast that is trying to put the thumb on any scale. It's just saying 2 things. We don't know, and all the ballots legally cast must be counted.
This is hardly the first night at the decision desk where we have stayed and waited, and sometimes waited, for ballots to be counted.
Right. And speaking of waiting in any one respect, can you say anything that is leaning about these 5 toss-ups?
No, they are true toss-ups, and that's why we have them rated as such.
They are true toss-ups.
Yep.
That's from Anthony Salvanto. If they shift, we will let you know as soon as we know. We'll show you the data as we have it, and we will put that forward in as clear and direct a way as we possibly can.
All in real time.
So that's my camera, Anthony Salvanto. I'm going to thank you because that's what it says right up there. You are watching our CBS News 2020 America Decides coverage. I'm Major Garrett. That's Anthony Salvanto. This is the big board. I guarantee you we'll be coming back here soon.
The reinforcements here, and I'm already going to toss it to a correspondent in Michigan. Michigan, of course, one of the 5 battleground states where a sizable share of ballots are still being counted at this hour, and it is too soon to make a projection. And that correspondent is Janet Shamley, and she is in the crucial area of Detroit. Janet, good morning to you. What can you tell us?
Good morning. The Michigan vote would appear to favor the president, but Joe Biden says he is confident that it's going to go his way. And if that's the case, it's a flip from 2016, and he would increasingly need that happen to win. President Trump has roughly an 8-point lead in Michigan with just more than 70% of the vote counted. The Secretary of State tells us results likely won't be known until tonight, and the race is expected to tighten once absentee ballots are counted. Wayne County, which encompasses Detroit, has counted less than 40% of the vote. It's traditionally a Democratic county that went for Hillary Clinton in 2016. Joe Biden knew he would likely need to win here, and based on exit polls, he's counting on female and minority votes to bring him over the top. This is likely to be one of the closest races in the country, as it was in 2016, when President Trump won by fewer than 11,000 votes. If the president does win Michigan again, his path to the White House is increasingly likely. The Secretary of State told us a few hours ago that we would probably know tonight, but certainly well before the end of the week. Tony.
Yeah, key point there. Less than 40% of the vote in Wayne County, which encompasses Detroit, has been counted. There is a large outstanding number of ballots in that area. I agree. I think Michigan is going to be very tight again. It would appear, we heard from the Secretary of State, we'll get results within 24 hours. That was a revision from what she had said earlier. And the 24-hour period, though, could be any moment now, could be deep into tomorrow, if you count, depends on when you count your dawn, I guess. Could already be tomorrow. Janet, thank you very much. The presidential race has been very close in Wisconsin as well. That is another state we are tracking, one of those undecided battleground states. And it's where we find our Adriana Diaz, who is in Milwaukee. Adriana, good morning to you. Under normal circumstances, with no pandemic and no election, it would just be about closing time in the bars in Milwaukee. Don't ask me how I know, but I imagine now it is pretty quiet and pretty cold there where you are.
Tony, how do you know that? Well, there's certainly none of that going on here tonight. It is quiet here, but they are working upstairs, counting those ballots. So far, more than 80% of the vote is in here in Wisconsin. And right now, Trump is leading by a few percentage points, but there are still votes to be counted. Many of those votes are absentee ballots. And we know from CBS News' Battleground Tracker poll that absentee voters are likely to be Biden voters. So that means Biden could get a bump later on as all these votes come in. But the question is, will it make a difference? Here's what we do know. Based just on the three most populous states here in Wisconsin, Dane County, where Wisconsin is, that went to Biden by a landslide. We expected that. But in Waukesha County, which is a suburb of Milwaukee, Trump won there as expected, but Biden outperformed. And the reason why this is important is this is a key metric that Democrats here were looking at to see how Biden might do statewide. We spoke to the chair of the Democratic Party here today, and he said if Biden gets anywhere from the mid-30s to the high 30s in Waukesha County, that means he could take the whole state. Biden got 38% of the vote in Waukesha County, but of course, the state is still too close to call. And the reason is because people are still voting, people are still counting the votes in the building behind me here in Milwaukee. They counted 150,000 votes today alone. They could only start at 7 a.m. The count continues. They have about 20,000 left here, and county officials say don't expect any word until at least 5 a.m. Tony?
All right, someone will be up. Wait, we got Ed O'Keefe here.
Central, so 6 a.m. Eastern for those of you keeping track.
We will definitely.
I am keeping track, Ed. Thank you.
We will definitely be up. We will be.
And
CBS
here.
This Morning will be getting around that hour. And if you're a frequent viewer of CBS This Morning, you're probably wondering who this guy is because you don't get up that early if you're up at this hour. I'm Tony DeCopel. I was the relief team. I came in at 3 a.m. And we are still following the unfolding and yet to be decided presidential election. And we are joined right now by CBS News contributor David Becker, who is an election law expert and the founder of the Center for Election Innovation and Research. David, good morning to you. Exactly the kind of expertise we need right now because we have a president claiming a fraud is being perpetrated, and yet simultaneously we have what seems to be a normal process unfolding in several key states. Talk to us about the gap between what the president is saying and what we're seeing unfolding at this hour.
Well, here's what we know. We know that there are about 20 million ballots still left to be counted nationwide. We know that in the 5 toss-up states, there are about 5 million ballots left to be counted. And we know in states like Georgia and Wisconsin, the margin right now is only about 100,000 votes. And a lot of the counties that have the majority of ballots left to count are in, for instance, Milwaukee and Wisconsin, around the Atlanta and its suburbs in Georgia, and Savannah in Georgia. And in Michigan, the margin's only about 300,000 votes. So we've got a lot of ballots left to count. And I've been speaking with election officials, both Republicans and Democrats, who are working to count the ballots that were validly cast. That's the most important thing. And they're all committed to this. It doesn't matter what party they belong to. They know the rules were established beforehand. The campaigns knew those rules, and the election officials are now following those rules to count every validly cast ballot. And for instance, I talked to the Republican city commissioner in Philadelphia, who's been doing just an amazing job, Al Schmidt, along with his colleagues, and they still have a lot of votes still left to count in Philadelphia and in a lot of those Philadelphia suburbs. So what we need to do is we need to ignore the noise that's coming from the White House. They're trying to establish kind of a fraudulent fait accompli where we don't count the ballots that are cast. And we're going to do that. The election officials are going to make sure that's done. And we might be in for a long haul here because the margins are so narrow, and that's just what happens when we have margins this narrow.
David, when you talk to those people counting the ballots early this morning and you tell them what the president said, what do they say?
Well, what's amazing is I didn't have to tell them what the president said. A lot of them have actually gone on social media already and been very clear. Again, the Republican city commissioner, Al Schmidt in Philadelphia, tweeted, "We are going to count all the votes." The Secretary of State of Georgia, others have been saying the same thing. They are going to count the votes. That is their job. They know how to do this. The rules were set in advance of the election. We had a lot of litigation before Election Day. That set the rules, and now we're following those rules.
David, Major Garrett, talking about the rules having been set, you and I have had this conversation, but I think the audience would appreciate hearing it directly from you. Because there was so much litigation and because the rules have been established, if the jurisdictions follow the rules, there isn't legal standing, is there?
There really isn't. I mean, there might be some frivolous claims brought here or there, and you can never say with absolute certainty that courts won't do something unusual. But I think the rules have been pretty clearly set here, and there's been reliance by voters upon those rules. And that reliance is very, very important. Once the voters understand certain rules and they rely upon them, courts give that great deference, and they've established those rules about when ballots have to be in by, whether they have to be postmarked, those kinds of things. And right now, the jurisdictions are doing a remarkably good job of following those rules. It's just taking some time to get through this amazing volume of early and mail votes.
Ed, did you have another question?
Well, all sorts of questions. Thank goodness we have David on salary, not on retainer, because we're encouraging him a lot to stick around late into the night. David, I guess, look, I want to reiterate something the president had said earlier, and it's important that we repeat this because people are going to hear it in news coverage later today. The president said he's going to go to the Supreme Court and tell them to order states to stop voting. He cannot do that, right?
Stop counting.
To stop counting. Sorry, to stop. I keep messing this up. It's the hour.
Stop counting.
To stop counting. He cannot do that, right?
That's right. I mean, he has to go through the lower court process first. That it could either be through a federal or state court process, and you can go up on appeal from either a state Supreme Court or from a federal court, from the lower district courts to the circuit courts up to the Supreme Court. That could take some time. But again, his claims need to be found to have some merit. And right now, there is just no question what the election officials all around the country are doing, even in the states that aren't toss-ups, is they're still counting ballots that were cast today, that were in time today, and that they're going through the process. They need to make sure they're validating every vote and that every vote will be counted. And so when those margins are really narrow, it makes us a little uneasy, but it's a normal process because we have to wait till all those ballots are counted till we'll know who won.
All right. Well, I am relieved to hear you are not paging through election law books looking for answers. You already know the settled law, and we are in new territory politically, but legally things are well established. David Becker, thank you very much. We'll be checking with you later on in the evening. No matter who wins the next 4 years in the White House, they will need Congress if they want an agenda to be pushed through and for change to happen. So ahead, we are going to have Nancy Cordes, who's been kind enough to stick around, talk to us about the Senate races that have been decided and the contests that are still too close to call. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides. We're back now at our CBS News election headquarters in Times Square, and we are talking about control of the U.S. Senate. More than a third of the 100 U.S. Senate seats were on the ballot, and this morning we are beginning to get a clearer picture about which party might control the Senate in the next term. Nancy Cordes is still awake with us, and she joins us now. Chief Congressional Correspondent, what do you know?
Tony, two things we can say definitively at this hour. The Democratic path to the majority, which seemed so promising earlier in the night, has narrowed. It has not vanished, but it has narrowed. And we don't expect that we'll be able to declare which party is going to control the Senate anytime in the next few hours. Take a look at what's remaining to be called at this hour. I love that. Bring the Senate chamber up out of the floor. Take a look at the right-hand side of your screen. These are all the Republican Senate seats that were up for re-election tonight. You see a couple of blue squares there. One is the Democratic pickup in Colorado, where Cory Gardner, the Republican incumbent, has been defeated. And then in Arizona, we haven't called that race yet. We haven't projected a winner, but Mark Kelly, the Democrat, former astronaut, is likely to be declared the winner over the incumbent Martha McSally. So that's two potential pickups for Democrats. But remember, they need 4 or 5 in order to take control. And there are only
I thought it was 3 if they take the White House, 4 if they don't.
You're right. However, if you go over to the left-hand side of your screen, the Democratic side, you'll see one red square there. That is because Doug Jones has lost, we project, his race, and that seat will go to a Republican. So now Democrats need one more seat. And there are 4 races that we are still watching on the Republican side. So if they win 2 or 3 of those races, then they'll be in good shape. But it doesn't look so hot for them right now. North Carolina, we have not declared a winner. Same problem that we're having in the presidential race. There are still votes that need to be called. I think that race is about 94% counted at this point. Tom Tillis, the Republican incumbent, has a 2-point lead. Then you've got Maine. Susan Collins has a lead, but only about 2/3 of the votes have been counted there. So we really can't say anything meaningful about that race. And then you've got those 2 Georgia Senate races, the Perdue race and the Loeffler race. Loeffler definitely going to a runoff in January, and we're still watching to see what happens with Perdue. Very quickly, I'm going to leave this over here and tell you a little bit about what's been going on in the House tonight, because that's another really interesting story. You know, we went into the night projecting, a lot of outlets were projecting that Democrats would pick up more seats in the House, maybe anywhere from 8 to 18 seats. Well, things are going in the opposite direction. Take a look at some of the races we've been watching tonight, and we've been keeping a close eye on the 41 Democrats who won and flipped seats 2 years ago. They were the majority makers for the Democrats, but tonight some of them look like they're in danger of losing their seats. So you've got Debbie McCarsell-Powell in Florida. She's down to her Republican challenger. Then let's go to Iowa. Iowa won. Abby Finkenauer. Democrats were so proud to pick up that seat back in 2018, but tonight she is trailing her Republican challenger. Then in New York, you know, Tony, I'm sure you've seen the ads for Max Rose where he talks about the fact that Bill de Blasio is the worst mayor in the world. Well, take a look. He's not doing so hot himself. He is really trailing Nicole Maliotakis, so it's not looking good for him there either. And then one more I want to point out to you is in Oklahoma, Oklahoma 5, another big pickup for Democrats, Kendra Horn back in 2018. But we've already declared that her challenger is going to be victorious tonight. And so, you know, the story has really turned out very differently than what we expected when we went into the night.
All right, but quickly, Nancy, we do think Democrats will maintain control of the House?
Yes, Republicans would have had to pick up 17 seats. It doesn't look like they're going to do that, but they're certainly in a better position than they were before.
But the other thing we're going to have to factor for is which party controls the delegation or has the majority delegation in each of these states potentially if we get to that 269 electoral college term.
That is true, but we got to tuck in a break right now. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. We are following a presidential race that is too close to call. Stay with us. We'll be right back. As we approach the youthful hour of 4 a.m. in the East, ballot counting is ongoing in this country, and we just got a statement from the Biden campaign, which we will have momentarily. But for now, some stations will be leaving us for local election returns. For the rest of you, our coverage continues. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides. Welcome back to our special election coverage. Joining us once again to look at where things stand. In fact, wait, before we get to where things stand, as we let Anthony Salvanto find his position, I do want to get to Ed O'Keefe here, who has a statement from the Biden campaign responding to President Trump's remarks a short while ago.
Yeah, Jen O'Malley Dillon is the campaign manager for Biden for president and issued the statement just through email a little while ago. She says, quote, "The president's statement tonight about trying to shut down the counting of duly cast ballots was outrageous, unprecedented, and incorrect. It was outrageous because it is a naked effort to take away the democratic rights of American citizens. It was unprecedented because never before in our history has a president of the United States sought to strip Americans of their voice in a national election. Having encouraged Republican efforts in multiple states to prevent the legal counting of these ballots before Election Day, now Donald Trump is saying these ballots can't be counted after Election Day either." Later, she says, "If the president makes good on his threat to go to court to try to prevent the proper tabulation of votes, we have legal teams standing by ready to deploy to resist that effort, and they will prevail." She adds, "Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will stand for the right of all Americans to have their votes counted, no matter who they voted for. And we remain confident that when that process is completed, Joe Biden will be the next president of the United States."
Major, I consider you an expert in interpreting statements from political campaigns. Sure. What do you make of that one?
That the Biden-Harris campaign is not prematurely declaring victory, which the president did. They are saying we will count all ballots, and we are confident that once that is counted, America will know what happened.
Right.
Not, we already know what happened. That strikes me as internally more confident than a president saying, I know what's going to happen before the votes have been counted. He's trying to put his own thumb on the scale of public perception. The Biden-Harris campaign is not. And one other thing I would point out, Adam Kinzinger, Republican member of the House from Illinois, says the president is wrong to say what he said. Rick Santorum, former member of the Senate from Pennsylvania, said what the president said was wrong. Chris Christie said, as a former U.S. attorney, I don't agree with the president. He shouldn't say what he said. Those things are not consistent with counting votes and letting the process play out.
But let's see how many current Republican office holders say something like that as the day progresses today.
Given the returns we've seen so far in the Senate, we just heard from Nancy Cordes, I cannot imagine many Republican members of Congress or Senate coming out and chastising the president. The question also is, what cost will he pay for the statements he has made? You've got some former officials making comments, but the votes are in. They're just being tabulated now. So it's not like voters can penalize him as well.
Voters can't penalize him, but this is a country in which what the president says and what a rival campaign where the votes haven't all been counted can do, either in the court of public opinion or in any court where some litigation may arise.
Now, look,
and that has to play out.
Look, publicly they believe they will win, right? She says here, we believe that Joe Biden will be the next president of the United States. But to your point earlier, if the polling was so incorrect in so many of these states where it looked like Biden had a chance to win.
You and I stood right there this morning, many hours ago, yesterday morning, and made the point that the polls suggested Joe Biden had an advantage. That advantage has evaporated in many states.
So what's to say that that polling advantage that we thought was there is going to be there once Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin come in, where they believe they can still win tonight? So they're saying all this, and they may lose. But for now, what they're saying is we're going to respect the process. We want every vote counted. They believe, at least publicly, that Biden can win. And yes, mathematically he could, should most of those states go blue.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot to say about the polling, and we'll get more from Salvanto coming up very shortly. We have much more coverage ahead. You are watching our CBS News 2020 America Decides, and deciding continues. Welcome back to our special election coverage here in Times Square. We promised you another dose of the big board, and let's give it to you now. Anthony Salvanto is there, looking a little bit beleaguered, but the numbers are before him. How you doing, buddy, and what do you know?
It has been a long, long night, but we are watching still 5 toss-up races. Just to refresh this for everybody, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. All of them came into this night as toss-ups in our estimates, and they are ending this night and rolling into the next day as toss-ups. Look, here's Wisconsin. I want to be specific about what we are seeing. In our estimates, there are 648,000 ballots still outstanding. They've been cast, but they haven't yet been counted. We are awaiting that. Michigan, it's a similar story with a different number, 1.6 million outstanding. They've been cast. Elections officials have not given us those vote tallies and those reports. And I'll pick another one here, Georgia, which is really tight. And in here, we've got a couple of large counties that have still yet to count all their votes, expected at 5.1 million, still 400,000. Many of them, some of them anyway, from some of the larger counties like DeKalb. Let me see what's in here. Show you 80%, 82,000 there, just as an example. So you're getting a broader picture across the country in all these states. There are still many ballots left to count.
And Anthony, where do things stand with Pennsylvania? Are we getting results in?
We haven't gotten too many of late. By of late, I mean within the last hour or so, Tony. But one of the things we're watching here is that if I show you this, 1.8 million still outstanding. They are from all over the state, so we don't know if they're Republican votes or Democratic votes, but we can make some inferences. If they're, say, from Philadelphia, let me give you that as an example, well, only 48% of what we have expected there is counted. Still over 400,000 left to count there in the city of Philadelphia as well. I mean, these could be ballots that are sitting there waiting to be counted. They could be ballots that are in the mail. We don't know. We're going to find out.
So we've got 1.8 million in Pennsylvania yet to be counted. That's an estimate. And the gap at present time between Joe Biden and President Trump is how much? I can't quite make it out from here.
Yeah, the gap here is about 700,000 votes, 2.2 million, 2.9 million. But a lot of the counties here that you've seen are Republican-leaning counties. However, all night we've been following the story of the big vote difference between people who cast votes early, favoring Joe Biden, and people who cast votes on Election Day, and what really turned out to be a Republican turnout surge favoring the president.
Can you zoom in on the Philly region for a second?
Yeah.
Okay, so we see Montgomery County, Philadelphia itself, Delaware. Those are three places that Biden expected to do well. Mm-hmm. But he'd like to be winning Chester and Bucks counties as well, right?
Well, we don't know that he won't. Look, so there's 106 to 107, so it's basically, a razor-thin margin, and still almost 100,000 votes still to come.
And can you head up to Scranton?
Certainly can.
Where Joe Biden was born, in case you hadn't heard, because he likes to mention at least 9 times a day.
Look,
he's winning Lackawanna County, right?
Yeah. So there's Lackawanna, 61, 51. Let me show you what's... Oh, that's all in. Okay. So there we go.
Can we push back on that camera? Hold on. Yeah. Let's see that again.
Sure. There's Scranton. So there's Lackawanna County.
Is that enough to help pad his advantages in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia and potentially win the state?
Well, I think Allegheny out here we're watching because, let's see, still 250,000 ballots to come in from there. Obviously a Democratic area just right around Pittsburgh, too. So,
Anthony, did you think in your wildest dreams, because you're not just your poll, everyone's poll, they seem to suggest that the former vice president might have a 2, 3, 4 point advantage.
Yeah.
But we're going to end up with 4 or 5 big states where potentially the difference is 6 figures or less?
That is certainly possible. That is certainly possible. A lot of people had Biden up, at least marginally, in Pennsylvania.
Right.
Okay. So at the end of the day here, the model suggests certainly that he could still win it. Will he win it by 5, 6, 7 points? No.
Might be 1 or 2.
Yeah, it might well be. Yep.
All right. Well, we shall see. Anthony Salvanto, thank you very much. Do you have additional commentary to make there?
I mean, it's just
very interesting.
We've all thought about what this could look like this year, and this is one of those scenarios that was out there. A days-long count resulting in a very close
But let's be candid. For the Trump supporters who are watching us, they would say, yes, it's a scenario, but it's not one you guys talked about very much.
That's true.
Yes,
because we had...
No, we didn't. No, we didn't. We did not talk about a scenario where Democrats would lose seats in the House. We did not talk about a scenario
we did talk about the days-long
Hold on, hear me out, because I'm speaking for the Trump supporters, because I know I'm going to hear from them all the time. You didn't talk about the House Democrats losing seats. You didn't talk about the likelihood that Republicans could retain control of the Senate, which they may not or may not do, but it's a lot closer than a lot of Senate Democrats thought it would be, and the president would outperform in Florida, outperform in other places like Texas, win easily in Ohio, win easily in Iowa, You guys were not talking about that, and yet it appeared.
Well, you're dipping your toe in something very important here. We were not talking about it, not out of choice, but because the polls were very stable.
Which they would say, what else is new?
Well,
I remember I watched 2016.
We all remember. But adjustments were made, and people who were hopeful that those adjustments would capture the mood of the country. Apparently they haven't.
And the Trump supporters would say, whatever your models, whatever your attempt, you can't find us in the large enough numbers that we actually represent. And we're there, we're real, we love this guy, and we're going to show up for him. And we're going to defy your odds relentlessly. And that's one of the things that's playing out tonight. It hasn't played out in total. I don't know what's going to happen in those 5 toss-up states. But what you can say is the president has outperformed the polls yet again.
Yeah.
That we had not discussed.
We will be chewing. We will
the
chew
days
that over.
long count. The possibility.
We are talking about polling, and we have a reporter in Philadelphia, but we've got a raised finger from our polling expert, Anthony Salvanto, so I want to go to him.
May I quick, on this very program 2 days ago, we ran through 2 scenarios. One was where Biden got a turnout surge. The other was the Republican turnout surge, which was based on polling. And we said that if there was large Republican turnout on Election Day, that a number of states would flip red. Every poll is a model. When we looked at the model on this show and showed that Republicans could flip these states, we talked about it.
All right.
No doubt. But the totality of the national conversation is different. The totality of the national conversation across all outlets, Trump supporters would say, I don't think I heard that very much.
Yeah,
That's what they would say.
And they're justified. I guess maybe they should answer the phone when the pollster calls next time, and then we'll get it right,
Sometimes they don't want to.
Maybe they don't want to. All right, CBS News political reporter Caitlin Huey-Burns is in Philadelphia for us this morning. Caitlin, good morning to you. You're in a crucial area. What do you know?
Hi, good morning. Well, votes are still waiting to be counted. I'm in Philadelphia. There were over 400,000 mail-in ballots that are now being counted at the convention center across the street from my hotel right now. Those are not going to resume counting until tomorrow morning, officials say. Remember, Philadelphia is the most populous county in the state. The second most populous county, Allegheny County, is also waiting till tomorrow to finish counting ballots. About 146,000 ballots still remaining to be counted. This is a key state, as we know. Over the past couple of days, both the president and the former vice president have been furiously campaigning in Pennsylvania, competing for every last vote. We know and have known that Pennsylvania would not know the election tonight, would not know the results of the election this morning, I guess we're at, because they had not been able to start opening up mail ballots, absentee ballots, until 7 a.m. on Election Day. That was a decision made by the Republican legislature not to open up those ballots. That separates Pennsylvania from some of these other states that have been able to process these ballots. So we knew going into this that there would not be the results coming from Pennsylvania, but this is a state that offers 20 electoral votes, as we know, was determined by just 44,000 votes in 2016. And I can say that being on the ground here for the past 5 days or so, talking to voters at various polling locations, and as they've been dropping off their absentee ballots, they knew going into this how close this race would be, and they expressed their concern to us about how tight it would be as well, kind of knowing that every vote counts. But officials on the ground here have been telling us for weeks that we shouldn't be alarmed at the delay in reporting results, because they would still have to take the time to count all those ballots coming in. An unprecedented amount of absentee ballots here in Pennsylvania, the first time that they are voting this way.
All right, Caitlin Huey-Burns, thank you very much. I'm dying, actually, to hear from Anthony Salvanto and what you have been running through earlier, the scenarios. If Joe Biden loses North Carolina, loses Georgia, and loses Pennsylvania, if that were to happen, does he still have a path with Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona, plus Nebraska, that little sliver?
That's 270, 268, if I remember the big board from about 2 hours ago.
Yeah, he'll get by the skin of his teeth.
So right. This is close. Okay.
Omaha will get a new highway if it comes down to the 2nd Congressional District of Nebraska.
All right. Up next, we're going to hear from CBS News political analyst Leslie Sanchez and CBS News political contributor Jamal Simmons for their take on the impact that minority voters have had on this election. You are watching our CBS News 2020 America Decides. Welcome back to CBS News Election Headquarters. Just as we went to break, we were talking about how Joe Biden has a path if he wins Arizona, even if he loses Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina. Arizona is emerging as a very crucial state for the Biden campaign, and we have a reporter there. Jamie Yuccas is in Phoenix. Jamie, good morning to you. What do you know?
Well, good morning to you, Tony. What I can tell you is that the governor of this state, Doug Ducey, who is a Republican, has come out and said, hey, everybody, there's 130,000 votes that still need to be counted, and that this race is far from over. I keep checking my computer right now. It does look like former Vice President Joe Biden does have about a 5-point lead at this point in time, but we haven't seen any real significant data come in almost the last 6 hours. So we got that initial surge of early voting and mail voting that came in very, very early, but then I haven't seen anything much since. So 82% of the vote has been counted at this point. This trend is unusual in Arizona, where the state has only voted for a Democrat one other time since 1952. What could also be historic here is if Democrats pick up a Senate seat. The state has not had two Democratic senators since 1948. That's when Harry Truman was president. So Mark Kelly, the Democrat, is up over Republican incumbent Martha McSally, and he did sound very confident when he spoke to his supporters. Take a listen.
I want to start off by thanking a few people. Gabby, my best friend, the ultimate partner through this campaign and in life. Gabby's the person who taught me about this side of public service and what it means to use public policy to improve people's lives, and who taught me to never, ever give up.
So it sounds like a victory speech there, but I can tell you that Martha McSally responded saying, like Mark, every vote should be counted. I can tell you right now the big hangup is Maricopa County, which includes Phoenix, Scottsdale, where I'm at here in Chandler, Arizona, where there are a large amount of Hispanic voters, Latino voters, and they came out much higher in a percentage than they did in 2016. They came out at 15% of the vote. Right now, they're looking at 19% of the vote. But of course, we're going to have to keep an eye on Maricopa County. Throughout the night, we did talk to their election supervisors. They said they would trickle out some results throughout the evening. But again, no significant drop in ballots that were cast on Election Day as of right now, Tony.
All right, Jamie Yuccas for us. Jamie, thank you very much. I'm here with Ed O'Keefe and Major Garrett, and we are going to bring in now Jamal Simmons and Leslie Sanchez, both of them CBS News political contributors and analysts. Leslie, I want to go to you first. Jamie was just talking about the Latino vote in Arizona. It's very different from the Latino vote in Florida. Latin America is a big place, all the way from northern Mexico to the southern tip of South America. A lot of different people in that vote. Talk to us about their influence here in the 2020 count as it still unfolds before our eyes.
It's so dynamic, Tony, and it's changing across the country, right? There isn't one size fits all when it comes to the impact it's having in the states. If you look just at Arizona that she's talking about, she talked about Maricopa County. You have a tremendously red state with a rapidly growing Hispanic population that has traditionally done well. But if you just look at the numbers, the president just at where we are right now is about 16,000 votes fewer than he was in 2016. Now, where'd those other votes go? You could say third-party candidates, people who held their nose and voted for him last time didn't this time. But you can't deny that if you have so many Latinos who are turning 18, about every 30 seconds a Latino is turning 18 in this country and can vote, a state like Arizona is going to be impacted. Same thing for Texas. Texas last time had about 8.5 million people vote. Almost 11 million people voted, and tremendously impacted. And it still swung in the president's direction because the Republicans don't have to win the Latino vote. They have to be in the high 30s and early 40s to win the state. And finally, if you take a look at what was happening in Miami-Dade, there was a 300,000 vote win by Hillary Clinton in Miami-Dade that the president managed to reduce to about 85,000 votes this go around, which can definitely play into what is happening in Florida. So all the way around, the Cuban vote in Miami, and the last one I'd leave you with is Gwinnett County. We're talking about Georgia. That is the new Latino South. That is the area where you have a lot Hispanic immigrants and a lot of interracial families, non-Hispanic whites with Hispanic families blending together. They are the new suburbia. They have increased by 100,000 votes so far compared to 2016, and it's not going in Trump's direction. Definitely areas that are also different and wonderfully Latino.
Just one thing I'd like to observe, because what Jamie Yucca said is really important. It's exquisite representation of an inherent contradiction of what the White House is saying. Doug Ducey, the Republican governor in Arizona, said, we've got to count all the ballots. Hello? Am I missing something?
Because the president just said stop counting them.
Right.
Yeah.
So let's just hold that right here in front of us. In Arizona, where the Republican governor and the White House think Trump might catch up, they want to count all the votes. In other states, whoa, 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 counting all the votes is somehow suspicious. No, it's not. Let's just hold that in stark relief right in front of us.
Jamal, since you're the Democrat in this conversation, should the Biden campaign have gone to bed? Because they've all gone home for the night, and they issued this written statement from Jen O'Malley Dillon that says all the votes will be counted. But shouldn't they be up, watching this closely? Because, Americans are going to wake up in a few hours, and potentially, they may have... Biden got out before the president tonight asking for patience, saying all the votes will be counted. But the president came out and did what he did, said what he said, and immediately the conversation has gone in that direction. I mean, there's a potential that even if Biden pulls ahead in the next few hours and wins some of these states, that he may look like a weak winner because he was dragged through this process by the president in the middle of the night into Wednesday morning with the world watching. I guess a win is a win, but is this the way you think Democrats are going to want to win it?
And you might be making the case about why they should have gone to bed, because somebody's got to be fresh in the morning to get on the fight that's coming when Donald Trump gets up. I think I'm sure somebody is paying attention to this, and they have plans and scenarios. Bob Bauer's been talking about this. They've been running scenarios about an eventuality, maybe not exactly this, but something like this, where these things get put into a contest. And so they've got to figure out how to wage that fight. I'm thinking about the question you were just asking about Latino voters. I'm thinking about the focus we've been having about African-American voters and turnout. But 70% of the electorate in America is white. And I think we've got to also have a conversation about all the Americans who were raised in the same diet of the Pledge of Allegiance, one nation under God, the Declaration of Independence, we hold these truths to be self-evident, all men are created equal. The rule of law and the way that most Americans think the country ought to operate. And yet so many Americans support a president of the United States who doesn't seem to have any regard for any of those things. I think as a country, we're going to have to really wrestle with what it is to be an American in the 21st century, what it is we're willing to put up from our leaders. And Donald Trump or Joe Biden or not, the question I think that we're wrestling with is what kind of country is it that we're going to have, and what are we going to allow our leaders to do?
I think that is true, Jamal. However, the states deciding who will be president of this country, as we decide what that country should be, are actually not all that like the rest of the country. Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin are three states that still to this day have a majority non-college educated white population. You might call them the working class. They have come out for Donald Trump in a huge way. As a Democrat watching this unfold, seeing it come down in many ways to those three states, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling that Democrats need to come up with a really blunt conversation. Listen, Donald Trump has said very directly that he understands the plight of the workers and of the Americans that you're talking about, and he's offering them a path about how to improve their lives. It's more nationalist. It's more xenophobic. It others people. It takes babies from mothers on the border. The Democrats have to come up with an alternate path that also addresses an economic and a future for these workers in the American society that has more diversity to it, that has a place where we all get to live together and we can figure out how to make this thing work. We can't just kind of dance around it and be subtle. We got to have a very frank and direct conversation. And frankly, I think a lot of white Democrats and white Americans are going to have this conversation with each other about how it is we chart this course. Because they don't want to hear it from people who look like me. I mean, I think they want to hear it from people who maybe look like Joe Biden.
We shall see. The Democrats may have 4 more years to come up with that message. The weight of the staircase can be very painful indeed. Leslie Sanchez and Jamal Simmons, thank you very much. Up next, we will check back in with CBS News Elections and Surveys Director Anthony Salvanto for the latest on the race for the White House. You're watching CBS News. Stay with us. Welcome back to CBS News election headquarters in Times Square. And as we approach 4:30 in the morning here in the East, if you can believe it, 4:30 a.m., we do not have a winner. We do not have a final call in the 2020 election, but we do have Anthony Salvanto standing by with the latest picture of where things stand. Anthony, good morning to you.
Good morning, Tony. Okay, everybody should know that there are 5 states we still classify as toss-ups, could still break either way. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia. Now, in all of them, there are remaining ballots that have been cast that have yet to be counted. In Wisconsin, for example, more than 500,000 still outstanding, and I'll take you through them. Michigan, same kind of picture. More than 1.4 million still outstanding. Now, where are these ballots coming from? They're coming from Republican areas. They're coming from Democratic areas. That's one reason why we don't have a complete picture yet of the whole state. Pennsylvania, 74% in, but 1.8 million still outstanding. We have reason to believe that many of them are absentee ballots. And for folks who've been watching all night, I'll just remind everybody that there's been a dramatic difference this night between people who cast ballots absentee or by mail and those who voted in person. We saw a huge Republican surge in turnout among people voting in person. Now, go down to Georgia. And we've got a really close race. I'll show you what's outstanding there. 92% is in. Often we can say something more about a race, but this one is just so tight. 400,000 ballots left, and many of those are from Democratic areas. North Carolina as well. Just walk you through it. Again, a lot in. Very tight race so far, but still almost 300,000 ballots left. Same story everywhere. Tens of thousands, actually millions of ballots left to count. Tony.
All right, Anthony, get some tea. Or are you going to have questions for him? Because I was going to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Did we do Wisconsin? Because I was trying to read up here for a second.
Yep.
So our Adriana Diaz in Milwaukee just witnessed the Milwaukee city officials finishing the absentee count of 169,000 ballots. Mm-hmm. And on her Twitter feed, she's posted the video of the woman being escorted by police escort to a car to go deliver them to the Milwaukee County officials.
Isn't that exciting?
To the tally. Well, it is exciting on a morning like this when we're waiting for them. Yes.
I was not being sarcastic.
Yeah, it's also transparent.
It is.
It's also to make sure that there is a recorded record of what happens, how this is playing out. And I want to tell everyone this. We can do this. You know how I know? Because in 2016, at about 3 a.m., the President of the United States was declared. It was Donald Trump. By 77,000 votes in 3 states. Right. All those votes were counted. They were verified. They were close margins. And it happened. We know how to do this. Wait for the count. It will be done. It will be verified. It will be believable. Wait for it. That's what's going to happen. We can do this.
We are bumping up. You have something to add?
Let's look at Milwaukee real quick. What would he need?
Milwaukee? Here. So it's Milwaukee 174 to 110 with still more than half, slightly more than half still to be counted.
All right. Well, we are bumping up to the end of our evening here. We're going to take a short break and then resume programming in the morning. You guys have been here for more than 11 hours by my calculation.
Who's counting?
Care to wrap up your experience so
I just
far?
did.
Okay.
We can do this.
Mr. O'Keefe.
It's not over. We'll see you a little later this morning.
Yeah.
It is not over. Yeah. You two are going to be going to bed.
Changing a shirt.
Changing a shirt, yeah.
Changing a shirt. I'm going to put on a stocking cap, get a little bit of shut-eye. I think Mr. Salvanto is going to be doing the same. We're going to pour some cold water on the equipment, let everything cool down, and then we're going to be back at 6 a.m., I believe. There is much more news on your local news station, on this CBS station. A special edition of CBS This Morning with myself, Gayle King, and Anthony Mason begins at 6 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. in the West. Stick with CBS News and CBSNews.com for the latest on the race for the White House. Thank you for watching CBS News 2020. America decides. Election day is over, but the count continues. You do not want it to be fast. You want it to be accurate. And we can do this, America. Be patient. Thanks for watching.